then you deploy the smoke as if it was going to be a B split through CT spawn, and you just walk right through it.
Oh, look at this. A big change of pace here for Ruby, and it's catching SPARTA off guard. Sobi unable to react in time, and the flashes are superb. There are some answers around, and it's kept things close, but Ruby still have the numbers on this post plant.
Off the angle, the Oper there. A good timing for Invisible. He's going to be able to get a little bit closer in, but Uramiata mollied out, flashed out of position. McQueen, if he doesn't overextend, that should be a save. And yeah, with the deep smoke, I feel like the Oper's already calling it off SPARTA. They can't really have a say unless Invisible is able to do something.
Thing is, Uramiata making them go back. So now has to spend some extra time to cross closer to the smoke. It shall fade soon. Puzzle knows of this. Waits for the gap to breach. Uramiata revealed within it, and Invisible gets caught as he's funneled into the center of the site. Ruby 8-1 against their opponents. And it's getting rougher by the second if you're SPARTA. Running out of funds, it's significantly harder to keep a grasp of this game. Dropping further and further behind, and this is only the first half.
Hear me out. This is one of the few cases in professional Counter-Strike where we could say that for a player getting a kill was his biggest mistake of the round. That one kill that Invisible gets into worst cave, that's the one thing that entices them to go for the retake. That's why they lose the guns. That's why they don't have the big green right now, but it's just that type of a really unfortunate matchup where you don't really have a choice, right? It's desperate. You're 1-7 down, you get a 2v2, you gotta go for it, even if it's late, even if it's risky. You just need the rounds.
A desperate force here from SPARTA. Well, small buy. They'll have enough funds for the next one. Just seeing if they can inflict maximum damage. But seeing how Ruby have gone to this left side of the map, they've completely averted a bit of a stack in B.
Information gathered. You've heard of Bush. Fozo knows all about it, so Ruby might have to react a little bit quicker on this.
Yeah, SPARTA know that Fozzle knows at the same time. So I wonder how these 9 games are being played out here. Invisible, the only one with an M4. Well, SPARTA this time around has found 2 picks, and all of a sudden this becomes a little bit more doable. Rifles to be collected on the A side, which is why you see some rotations over from the SPARTA players. Canford, a little bit too deep there, has to walk out, at least gets away with his life.
That's fully insane out of Fozo. Just the audacity to walk through the smoke like this. Knew he had to make a bit of a play. You spotted him. Issue is you haven't yet seen the bomb, and the AK is still in towards that A bomb side.
This could get rough real quick.
Yeah, this setup is deadly. That angle from Sobi is nasty.
And Canfus can jump in as the anti-flash. If it's indeed a fast one.
Oh, he'll clear him.
It's pre-sprayed as well. SPARTA didn't stand a chance. Ruby, during their due diligence, every meter taken, every step placed, and now SPARTA trying to get back in. KD low, which could mean that he could be easy pickings to a random spray down, trying to be a bit of a distraction for Uramiata, joining from the back lines. KD though steps forwards, takes aggression, and Uramiata now caught out. Surely you know it's a ramp push. Surely you know where your opponent's coming from. But that was the lowest of the 2 players. McQueen has an easy task in his hands, but he makes it look flamboyant when it's McQueen on the clutch. You can never fear if you're Ruby.
You know what? McQueen has died once since the start of this map, and I just noticed that he's 8-1. This guy has not been getting all the kills in the world, but again, he's getting the ones that matter, and he's just not dying right now. He's got an 8 KD. And we're already near the end of the first half. And of course, he's going to get that one. Of course, he's going to play with so much confidence. Ruby know they've got this one in the bag. They just want to make sure they keep doing what they have been. Not this.
Boy, oh, not like this.
Why is everyone burning?
I don't know, man. Dijon got a kill with his own flames, and he nearly fell down to his opponent's Trunic. Able to get a triple out of thin air. And SPARTA scratching their heads, wondering what the hell just happened. It is a disadvantage for the Spartan side, with 2 players less than their opposition. But with Ruby slowing down the pace, there's a chance Canfus is able to keep things a little bit closer, though Trunic's angle is treacherous. And it catches Canfus of God!
No way.
That is so damn spicy. Uramiata. There's good news and bad news. They're coming towards you. And those are both the good and the bad. Fozzel will be shutting down Uramiata's life. And just like that, it's double digits already. And still around to spare in the half.
Man, what a speed run of the game this has been for the side of Ruby. You thought Mirage was one-sided. You thought Mirage was dominant. I guess there was a lot of close rounds. This is what dominance looks like in its true form. Trunic just goes out middle and kills 3 people. 4, actually. 3 to begin with. 1 more when he was already in the red HP sector. He's just not losing fights right now. My man Trunic looking like Prime Elise on middle.
Katie falling down to 15 points of health, and Invisible doubles up as well. This is looking a lot more like it here for Sparta, and Trunic,
there you go,
albeit pushing through the smoke, can only get the one. McQueen, sure, he's had some awesome clutches in the past, but it'll be hard to imagine he can win this one. That's a bit of a jump scare for him. Can't imagine he'll check for this deep left side corner. At least he's got the bomb. But with Sparta having full mid control, potential crunch and donut, there is no planting, and Invisible slow swinging his corner will at least find a last second round here for Sparta, as the half ends 10-2 in favor of Ruby. It feels like you're just an arm's length away from the series win here if you're Ruby.
Yeah, 3 rounds. It's still shocking that Invisible is able to get 14 kills, by the way. We got to give him a little bit of credit. I mean, he does get a 4-piece in the final one, but this is pretty much half the rounds that they've gotten on this CT side because of him. He still is trying to put his best foot forward. As we pointed out, he is the most experienced player on this side of Sparta. So you are expecting something out of him, I guess. Bringing in some of that tenure from our cred, spent 4 years there, and of course, the Incas before that, but he played only 2 maps with the Incas, and that was quite a while ago. The reason I'm mentioning that is because the Incas was one of the most random lineups in the world. It was him, another Russian player, a Belarusian player, Captain Kurtka, the Ukrainian Captain Kurtka that used to be on Bait, and then the 5th player was a player called Murrow, who's from Mexico. Yeah, exactly. That's my face. You guys can't see the face of Pavlos, but it's probably the same face expression that you're making. Yeah, 2 Russians, 1 Ukrainian, 1 Belarusian, 1 Mexican.
That sounds like the start of a really bad joke. Or a really good one. You never know.
I was going to make a really bad joke. I'll refrain myself.
Okay. I'll listen to it after. Trunic realizes there are a lot of players approaching, and with McQueen having the high ground, he's able to find one and trade his life. Uramiata allowing Sol B to just walk in off the back of a flash, and Sparta's having a field day on the pistol rounds, at least on the T side. And for now, Ruby trying to see how they can get back into this. Look how Hasinator's escaped through the cracks. He's gone all the way around, and now looking to walk into Temple. He is making a lot of noise.
Oh my god.
Hoping that he can be enough of a distraction to Fozzel to jump into the site. But he's voluntarily put himself into a cross line between 2 different players, which Sparta will gladly take on. Therefore, a 3rd round in pocket for the Spartans, and Ruby have to wait a little while to close out this game.
Yeah. At least we're going to get one final push coming out of Sparta. Quite poetic, isn't it? You'd expect one final push out of them.
Yeah, they don't go down without the fight.
No, those bloody Spartans never did. That's what I meant, yeah. Force buy is coming in, though. We've got an ump in action. Double 5.7, double MP9, a little bit of Veto. Some nades already thrown in towards the B lane. None of them actually connecting too much. The setup's not bad in towards A here for McQueen and Trunic, though. McQueen just jiggling with a smoke and an HE in hand. And then you've got Trunic boosted up with a 5.7. Bomb is making its way there. It's all about letting the mid players take first point of contact, though. You don't want the bomb to be going out first. But I'm afraid that's what's about to happen.
Yeah, the timing's a little bit off, but they do pause a little while. The flash comes through, and it's Invisible to start things off. The crunch into mid is successful for Ruby, but Dijon also gets caught out from McQueen. The ump on site is proving to be disruptive, and all the rest rhyming words. Canfers at least has got some space to work with, but he doesn't even know it. He's got no clue where his opponents are coming from. He can only hear Hasinator jumping in from main, but as he rotates around, might give himself a chance if he gets into the B site on time.
Yeah, I think he might have actually heard both of them, because he's just hightailing it in towards B from middle. Yeah, I think he heard both of them. Heard Hastinator, and then KD made a couple steps as well. So you're getting a bomb plan out of this for sure. No defuse kit available for the CT side, so this has to be a 10-second defuse, and it's a 2v1. Task 1, find him. Task 2, try and defuse the bomb. They've got a smoke, they've got a molly, so this is doable.
He did go shopping as well, so the upgrade for the Kalashnikov is there for him. HE grenade, keeping the HB bars very, very even. Canfers already has 3 picks to boot. All he needs is a 4-piece to clutch this up. Not much time remaining. Smoke for some cover. HE as well to make sure that Canfers hasn't played close sight. And I think if he falls under the radar for a little while, could end up with a defuse, but Canfers switches over to the secondary, and it is enough to deter the defuse.
Yeah, it's a big 1 versus 3 this one. Might be a little bit more difficult to put it into perspective because of the way that he was able to isolate the 1v1s, but it was a 1 versus 3 clutch here for Canfers. So Sparta stay in this one on the back of a really well played situation out of an individual. No kit for the CT side did make the difference. You're still trying to keep the T's on their toes. That's why McQueen's going for that hero rifle. Everyone else on the pistols, and Sparta looking to go for a little bit of a tempo switch, maybe. Not up the ramp, but up lane and into our cave they go.
It is a decisive play, but it's also not a silent one. Ruby well aware of what's about to happen. Plethora of utility thrown in their direction, but the stack could prove to be deadly. Invisible. Is he spotted? I doubt it's going to be checked. This could be huge, and indeed it is. Solby jumping in as well, and even though Invisible goes down, this is still Sparta with a numbers advantage, and they've got all the information they need. They know there are still a couple of players available to this B site, but even if that is the case, they don't mind brute forcing it, knowing that their opponents don't have much to work with, and they've got the numbers here.
This could still get a little bit tricky though. McQueen's got a rifle.
Smoke to one end, Fascinated the disruption.
Nice.
And the distraction, but Uramiata is there for the cash up. KD, sure, he's got a deal in hand, he's blocked off. I imagine he'll try and take someone down with him. Round's over, sure. Sparta will end up with a 5th, and that's good research just down the T side, but
give me a quick guess.
That's the game we're playing. I say 2.
I'll say 1.
The answer is 0.
I meant none.
Sure you did.
Mispronounced it. All right. So
3 rounds in a row
getting
for Sparta.
5. Yeah. This is looking a lot more respectful right now. It's a bit of a shame because that was the story on map number 1 as well, right? It felt like it was an incredibly slow start, and then towards the second half they start getting some rounds, starting to go through a bit of a resurgence. But sometimes it's just simply too late. That's what it feels like. And yet, if they are able to make one of those comebacks work, especially now when they're facing elimination, it would surely be quite the impressive thing to pull off.
You know what's impressive, Ted? The nades thrown into Canfers, down to 28 points of health, so cannot be too comfortable taking the up next engagements, especially when he's left all by himself to this side of the map. Sparta spread out, deeper position taken up by John B. Invisible also trading favorably for Sparta. And Ruby needs to be a little bit more cautious. The decision making is that you put a lot more faith into this B site.
Yeah, it's not the wrong guess right now. Just got to be careful about the timing on the mid play. Bozo feeling the pressure. They're going to double fade the smoke. This is a great play. They need to get the kill to Invisible, though. They can't lose a player.
Invisible locked in.
Oh!
And the double kill for Invisible. McQueen and Fozzle don't stand a chance. That is much more like it here for Sparta. They needed moments like this, and now it's bringing them confidence to potentially bring on this comeback. KD looking to see if he can be the gatekeeper, but he can only account for the 1. Trunic, that pickup allows him the M4 save, the AK upgrade as well. But other than that, Sparta lined up for a 6th round, and there is nothing Trunic can do about it.
Man, Invisible's having such a sick map of Counter-Strike right now. It's just play after play. And I guess he's supposed to be the star player of this team, considering he's the most experienced. I don't think he's supposed to be that by that far the best player, but he's doing a great job right now. What a double kill that was. Spray transfer is absolutely perfect thing. He's had a couple of those highly impactful multi-kill rounds at this point. Got to start thinking all of his heroics will bide enough time for everyone else to start joining in and chiming in. And if that happens, that automatically becomes quite a dangerous and tricky map for Ruby to close. Yet to post around on the CT side.
Okay, the game's become interesting.
Easy. Yeah, quite interesting.
Potential 7th now. Ruby.
Now, you shouldn't say that after map 1, because we do remember how many rounds with a half-body, with a hero rifle Ruby were able to pick up. 2 of them.
Sure.
It's not that large of a number, but 2 rounds like those on a singular map of Counter-Strike do change quite a lot, folks. In case you didn't know, which I'm sure you did already. Because we do love having those rounds in online Counter-Strike. It's what it's all about. That's the name of the game.
And all you need is just 1 or 2 players to have crack at it in a round, right? Have a standout moment. Doesn't take much. And for this one, eyes on Trunic, as it's the only player with a rifle for Ruby this time around. A couple of MP9s and a Deagle as well from McQueen. Look, the Deagles are the ones that have been the most impressive, to be fair, in moments like this. But Sparta, a very slow and respectful start.
That's how you want to approach it. Use the U to clear out as much of the map as possible and wait to see if the CTs want to go poking and prodding somewhere around the map. Want to see if they want to explore. Double nade towards the left-hand side of A main. You push that away, you fall back, go and re-clear middle right now. Sparta's playing a really methodical type of a round. Ruby eventually will have to get a little bit more creative with this. You're holding on to that A bomb side with 3 people, but you've left middle fully, putting a little bit of pressure onto the shoulders of the B players.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Talk about the hero AK. This is where Trunic comes out, and Hasanator near him feels exuberated.
Timing.
Invisible going ring around the rosy here, and that's actually a positive for him, I feel.
Does he know?
I mean, he catches the timing onto Fozzle, so still a positive. Ruby still have a lot to do to keep things under lock and key. Anyone's game still, but KD lying in wait and escaping the shadows in the nick of time allows Ruby to have the numbers here. Sparta bolting towards B, hoping that could be their chance in.
Temple player baited him with the stab, so he just turns around in the most opportune of moments, and that means that Trunic can actually stick around, and he's got the AK in hand.
This is huge. Mocat on the one end, but that's not where Trunic is, Yurumiata. That is so damn accurate, so damn quick, and nothing could be done about it. Bomb goes down in a 2v2. Positives for Ruby is that Yurumiata and John are both low. Both have lost some of their health. Flash out potentially as well from KD. But he's the one leading the charge here, so I wonder how this is going to work out. Both players from Sparta in cave. One is a distraction, KD with a read. The information is there, and now both trying to converge on John's position.
No!
Out,
what?
but John wins it! That is a complete absurdity! Sparta avert the crisis!
How? How is that possible? Boys, how does he clutch? How does he win this? That is absolutely insane. He should never be getting away with a round like this one. Absolutely never. Not even 1 out of 10 times, 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 1,000,000 maybe. He was trapped, tagged, low on HP. They're both just pre-firing him towards the back of the box, and he's able to find both the kills. This game is going for real now.
Yeah, you think that? I've lost my marbles. I mean, look, this was already going to be a difficult round for Ruby. We knew that, but they still made it competitive. We still thought they were going to come out on top of it, but Sparta said no. Again, a very close one. Sparta somehow threading the needle on multiple occasions. Campers, though, has stepped up. What are these trades? So sporadic, so chaotic.
Pure chaos. This is
but
carnage
somehow
right there.
Still level-footed.
Yeah, bomb dropped on the B bomb side, though, but Dijon's on a bit of a play. Thing is, they haven't spotted everyone in towards that B bomb side. They know there's one more player. Soon enough, they should realize there could be a flank in play, especially if no one's trying to collect that bomb and nothing's going on.
Surely you must realize there's a timing here. It does. John, if he just takes a deeper angle, could escape his opponent's sightline. That doesn't happen. Solby with 10 points of health left to do it by himself, but with KD holding that position, not going to happen. Oh, given how chaotic the round started, it ended quite anticlimactically, didn't it?
Yeah, you want to hear something crazy?
What?
SPARTA won 5 rounds in a row on the T side. This is the first one they drop, and they're already out of money. That's because of how close the last couple have been. They're gonna have Invisible on a Mac 10, a Galil for a Yuri Miata, and you're looking at the Yuta it's not awful, but it's not perfect either.
I mean,
this is the round for the map and for the series.
There's still a close affair. When it comes to the buy round, it's not fully invested from either end. Hassanita needs to be a little bit cautious though. You know what he was trying to go for, trying to explode outside of Jag, but Sparta turn up the pace instead. How quick? Fozzel knows of this. He's heard the commotion. He's trying to call his teammates over and trying to do as much damage as possible before he goes down. It's just the one, as Sparta plan, and it's going to be a 4v5, actually 4 versus 4 for this post plant.
They've got the Util though, they've got the kid as well, and that kill from Trunic is massive. Refract comes in.
KD answers back. So Sparta's still on the back foot here, but they are trying to tend towards this backside. Isolate McQueen, but he's the one playing cautious. Instead,
he knows.
The cave players are the ones starting to drop in. Morikawa, Canfus on the retrieval end of him. Hassanita unable to find the success, and John is able to look behind him to deal with the McQueen in the process. That is clean holding there from Sparta. Unable, well, not really allowing Ruby to break in.
Yeah, I mean, now you're looking at a really competitive game. There goes the second tactical timeout here for Ruby. You're starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. You don't want to fully invest into this one. You're going to have the big green out in the next one and the util. Hero rifle potentially for one of those players. Trunic purchased and refunded. Thunderpick still favoring Ruby for what is a nearly 100% win, but they have been struggling here on the defensive side of things. Trunic is still having a phenomenal individual map on 23 and 13. Top of the server right now. Only player to have reached that 20 kill mark, but even he's not been able to deliver the goods in the last couple rounds. And going back from the Hero M4 to a Hero FAMAS, a couple pistols, an MP9 for Katie as well. And a 4-man start in towards middle from Ruby.
That's very spicy. Legion trying to get out of there with his life, barely holding on, to be fair. 4 points of health in total. But a bit of a switch in position. Ruby quickly scramble to see if they can be available for the B-side defense.
Thing is, Dijon did get tagged down. He didn't realize how many players there were in towards middle, right? As far as he knows, it could have been 1, 2, 3, 4 people. So that's why they don't scale up the B-bomb side. That's given enough time for Ruby to rotate everyone back on.
Which means Ruby still have a chance.
It means they could be in big trouble. And the rifle's here as well. It's just Katie on that A-bomb side.
Oh dear. Sparta haven't really spent much to figure that out. But Invisible gets 2. 3 actually. Truly being today's highlight player, especially for Sparta. Katie on the wrong side of the map. But Sparta don't really have that information, so I want to be cautious about it. But they will be coming out with the win here, Ted. It will be a 9th collected. Sure, this was a bit of an eco for Ruby, but it's given Sparta a grand old chance to bring things back to a doable standpoint and potentially see this game go the longest of miles.
Yeah, it could go all the way. Invisible with another key triple kill there. Spray down is absolutely perfect for his 22nd of this map of Counter-Strike. Trunic's having a phenomenal performance, but Invisible's making everything possible right now on the T side. He's doing all in his power to try and keep up with Trunic and even do one better. 2 rounds the difference now. That was a 10-2 first half in favor of Ruby on the T side of Ensign. This is their map pick, and they've been able to post just 1 round on the defense, and they've already lost Katie as well.
Yeah, that's a rough one to lose. Katie has been online for the most part today, and without him, you lose a big part of the puzzle. But it'll be calling from the grave from this one, as Sparta slow down the pace with the initial pick they did receive.
Look at the way that they're moving right now. Low HP on Trunic. He's been dropped the AWP and he's been left alone in towards Donuts. Still, smoke makes it a little bit more complicated. So McQueen can rotate B instantaneously, pushing towards the ramp. Has
Oh,
Sobe spotted the player? I don't think he's seen him.
No.
They should realize, though.
Oh, first miss shots. You give a chance for your opponents to reply. Hassanada posts up, but it's not in time. Sparta instead come out on top.
And that's it. You have to save. Trunic is low on HP. You've got an open there. You got to try and hold on. No kid either. A 2 versus 4. But if you're a spotter, you've got enough money. Now you go and hunt.
This is a bit of a head scratcher of a half here for Ruby, isn't it? They really haven't been able to put their foot on the CT side. Struggled to maintain any sort of pace. Sparta are the ones that are fully taking over. Since the start of this half, right? I mean, Ruby have only found a single round throughout it. Been a bit tough. Sure, you've got the full loss bonus. Sure, you're saving a couple of rifles. But this is not feeling like a confident Ruby. It doesn't look like the team we saw in Mirage.
No, really not. And it doesn't feel like the team that we saw in the first half here as well, right? A lot of those mid-round pushes that are not really... It feels like either Sparta are getting the perfect timing on them to catch them off guard, or Ruby are just not picture perfect with the moment of the round when they want to go for those pushes. It's just nothing seems to be going their way. Opening fights, not really. Mid-round pushes, not really. A lot of things are not working out right now on the CT side. And for the T side, it's quite the opposite.
McQueen, that is not the start of the round he would have liked. Down to 64 points of health already. But
there you go.
That's more like it. First blood for Ruby, but can they use this to their advantage?
They need to. This is the opportunity. Doubled up and towards the cave as well. It has been a bit of an issue for Katie to deal with some of that presence.
Don't let your opponents get to level ground with you in rounds. That's what Ruby are going to try and do. But they've left the crack open, and Sparta looking to exploit it.
They've just left A open. They've gathered up in towards middle right now. If you deal with the Opera, I guess you can play the retake in a 5v2, but you need to find both those kills. And Yuri Miyata, he's connected on the shot. McQueen's got his knife out. He doesn't realize.
They have no clue. Sparta able to completely take over Ruby's map control. Hassanata 6 feet under already, and Fuzzle realizes there is no saving this one. The only thing he can hope for is that M4 sees the light of day in round 23. But 11 to 11 is an inevitability.
I'm not sure if... Did the mid player thought he was... Did he think that he was jiggling Donut as well? Did he think that he had the cross? Because they didn't realize. It feels like this is one of the rounds where you just overcomplicate things a little bit, and it looks a bit discombobulated. It's not even discombobulated. They're on the same page, but it's such a messy page to be on. It just doesn't feel like Ruby are ready to close, and Yura Miyata will get that kill onto the OP. We're leveled up, and I can't believe I'm saying this. 11 apiece. Ruby have let this one slip badly, and now they've got no money on a lot of the players and a decision to make. Do you go for the full investment, try and win this one in regulation, or you go for the half buy and play for overtime? This is the position that you've put yourselves in. That game should have been over such a long time ago, but it's still going.
It was a 10-2 half, Ted. All Ruby needed to do is get a couple of rounds on the CT side and it's over, but proving to be a lot more difficult than what we thought. Sparta, props to them to having the confidence and the energy to really come back in this, though. Having that mental fortitude to keep it a competitive affair. And not only that, but even put their names on the board. This could very easily now become Sparta's map.
It really could. In a far better position right now. Driver's seat has changed its owner. And it's all about the half buy. Those rounds that were so difficult for them to convert on the previous one. And KD's going to go looking. Overlooks blue completely.
And instantly, Ruby's hope in this round has broken into pieces. M4 basically unrecoverable. And Sparta, they're unaware of what this investment fully looks like for Ruby. They saw an M4, so of course, we'll be careful. Fascinator taking a few steps forwards, knowing he's inflicted some damage onto Solby. Also able to pick up Anthony's life and wanting to go for a little bit more. Could have been a bit too much though. McQueen, a little bit more of the same maybe. That's a shoulder, but Invisible appearing from the right-hand side of that smoke is not what you expect. Trunic in an all too familiar position, being the last player to fall. 25-16 being his score this map, but really his kicking and screaming hasn't been enough. This is the buy round that could take things to overtime, keep Ruby in contention. Otherwise, Sparta, a well-deserved victory could go to their side.
Can you believe it? Can you believe the fact that they were 2-10 down and they barely won that second round as well? It could have been an 11-1 first half. We thought everything was over. We thought Sparta were going out of the event. I'm willing to put my money on the fact that they thought they were going out as well, probably at halftime, but round after round, one step at a time, one foot in front of the other, and suddenly they're just one round away at third map, and it's not even OT. You're making this one work in regulation. Final purchase for Ruby here in regulation on Ancient on the CT side. You've got an op for McQueen. You've got the rifles for everybody else. Double tactical timeout from Sparta. This is how much they want to make sure they close it out here and now.
Yep, not taking any chances. Fully diligent. They've got to know Ruby are fully invested in this one. I mean, obviously, last round of the half, but the fact that you ecoed the round before means that you've got plenty of utility, all the rifles you need. Only one defuse kit, though, notably. Ruby, if it does go down to that bomb plant, it could get dicey so damn quick. But let's be honest, the rounds have been decided a lot before that, most of the time so far.
Yeah, as we said again, it feels like it's a little bit scrappy in the opening stages for Ruby most of the time. Even when they do get the opening, it feels like they're overcomplicating stuff at times, maybe. I guess this is what losing so many rounds in a row leads to. Always trying to make a move, always trying to look for solutions, but haven't been able to come up with the correct ones so far. This is your opportunity. Now you're pushing for OT. You're pushing for bonus play on Ancient.
I mean, what a showing already for Sparta, right? Not showing up on Ancient for a good while already. Having in your back pocket to potentially secure a deciding map. Not over to over though. Ruby with a final chance to an overtime score. A bit of noise and havoc in Cave, but that's about it. With Hasanator dropping back, Bijan taking a lot of mid control for himself.
Going back in towards the B bomb side, it's been working out for them so well, but this time Hasanator is playing a little bit more passively. Ope spotted, disengaging from the angle.
Flash out, wanted to peek again. And now a smoke to block. 45 seconds. Sparta need to collect the bomb and make the decision. If they do end up going A, the bomb could be left behind.
Are they rotating
pieces of
away?
Utility have baited the Ruby players over to this A site, and now want to see if they can hold on to mid for a little while. Fozzle able to find the first pick. McQueen posted up nicely this time around. Katie not able to rotate and assist his teammates in trying to keep this B site under control, but maybe his teammates don't need his help. Uramiata closing in the distance from the back lines. It's not enough. Ruby get what is needed. McQueen attributed a 4-piece and a 12-12 score forces this map into OT.
You're just scratching your heads right now if you're Ruby, and McQueen is saying, why couldn't I do this a little bit earlier on? I'm just going to take things into my own hands. We can't do it as a team. I'm going to do it all alone with the big green. Everyone's falling down. They were over-rotating once again slightly. Hasanator goes down in towards the cave, and it's McQueen or nothing for the side of Ruby, but he's the one to take them over the finish line. What a big round that is for the newest piece on this lineup. Maybe not as an addition to this Ruby lineup, that would be Trunic, but McQueen, in terms of experience, the least experienced player maybe on the entire server, and he steps it up big time.
I mean, you can mention many names in this series already that have had their fair share of moments. Invisible was definitely being that for Sparta. You've had the consistent factor for Trunic as well all game long. Katie, big situations he'd found himself into, always around. We know this to be his playstyle and how Ruby have been performing for this past while, but I feel like McQueen today, in particularly, has been the one that we've been praising the most for the side of Ruby. I mean, he does make it hard for us to do that either. A lot of flamboyant rounds as well. He's got to make them look competitive.
Yeah, I feel like your main goal when you're a young player like this, or even what we're looking at, right? When we're looking at a young Oprah like McQueen, who's sure he's not 16, right? But he didn't have any experience playing professional Counter-Strike prior to joining Ruby. What we're looking at when we're watching this 20-year-old Russian Oprah play is all about individual skill, all about potential, right? We're not looking at maybe fantastic movement around the map, fantastic decision making, and I don't want to say that his decision making has been bad in any by any means, but what you should be looking at is just whether the skill is there, right? Does the player have that special little thing, that special spark in there for an Oper? That is a pretty big necessity. If he's got that, he can learn to play Team Counter-Strike. He can learn, and all of that will come with experience. But if you don't have the spark, you don't have it. And as of right now, it feels like McQueen's got the spark.
Yeah, it's evident. It's clear. Well, as the players one by one are arriving from their toilet breaks, they'll be readying up to get this overtime going. And look, it's been a close affair. And look, the fact that the T side has been so damn competitive is something you've got to note. I mean, you understand where that situation arises from, specifically if you're able to win the first few rounds of that half, build an economy, and this allowed the CT side to really gain a grasp of things. That's been the case on both sides of the equation, right? But now in overtime, that money factor is no longer the case.
Yeah, it isn't. And also, if you're SPARTA, you did go for the double tactical timeout right before you lost this round, right? So this is probably going to make you feel a little bit worse for her. Obviously, you're getting the bonus stack as we're into OT, so if you need one, you can go for it. But it's just the fact that you took it seriously. You had the opportunity to close and you couldn't. And maybe this one round was what Ruby needed, right? Maybe pushing it to overtime was what they needed to turn everything around and now close it out in a 2-0 fashion. Toilet break is officially over. So we are good to go, folks. Overtime of map number 2 elimination game of Group D of the Thunderpick World Championship European Series 2. Loser of this one goes home. Winner gets to play Metizport later on today. Ruby fighting for a 2-0 win. SPARTA fighting for a third and final map of Nuke.
We're in for business, I feel, Ted. This is where things get serious. Ruby now have had a chance to breathe some fresh air. No longer shaking where they stand, where SPARTA could have potentially upset a 10-2 lead, really, for Ruby. But now, things are back to a stable standpoint. SPARTA going with a couple of positions so far, but no real choice taken just yet.
Bomb still dropped in towards that B lobby, right? So in case we're wondering, this is probably going to be a B play. It's all about whether something changes in the meantime. And you do have Dijon trying to make his way in towards red, supported by the AWP of Miata. We did see something quite similar a couple of rounds ago that ended up netting him around. And actually, the bomb's been collected and is going back in towards that A bomb side. Trunic has been left alone. You've got Katie in towards CT controlling those pushes in towards red. But Ruby don't really have anyone posted in a position to be a quick rotation. It has to be Hasinator.
Katie is dropping further back into the safe side. Surely you must know there is something going on in mid.
He's got a molly. The moment that he spots a shadow, if he does, he can just block main fully.
Katie, if he swings, he's a dead man. Molly late to be dropped. Trunic holding on to his position for a little longer. John caught off. That's a brilliant 1-2 piece there from Hasinator. And now this A main position is covered by 2 different players. Invisible trying to spray his way into this, but unable to convert it. Miata, sure he's finding a lot of damage, but the bomb is still left behind. All the Ruby players have to do is remain alive. Katie's position is telegraphed, but he's got 2 seconds to live, and he's able to keep himself and his team afloat.
And even hold on to the AK-47. That one really goes down to the wire, doesn't it? A couple seconds left, a couple refrags, a lot of chaos. We pointed out that Molotov that Trunic had alongside the HE. This is the big difference maker. All the utility in towards A main. The fact that the rotation comes in and Hastinator is able to win the first fight. Miata again going huge with a multi-kill in towards red with the ult, but it just wasn't enough. And
Still
Ruby
can't be comfortable after a round like that, though.
No, not really, but they have retaken their lead.
Yeah. Bit of confidence bolstering for Sparta. Start to tickle their brain that they could potentially crack through the breach. KD, good for one. He hopes it's good enough to allow Trunic to stand on top here, but Miata spots his opponent before the smoke settles, pulls a trigger, and now Sparta, having the numbers advantage in this A-site take, could net them the win. Miata kicking and screaming his way through the past couple of rounds, bringing back Sparta's win condition. And for Ruby, basically on the outside of a fishbowl, looking in, but unable to do a thing about what's going on this A side.
This is already a level game. You have the money for the next one, so might as well give it a bit of a go, so McQueen won't do the same. Open hand. Try and close them out, get a couple exit kills. This is not changing too much right now, unless you miss. Yeah, if you go down, it might. And he will, but they still have the money to get him on the nope, so it's fine.
Yeah, cash is still available. That's no issue. Oh, but for either side, you've got to feel that this round is so damn important. Having 3 consecutive or anything of the sort in the next half seems like it's going to be a harder task. Anyone's game, dude.
Yeah, it's been a T-sided affair, so if we're holding on to what made sense in regulation, then Sparta's the team that should be winning this round if they want to have an opportunity for the second half. One round on the CT side is already not looking too bad for Ruby, judging by how this game has been going.
Sure. Given how these two teams have paced themselves, Ruby exploring, already crossing through stairs, McQueen getting caught, but Ruby's way back into this round is completely disrupted. Sparta taking over in a moment's notice. And this B-side takeover is not without the firepower. This is going to be a 14th round, and it feels like there's nothing Trunic can do about it. Again, being left as the last man standing for his team. But again, a must-win for Sparta if they want to make sure they can win on overtime. They will be leading the charge going into the OT half.
Yeah, another triple kill coming out of Invisible. That's yet another multi-kill out of the man himself. 28 and 21 top of the server now. Officially, Trunic with 27 is 1 behind, but it just feels like it's those two playing a 1v1, right? CT sides have been pretty worse for wear. Hastinator has slowed things down. McQueen had that one big round in towards the B-bomb side to give them that overtime, but other than that, it hasn't really been the best CT side of his life either. Katie and Fozo have slowed things down massively too in comparison to Trunic. But now we're going for the switch. And let's not forget, as much as this was a 10-2 T side for Sparta, it was a 10-2 T side for Ruby as well.
That is true. Oh,
so you
true.
never know.
Absolutely not, Ted. This is still anyone's game. Oh boy. 3 rounds required by Ruby. Just 2 for Sparta. The live odds still indicating Ruby have got the better chance here. But honestly, I wouldn't be so confident.
Let's see. They have still that sharpness on the T side. Insta smoke coming in. Close Molly as well. T side, same way as regulation. Katie's just throwing a little bit of caution into the wind, not really going out on the first timing. There goes the late flash from McQueen, but again, the IGL won't really challenge. They are going on a bit of a lookout in towards the A-bomb side. Invisible has been left alone there.
And he's been the most impactful player for the squad so far. If he continues with that trend, he could potentially get away with something.
He's a dead man.
KD, deep angle. And Uramiata unable to trade his life in the process. Invisible can't even trade out his fight on A. Therefore, Ruby winning out on multiple exchanges. Sparta not able to have a single say. And it looks like we're getting to an even scoreline once again. Potential 14-14 post-bomb explosion.
Yeah, Campus ain't winning this round. A 1 versus 4 clutch attempt. Trunic is hungry. Smelling blood in the water right now. Hunting his 29 kill, and he will get it. Campus actually does get a double in the meantime. How is that possible, man? I mean, this game is crazy.
It really is. Look, Ruby tried to peek him with all of their players simultaneously. You get why you want to do that, but you also provide Sparta with a chance to align their shots. 14-14. 2 consecutive required. Who's got it?
That's the big question. A little bit discombobulated there, Spot. It felt like you were just relying on the spam through the smoke there to secure Uramiata's position in towards middle, an aggressive angle that he wanted to hold on to, but no one was really helping him. Dude, now he's got a great position, no support needed, able to get the opening.
So B as well, knowing he's under a little bit of pressure. We'll just hold his ground for a little while, but Ruby's main fight is to break out into this A site. Dijon, smartly enough, sends a couple of HEs together with his teammate. And Ruby's push is subsided with 1 minute and 15 on the clock, yet to make the call.
Feels like they still want to go A. Just send the majority of the players in towards middle. Dijon in towards Donut, and Invisible in red, ready to pounce. Boost might expose him.
Ooh. Good reaction there from the Queen, but his opponent wasn't visible for long enough. 55 on the clock. Ruby needs to start making a move. And this is where things get a little bit more pressuring. Sparta as well, fidgeting around the map. If the A site is the choice, it gives Ruby the best chance. Dijon, spotted backside, able to get 1, and he's still not dealt with. Gets 2! How does he get away with that 3? Are you kidding me, Dijon? Saves Sparta's life in this game. And Ruby crumble into pieces.
You can say that again. He was all alone. He was supposed to go down. He was supposed to be buried in Donut, 6 feet under, flashed, giving away his position on the spam, but they just couldn't find him. They couldn't get the kill. And Ruby are going to be kicking themselves after this one. They faked it out perfectly. He was alone on the left-hand side of the map. That was probably supposed to be 15 in another map in match point Ruby, but instead it's Sparta with another opportunity.
It's crazy that you can see multiple sides of the same team in just a single series. Compare this to the Mirage Ruby. Yep.
I mean, compared to this to the first half of this map,
yeah,
we don't even need to go as far back as Mirage.
Oh boy. Well, they still have another chance at cracking another OT. I'm sure they'll be seeing Donut in them nightmares, but want to face their demons head on, apparently. Invisible, go to defender. There's a Ruckus available. It's heard. So the response from Sparta is timely, but the A-site plant is unstoppable. Sparta with plenty of utility available to them. 4 players with 4 defuse kits. On the other hand, Ruby only got a couple of flashes and an HE, but they do have their rifles out to make this one work. McQueen's got cover to his left-hand side, but turns his attention towards the push. Campers locked out, and Sparta get disrupted before they even have a chance to breathe. T-side success for Ruby means we're heading to yet another round of overtimes.
They're just not willing to give in, are they? Might not be playing the perfect game of Counter-Strike. Might not be putting themselves in a position to close out a map that they had a 10-2 lead after the first half of, but they're not letting their opponents close. Sparta missing out on a second opportunity to send this to a nuke. And this time there's no toilet break. We're going right at it. 30 rounds of Counter-Strike and we keep it going, baby. This is CSGO overtime fashion.
Have any of the teams got any tactical pauses left? Any timeouts?
Yeah, you get bonus 1 in every other time overtime that you get into, so they do. Yeah.
So there's a potential to cool down here, and I feel like for any of them, that would be beneficial. Either of them would be the better word.
I think at this point they're all on the same boat, so to speak.
Yeah, true.
It's you go for the tactical timeout maybe if something really outrageous happens and you just need people to cool off, right? Calm down. But from a tactical aspect, it's quite difficult at this point to read into anything and I guess find a revolutionary way to come up with something that you haven't tried already, right? You just throw the kitchen sink at them and hope that it lands.
Well, Sparta definitely using their mid-prio early, wanting to have a breakaway towards the B entry. Blocked off though. So B will be second guessing himself. He wants to go for that aggressive stance. Ruby, on the other hand, now get the chance to begin on the T side. Uramiata under pressure, but holds to his position strong. Feet firm in the ground, and bullet lands in Trunic's face.
You should know what's a fake. They need to block B right now.
That's a great HE. Does a lot of damage to Hasinator, and Dijon is nearby to close up his opponent's life. Fozzle breaking the distance though. This could be a potential bomb plant, unless Solby can interrupt. That's exactly what he does. The bomb still finds its way into the ground. Look at the ramp push though. Dijon gets there on time. Fozzle looking to make it competitive, but multiple players from multiple directions is too much to ask from him. Sparta with first blood of this overtime.
Yeah, this one actually makes a whole lot of sense, right? This is one of the cleaner rounds that we've seen in the last couple. You get that shutdown kill of the upper position in towards the A bomb side. Yuto comes in, no refract possibility. Then the response comes in from the T trying to scale up the ramp. In the meantime, the T's lose their second mid player though. That was Katie. So it becomes a 3v4 on the bomb side, and that was always going to be a difficult one to hold on to. A lot of Yuto as well, fast flanks coming out. Uramiata being incredibly agile with the open hand, and again, maybe not getting the most amount of frags, maybe not going over the 30 mark, but he still has been having a great map of Counter-Strike at 23 and 18, and there's been a lot of high-impact frags to it.
I mean, with this many rounds, now everyone has a chance to meet his score up there. Invisible with first blood. But it seems Sparta will be winning the mid-fight. They try and punish.
What?
What? Dijon, excuse me?
No, what were they shooting at? Did they think they seen him? I'm pretty sure the second player didn't come in from Donut. They weren't looking at him. They were shooting at something that didn't exist, no?
I'm not sure.
I think they just thought they seen him falling back. But he was still there. The second player wasn't out middle yet, that's for sure.
Well, if you're Ruby, this hurts. This really hurts. Sparta with 2 on the CT side. And it's the side where the teams have found most difficulty so far. Hasinator with a bit of a fight back here. But Ruby aren't slowing down the pace. In the meantime, look at where Invisible is pushed. If you're Katie, you're not expecting this. He did, actually, but it didn't really matter because he did end up losing his life. And Ruby scrambling to pick something up here.
Look at Trunic. Already made his way in towards Donut. You know Invisible's pushed in towards A main right now, and you know there could be a little bit of gap right now for Trunic. Question is, how do you want to use that? Uramiata hasn't seen anything in towards middle, and it's all waiting game right now. But the CTs don't really have too many uncertainties to be careful about. It's just the Oper of Uramiata that's playing on a bit of a timing. Everyone else is pretty safe.
Smoke settles on A. Ruby hoping this triggers some movement from Sparta. But until the bomb goes down, I doubt that will be the case. So smart, Sparta. Just stick to their positions. Ruby will have to brute force their way into B. And blimey, is that a difficult task and a half. Uramiata realizes nothing surrounding mid. Careful for potential A crunch looking the right direction. Spray down in Dijon's position, and Kampfer's ready for what's about to happen. McQueen gets one, but he needs a second and finds the headshot to make that happen. 15 seconds. Now Trunic tries to pressure the back line. Uramiata trying to struggle from multiple directions. Bomb doesn't get a chance to drop, and SPARTA without a single fault in the first half of this overtime.
This is definitely going Nuke now. It's been such a T-sided game, and then you get 3 unanswered rounds on the CT side. That should be enough. They deserve it at this point. Invisible with 32 kills. Uramiata has been active for a couple rounds, and everyone's gone past that 20 threshold. Ruby just lost themselves somewhere between the first half and the second. And it doesn't feel like they can find each other. It doesn't feel like they can find themselves. SPARTA with a great opportunity right now, and the third map knocking on the door.
Yeah, I would not want to be Ruby right now. This is not where you want to be. Mirage looked quite one-sided. Sure, there was a bit of struggle closing out the map in the end. There was a bit of a resurgence for SPARTA, but the resurgence on Ancient, it really shouts confidence and willingness to take this series on. It's going to be a hard day, whichever team ends up taking the cake by the end, right? Metizport still waiting to fight against the victor of this series, but Ruby need to show something they haven't shown so far on Ancient, and that is a strong CT side. 3 rounds in a row required. Deep placement from Hasanator. First blood for a couple of players so far, untraded on the most part. Only damage taken. And with Uramiata closing up the distance, he doesn't stand a chance. Ruby, hold on for just a little bit.
All right. I mean, if anything, that was the cleanest round on the CT side they've won all map long, right? That's the first time in a bye round that they don't lose a single player.
Yep.
Now the distance is 2. Let's see. What are the odds of us getting back-to-back clean CT sides after both teams couldn't get 3 rounds in regulation on the defense? Can they both do it in just 1/2 of OT?
Guess we'll find out.
And unlike TV, you won't be finding out after the break. You'll find out here and now. So be able to get that first kill. Hasanator is out of the equation, so you get that 5v4. 4 kills now between SPARTA and Nuke.
Surely you expect Ruby to try and play something off the back of this. And that's exactly what Kampfer's does. Gets one, realizes there's no way it's a single player taking that fight by themselves. The molly's thrown in. The B push seems to find some difficulty. It works in Ruby's favor. Fozzle wins the Soul B fight, and suddenly it's a 2v2.
There's a player in red.
You don't read this. Surely not.
Does he turn around? Does he realize? He's on a bit of an island, but he's repositioning towards long. This could still work out for him. Uramiata, he's looking for him. Fozzle's not looking.
This is free. Yep. Okay. B-site entry granted. Runic with 33 kills this map. Needs 2 more for the clutch. SPARTA have done everything right here. Made the right calls. Have won the right engagements. Just have to stick the landing. And Nuke is on the table. Trunic running out of time. He does have 2 pieces of utility, but amongst them is no smoke, so no cover to be provided. Hoping that SPARTA challenge him. But the pistol of his opponent will do it. SPARTA have done the unthinkable, being down 2-10 on Ancient. Are victors in the second map of the series, forcing things to a third and deciding map, Ted. How on earth did that happen?
I've got no clue. I don't think the players know. I don't think we do. They were 2-10 down on halftime. They got 2 rounds on the CT side of Ancient. They should have lost. They should have lost. Ruby should have closed it. But you know what? Sometimes when life gives you lemonades, you just get the lemonades and you squeeze them right back into the eyes of life. That's what SPARTA did. On this map, they didn't make lemonade. No, they just attacked the life with the lemons. And,
okay. It makes sense, I think, Ted.
Yeah.
I'm not going to break that saying too much, but let's see what happens on Nuke, folks. There's a break incoming, but once we are back, straight into the action.
going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, back with Nuke, the deciding matchup between Ruby and Sparta. A very close second map Ancient, and now for everything to be decided as Ruby on the T side pounds in ramp.
Yeah, pretty realistically looking at the situation, probably Ruby should have closed it out in a 2-0 fashion. In case you're wondering how we ended up being here, well, Ruby was 1 map up and 10-2 up after the T side of Ancient, but they couldn't close. So after 2 overtimes, Sparta were able to take us here, and now we're on Nuke. A map where both teams have pretty similar results. It's more around the 50-50 mark. A decent amount of maps played as well. Sparta winning that 9th round starting on the CT side. A bit of an interesting angle there for Miata. He's going to get cleared out though. Low HP from a prior fight makes him an easy target, but Sobe's there to respond.
Yeah, and on 50-second mark, Ruby have got to start to make movement towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing. Sobe funneled out of there. Not really retrievable from any other position though. And
a bit tricky to make a decision right now.
Double back. It seems like they're going into ramp in B, and there's only one to that bottom side in response of this defensive lineup.
Yeah, it's just Campus, and he's low on HP, so presumably just playing for the information right now. Shouldn't be engaging into too much of a fight.
Well, indeed, he does receive the information after being chased after. Bomb likely be going down. That's a nice shot for Fuzzle. And it puts Ruby on top here, but not for long as there is a bit of a return. The Sparta players are grouped up together, and Dijon showing how smooth he can be. Sparta with a CT side pistol to start Nuke. And just like that, the defuse goes to Selby. And it's going to be 3 survivors by the end of it as well. Best way they could hope to get things going.
A couple of really nice shots coming in from John B, and as we pointed out, it was all about seeing that Campus recognizes how low he was on HP. He was still able to get a kill out of it, which is absolutely horrendous, by the way, but it's a good way to approach the situation. You just buy time for the rotations. Everyone comes in with the bomb plant. The forest buy comes through as well. That's why you're looking at the rifles being invested into from the CT side as well. Invisible, the only one rocking that going for the extra money. Everyone else with the M4s involved, and Ruby looking for something actually pretty quick in towards that A-bomb side.
Yeah, it could be quite pacey. Bobby able to shut down the first 2 approaching, but there is some sort of an answer. It comes in a bit too late. Sparta holding on nicely. McQueen with a double, but that's just about it, as the bigger buy, the better buy, is the one that comes out on top.
I really can't believe how we've reached that point in the series. It's still past my mind how that was a game that was supposed to be over such a long time ago, and now Sparta are in a better position. Yeah. They picked up the pistol round, they win a 4s, they get a 3-0 start on the CT side, and this is not to say that they will definitely dominate here on Nuke, right? But they did get dominated on map 1, and then the first half of map 2 felt like it should have been everything, and now they've been able to come back into it, force the 3rd map, and suddenly, a game that looked so damn one-sided, it felt like the 2 teams were just coming in from different worlds, it's just flipped on its head. It's turned around completely.
Well, definitely feeling a lot more comfortable. You know, with the success they found, with the comeback they were able to be successful in. And it definitely shows on the server. Definitely a lot more bravado with what they're doing. Less scared.
Yeah.
Ruby, on the other hand,
I'm a fan of it because you know,
yeah,
Alan and Tea Time are coming in for the second shift of today's broadcast. So the more time we make them just stare at the screen and wait for their games to start, the better. So you know what? 5-6 overtimes, as many as they need. I'm good for it, man.
You know they'll be watching. They'll be with us. It's company.
Yeah.
All right. Sparta's buy continues, but it's Ruby's introduction to the buying rounds. Sure, they had a bit of a force in the second, but now's the time to show what they're made of. On this T side, McQueen with an excellent first blood, and Trunix double up. not too shabby either. Sparta trailing behind.
Ooh, nice find. Dijon able to get one, but they have already made their way down secret. You still have Trunic lurking in towards the lobby as well, so it doesn't necessarily mean that these need to commit to that B play, and I think they're starting to realize they've got more options. But Dijon is looking for an elevated angle over the smoke from Config. Oh no, it's just the damage, not quite the kill.
That's a bit uncomfortable.
Look at how low all of them are.
Really damn low. You're right. 40 points of health on Katie, McQueen 46, Trunic 31. And the pace is slowed down quite a bit. Sparta keeping the two players holding hands. Close proximity to one another, but Ruby being diligent with this one, not taking too many risks. They know how fragile the situation can be, how quickly it can fall out of hand. Look at Solbeek's position. Surprise, Trunic. He's able to respond in time. And it does bring his opponent down to 13 points of health, but a 2v3, a lot more doable now for Sparta.
Yeah, it's all about that first kill. Steps in towards the B-bomb side, being hurt already. Soapy's going to be the first line of rotation there. It's all about that one fight of Campus in towards the A-bomb side, though. But he's actually left as well. They're both going from the ramp. Katie will realize it. That should be a near impossible retake.
And HE taking down Hasanator to 61 points of health. And like you said, it's just not enough to get Sparta back into this round. A 2v3 is a tough one. Whichever site you look at on Nuke, it is a tough cookie to crumble, especially with that numbers deficit. So Ruby, they get themselves their first bye round win. And it gets them in the game sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the side of Ruby, by the way, when it comes down to Nuke, opening kills were a big issue on the second half of Ancient, right? This is the conversation we had throughout the last 1 month. So we're looking at only this season of Counter-Strike. So since the let's say middle of July, win rate when it comes down to rounds in which they've lost the first fight here on Nuke is a little bit below 24%. For the side of Sparta, that percentage is a little bit over 30, right? So they're having no issues turning things around. Ruby, on the other hand, they either get an opening kill or they lose the round pretty much. They win 1 out of 5 rounds that they drop the opening kill in, which is not a lot. So you need to figure out a way to, I guess, switch things up. Because, yeah, obviously CT side Ancient having struggles and having struggles on the T side of Nuke are two completely different things, but still, the first couple seconds, some of the setups, some of the aggressive plays on Ancient looked a little bit discombobulated. So I feel like right now you just want to make sure you stay together as much as possible, simplify things, make sure you're playing simple but well executed Counter-Strike.
It's definitely not what we were accustomed to on Ancient, so it will require that pivot. That change, double flash, an initiation by Ruby. Straightforward A-site push, invisible cut off. And so is Uramiata. This is a clean sweep here for Ruby. Shorso B has got some action left in him. But it doesn't take long for the Ruby attackers to take over this A-site.
I mean, this is Ruby at their strongest, right? Ruby have great aimers. They have incredible individuals. You just want to set them up. Go for straight-up execution. Test that A-bomb side defense. If it doesn't work out, this is something that you can be able to toy with as the half progresses and goes a little bit deeper. Sparta will have to every single time be on high alert about this A-bomb potentially happening again, right? So you can fake them out with some utility, and they're always going to have it to the back of their minds. And as we said, keeping it together, keeping it simple. Allowing some of those guys to get back into their comfort zone. Trunic never left it, but he's been the only one.
First blood
to bring out that consistency.
Indeed. Makes things a lot more simpler for Ruby. I mean, we saw how pistols can be quite impactful in this series overall. I think we saw it straight away as well. It was a bit of a rude introduction to the series and how these deagles need to be respected.
I'm just thinking about it. Does Radioactive 3 mean that this is the, you know, the third stage of radioactiveness?
So the third level of radioactivity.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
what
radioactivity is the word. The deadly, I'd say anything radioactive is probably classifying. Well, not
necessarily.
All of it, but yeah, but in a red container, At a place like Nuke,
Yeah.
I'd guess so.
You'd probably want to be wearing some type of suit to protect yourself. But the Deagles do show themselves early, Invisible being the one to answer first for Sparta. But this A site's looking damn clean. Potential for Dijon to break through there. Doesn't get there on time. Instead, it's Campers that continue to be a nuisance. That's actually quite a bit of damage done to Ruby. Only 2 survivors. There's 3 fall to the pistol of Sparta. And the score is equalized 3-3. Sparta's turn to get right back into their buying ways, though.
Yeah, and this is the first time Ruby's picked up 3 rounds in a row since the first half of Ancient. This is how long it's been.
Boy, don't get me started.
And they are on the T side once again. Not looking too bad. Let's see what they want to go for. Previous buy round was a straight up A-pop trying to test some of the protocols. They didn't withstand and hold their ground. We're going to see Miata on the big green too, and as I'm saying his name, he's already taken McQueen down.
Doesn't even need to see him. Smoke pops, and in goes his bullet. Finding the heart of McQueen. He's had his moments today as well. The clutches, if you guys have not been able to witness those, they were quite fun. Go back to the socials and figure that out.
Look at the switcher, by the way. Last time they just go for a straight up A-pop. Now they go for the default smokes, cross down secret. Thing is, they need to be pretty quick with the play because the CTs have cleared out lobby right now, and they probably will be one step ahead with some of those rotations.
Yeah, they're quick with it. Already finding
Unless this
themselves
is a
in control
double
room.
fake. You still have 2 players outside, so you could potentially bait them in. You could hold on. Problem is, Oprah's dropped 1. Bomb not spotted yet, but that means that Hasinator can't really go forward anymore.
No, completely stopped in his tracks. So double back is a decision. Back into A though. Sparta still have plenty of defenders available. Dijon likely to be first contact. Canfers can break out either from Hut, maybe Squeaky. Options available for sure. Dijon forced to look above as well in case there's a breakaway from Ruby in that direction. That is definitely not the case though. Campus holds on to his hut position. It's the right thing to do. Keeps his teammate alive. Dijon with a double. Single casualty for Sparta as they end up on top, gaining the lead yet again.
Yeah, it was pretty much perfect defense in towards the back of the A-bomb side. Dijon Molotov doesn't force him out of the position. Sure, it limits the amount of angles that he could have worked with, but it was still an optional thing to wait for his teammate in towards the hut to take first point of contact and then go for the swing. A lovely 1-2 punch there, and it didn't feel like Ruby had the right pathing to deal with it. So now with the lack of a bomb plant, 2 players going down to the Tech 9s actually. McQueen still got that. Oh, but as we said, that was an important one for Sparta. They get the 4-3, hold on to the lead. And now with a great opportunity to try and sprint for even 6 if they win this one. Put the T side economy in a bit of a hole. It could take them far.
Bart's not willing to take that step forwards. But Miata will. As soon as Hasinator appears on his screen. Shot taken and found. McQueen, there's the answer you need though if you're Ruby. And now you can walk into ramp, but you've got to be careful. Camphor's holding the deep angle. And I feel like McQueen not really looking in the direction. Camphor's could surprise.
Ooh.
But instead, McQueen was right on time there. Therefore, Ruby now with a numbers advantage.
Yep, just walking into the crosshair of the Oper doesn't get easier than that, does it? And you still have KD lurking in towards how you don't want to rush into a round like this one. You still have 40 seconds to work with.
Oh boy, Ruby, really not confident to take action here. Waiting for KD to move up in heaven. He's revealed his whereabouts. That means Ruby, the rest of the team need to do the legwork to get themselves back in. KD, of course, he's spotted there. Of course, his position is expected. Invisible on site can find another one. Does he expect another? McQueen, as his teammate distracts from his position, he's able to take over. Ruby, a little bit labored, but gets the job done by the end. Multiple pieces thrown in there.
I'd say this is what you want to be seeing out of Ruby, right? They do walk into the stacked bomb side, which is a little bit unfortunate, right? You could say that they overcomplicate it sometimes, but honestly, I like the fact that they're not rushing into it too much, right? You get a couple kills, you realize you've got a player in a good position, you can slow things down, you're not forced to make a move, you can press the brakes. right? You can pause and see what Sparta want to do. You're trying to play the game of the favorite, right? You're trying to call them being nervous. You're trying to outcall them mid to the late round. It hasn't really been working out every single time for KD, right? On multiple occasions, that was one of the issues on the previous map as well. But that was, again, as we pointed out, on the CT side where some of the moves looked a little bit premature. Here on the T side, everything looks pretty calm, I'd say. This is the style of Ruby after all. We had a bit of a chit chat about it on Mirage. Ruby's one of those teams that is still playing that incredibly, excruciatingly slow type of Counter-Strike. And sometimes they will enter the bomb side with 10 seconds, lose one fight, and then not have enough time to plant the bomb. But you know what? This is the risk they're taking.
Yeah, and that indeed did happen on Ancient a couple of times.
Happened more on Mirage, I think. Ancient T side was good. Mirage was the one.
Fair. Duramiata in a bit of trouble, but at least he takes some casualties down with them. The cross is allowed. Smoke's providing the cover. But whether Ruby intend to go for this B push is a different affair.
You know, again, you get to slow it down. Minute 10 this time around. Get that 1-for-1 in towards outside. Only rotating player down. Secret is invisible right now, all alone. And again, we're looking at that double push in towards Trophy right now from Sparta. They did it again a couple rounds ago. That was the reason they had that O posted down the B bomb side. Now, you don't have the O, but you will get the information once again.
What do you do with this information? That's the question.
Rotate down quickly.
Invisible. In the right position, and he's able to trade his life. So he did his job. And now Ruby, with 30 seconds on the clock, got to get this one going.
Problem.
Looking to cross into vent, Solby is there as a disruptor. Stops his opponents in their tracks. 20 seconds, and Ruby are in a big one.
You can't go up.
Katie trying to keep Solby busy as his teammate is trying to jump in. But Solby is able to balance between the two of them without a single issue. Katie, oh no. This is rough. This is just pure panic. Knows there is no way back into this game. And Sparta back with the lead again.
Well, from one example to another, yeah, this is what happens when you're a little bit too afraid to make a move, when you're a little bit too worried and taking too many precautions. Sometimes you end up looking a little bit silly, where you just can't go into a bomb site. You get a couple kills, you play it too slow. That allows the CTs to be a little bit more aggressive, and now that's happened twice to them on the B bomb site. I feel like you're supposed to be aware of those pushes happening at this point. That's happening way too many times now for Sparta, and they are getting away with it.
A lot of commotion already. Alerting Sparta of a potential quick crunch, but that's not exactly what happens. Ruby instead turn their attention towards ramp, and that might just be the right decision. Panfers is the only one defending. He's able to take one down. Uramiata's called to action, and that's basically what you need. Ruby's attack crumbles into pieces. Sure, Katie finds one in the process, but Solby's got this all under control, finds the one. McQueen, he's got the bomb. Potential plant could be available to him, but realizes there's just too many players around, so back into safety.
Yep. He's walking away. He's got the time to work with, so he can afford to focus and try and get a couple more kills, do some economical damage. That's a nice find. 16 HP to work with, so he's losing more and more of his health with every single other fight. Things are going to be quite difficult. Is he saving? I think he might be. He's got head armor and an M4 and 1350 in the bank. I think he is calling this one off. I'd love to see him go for another kill in towards main. He's got enough money to have a half buy in the next. I mean, keeping the rifle would be nice, but getting one more kill would be even better. And as of right now, they're far from covering secret. Never mind. They were.
Neither a pick, neither a rifle saved. Sparta with a 2-round buffer now, and it potentially could turn into a third. Ruby could bring out some Tech 9s, Deagles. That's just about it for this one. Moment
this
to
really
pause.
is falling out of control for Ruby, isn't it?
Yeah, and I feel like that's been the case since Ancient Ted, to be honest. Sure, they can have some fight back here and there, but this is not prime Ruby. This is not a Ruby that it was supposed to be the favorite in this series.
I mean, they were, and they did win the game, but then they lost it. And now,
sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
yeah, it's the nature of Counter-Strike. And now we're in a situation where Sparta could even get 8 rounds out of that first half, especially if they don't get glocked. They are getting glocked.
Well, they began to.
All right.
But the cleanups there, and 2 casualties isn't too bad of an ordeal. Bit of a pad of the stats there for Euromiata, but that's just about it. 1 round left in the half, and Ruby would love this. A 5-7 is definitely a decent T-side score. Sure, in the fashion that they would have gotten the 5 rounds, that is a different discussion. But with a 5th round and potential pistol round win, and a quick CT economy build, this could be a very doable game.
Yeah, imagine a world where Sparta just shock everyone. We were talking about how Ruby and Metizport are the 2 teams that should have been fighting for that 2nd spot after the Sinners, and then Sparta just comes out of nowhere, screaming, "This is our day." You thought I was gonna say something else, didn't you?
I really did, yeah. Ted. I really did. I can't believe you haven't actually mentioned that this entire stream.
I think that's the lowest of fruits.
That's true. That's like watermelon.
Oh, that's like carrots.
But that's just like
but if they were a fruit,
isn't it? Watermelon is like there, but carrots you've got to dig for. So
yeah, exactly. They're that low. They're underground. You are right. It does make things more complicated, and carrots are not a fruit. And they've all disconnected. The entire team.
Huh? Well, sounds like they were on
all
land, or I don't know.
All right.
Internet went out, power went out. I don't know.
Hopefully, it's none of the above. Hopefully, it's something easier to fix. I don't know. We're gonna keep you updated, folks. But yeah, it's not gonna be a 7-5 half. I'm pretty sure this one. Oh, actually, there was damage already.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an exception for a 5-player disconnect, though.
Maybe we can't replay the round because there was damage done already.
That'd be funny.
Imagine.
Well, not funny for Sparta.
No.
Oh, dear.
All right. We are waiting for some updates, folks, but we will let you know what is going on the moment that we do get an update. Yeah, we don't know yet, but worry not. If you're just coming in, this is map number 3 of our first series of the day. Of course, it was technically our second series of the day by schedule, but Monty did forfeit their game against Fatbit, meaning that Fatbit will be playing against Eternal Fire in the next matchup that will be starting around 15 minutes after the end of this one. And then we've got Metizport playing against the winner of this Sparta and Ruby derby. Unfortunately... Yeah, we will have to send this one into a bit of a break because we don't really know what's happened to Sparta, and neither does the team behind production right now. So yeah, we're gonna take a little bit of a breather, ladies and gents. You can go and get a water refill or whatever beverage or drink you're enjoying on this fine Sunday, and we'll see you in a bit.
Everyone's rejoined the server, and the game continues at that 4-7 score. Sparta given another chance at this. Well, so are Ruby, to be fair. Let's get this going, guys. It's been an interesting day, interesting series. And for this one, still a chance for Sparta to close out the half in a decisive or a demanding 8-4 lead.
Yep, absolutely. Ruby had that 3-round win streak there. That was a leveled up tied game at 3 apiece. But ever since, 4 rounds out of the next 5, I've gone in favor of Sparta, and it's been a pretty comfortable one as well. Miata leading the charge alongside Sobi, both of them on 12 and 5 for Sobi, 12 and 6 for Miata, but both of them on 12 kills regardless. And this is the one round that could make this T side still pretty successful for Ruby. Taking their time outside smokes. Just the diagonals there. Bozo gonna get spotted out, still wins the fight regardless.
Does go down with the ship. At least he takes some enemies down with him in the process. Ruby averting their attention now towards ramp. A site is where Sparta have got most of the defenders, but you can quickly see that Canfers is sticking around for a little while. Doesn't quite have the timing onto Hasanator. Can't quite adapt to his opponent's head. And therefore Sparta on the back foot, lacking the players. Miata looking to see if he can shut down Ruby's efforts of crossing. But the fact that Soul B gets shut down, Ruby are quick to adjust and go right back towards A.
Yeah, rotating right back in, but again, they are taking their time. 25 seconds, the CTs might actually be able to get there before them. KD's just dropped. They don't have anyone on the bomb side yet. Miata's just shut down one. They're not on the bomb side yet.
Now they've just crossed. Invisible, a 1v3, a bit out of reach now.
I mean, can you really fault him for not moving away from the B bomb side? They're just taking so long. He didn't think it was possible for them not to be double faking this, right? He didn't think they'd just be running back A, but take such a long time.
A bit odd, isn't it? Ruby definitely catching their opponents off guard with the style they've been playing. Invisible, obviously, this is the last round of the half, so he's got to give it his all, but McQueen is there to stop him, so 8-4 will be the situation. No, 7-5 will be the score as Ruby is able to get the last round of the half. Going into the CT side, I think they can be happy with the amount of rounds they've collected.
You know what's the precarious part of it all? Because you said they are catching their opponents off guard with that pretty slow style. I think they're catching themselves off guard at times with it.
It does feel like it.
That's the fun part of it all, yeah. That's what I'm enjoying a lot about this game as well. I feel like even the team that has the round under control doesn't really know if they want to win it at times. But hey, this is CAS Counter-Strike, folks. Sparta and a Ruby treating us to a lovely game of Counter-Strike. And one of those two teams will be playing later on today against Metizport. That's going to be our third and final series of the day. Brought to you by Tea Time and Alan Truning. Bringing you all the goods on that pistol round, though. A quick 1-2 with the USB, and this one is already looking like a good one for Ruby.
It really does. Solby trying to bring things right back up. That's a great headshot connecting, but Trunic keeping the ground here with the dualies is a dangerous prospect for his opponent still. Trading equally, but the fact that KD's got the higher ground there, able to catch Canfers in his attempt to retreat. Solby with a bomb plant, but a 1v3 seems far-fetched at this point.
Yeah, it's all about doing as much damage as possible, trying to isolate the fights. He's gotten himself away from the bomb. Side gets the opportunity, tapping away, but it's the duelist to be a little bit quicker, so they close in on him. Defuse coming up, a double kill from Trunic to open things up. It was a valiant effort coming in from Campus and Sobi, at least getting the bomb planted, but Ruby again getting in touching distance. 1 round now between the two sides.
I feel like Ruby doing well on the pistols is something that we spotted out from the first map of the series, right? The fact that on Mirage, it seemed like they were, you know, firing on all 4 cylinders from the get-go. It was those pistols that we got to see that. And Ruby are back at it again, maybe with the same sort of attitude that they began this series with altogether. It's definitely what they need to close out a match like this. It's been a close order. Sparta have really tested them. A full spike coming in, though, from this T side could test Ruby's defense.
Yep. AK and Invisible, he was probably the main reason they were able to bring that engine game back, but has had a bit of a difficult time so far. Here on Nuke, it was Sobi and Miata, as we pointed out a couple minutes ago, that have been pushing forward the most. Katie spotting out one of the rifles, trying to get boosted up. Now you know it's a force buy, especially after spotting the diagonals, and Invisible has picked up the opening.
First step successful. Second one is dealing with Hasanator. He knows there's a smoke incoming, but his teammate was the one to bait them into his position. Trunic does what he needs to do. Just be the sacrificial lamb there. Soulbeast Eagle is able to find Hasanator. Invisible as well, doing some heavy lifting. This is a little bit rough. Ruby can't make it work with their buy round. Sprayed across the wall as well. McQueen shall force Sparta quick to pounce back.
I feel like we just forced it into existence. We were just saying how Invisible was not really having the same amount of impactful kills and rounds here on Nuke as he did on Ensign, and he just comes in and gets a triple like this one. It just gets so scrappy. I'm not really sure how Hasanator loses so many teammates before he gets into a fight, but he's still able to get a double kill. That's not enough for them to get the round. And this is a big blow. This is a massive hit for Ruby going into the second half. 2 rounds down now. You are forced to go for the investment. 1 rifle, 3 pistols, 1 SMG. You lose here. It's a 6-9 game, potentially a 6-10 the first time you get a proper investment.
Ruby thinking about going aggressive here. No way it pays off, right? Okay, Uramiata able to hold his ground. So, no crisis created here.
Yeah, he's such a precarious player, by the way, Uramiata, isn't he? Because
Sure.
quite rarely you'll see someone kickstart their professional career that late into their own life as he did, right? Because he's been playing professional Counter-Strike for around 2 years now, and he's 27. So when you're talking about Uramiata, he just came around let's say 2-3 years ago, right? Playing on a higher level, which is it is a pretty late age to join professional Counter-Strike. Yeah, there's just a couple good examples of phenomenons like that over time. Glowing is one from the Russian scene again. Gate used to be one from Denmark. Jax, obviously. But not too many of them.
It's the 1-for-1 there, but if you're Sparta, you can afford for these trades to take place. McQueen, he had a lot of commotion, so he'll try and find some consolidation frags, but other than that, his position is definitely discovered. Bomb can definitely go down, but in the process, Sparta do group up to deal with his threatening presence. So that's 9 now in the books for Sparta. And Ruby falling a little bit behind in terms of economy means that double digits are definitely on the horizon.
Yeah, actually, correcting myself. It's not even 2 years. It hasn't even been 2 years since he started playing professional Counter-Strike. So he started his professional career when he was 26. That is mental. Yeah. May 29, 2024. That's when he played his first ever HLTV official.
Crazy,
One of a kind.
Usually see players start their pro career 18 usually is the age, 17.
Even earlier now.
Even,
yeah,
I mean,
26
usually.
is when people start retiring now.
True that. See some odd cases of 20-year-old players starting their pro careers, but
yeah.
Uramiata pushing the boundaries, and he's showing why, right? He's a very skilled individual player. 18 kills already in this map. And a big win condition for Sparta overall, generally. At least it's been the case. Ruby taking a gamble. All 5 players on the upper side of the map. And if Sparta choose to move into B, which is exactly what they do, they will see no resistance.
Oh no.
Not again.
Oh no. Well, folks, that's happened again.
I'm assuming we're going to another break because of it.
Yeah, I think so. So the Sparta team did disconnect a couple minutes ago again, and they did rejoin the server, but unfortunately, the technical issues have not been resolved. So I do believe that we're sending this one into a short little break once again, and then as soon as the players are right back, and we're good to go, we'll be here. So,
Well, take 3, I guess. This is how we get back into the action. Ruby on 6, Sparta on 9, as they have continued with a bit of a streak here. Ruby, a lot on their plate, having their flow disrupted after their early successes in the half. On pistols, likely double digits after this.
Yeah, this is where we left off. Of course, we do apologize. Unfortunately, there is some internet issues with the side of Sparta. We did get the confirmation that they are on boot camp, and as much as that helps you, you know, build a team spirit, everyone gets to know each other, you bond well, you play better Counter-Strike, it is a little bit of a downside, or there is a bit of a downside to it. That is when internet stops for one person, it means that it stopped for everyone. So we do get some of those team disconnects, but you know what? Everything's fine. They're back into it. Hopefully it doesn't disturb the momentum, because they have been playing some good Counter-Strike.
Oh.
Hello.
I wonder what you do with this, KD, because now you
He's
no
missed
longer
his
have the chance to
opportunity.
get the headshot, and if you drop, you give off the audio cue. So I guess that's just info at this point.
Yeah.
Going a long way around down the stairs to make
Yeah,
sure
he's
we
not
can make
doing
less
anything
noise.
with this. No, nothing's gonna happen. Invisible goes down. So all of this, Katie, that was for nothing. They're already on the B bomb side. They've planted the bomb.
It's for comedic relief, I guess. That's what Katie did there.
Yeah.
You're
It's
probably
like
going to be sending Hasanator in, though.
I mean, realistically, you said everyone. You just play for the exits, right? You know they've got a lot of rifles. You've recovered a MAC-10. If you're able to lock them down, play for a couple exits. At this point, you are getting bonus cash for every single kill that you get on the CT side as well. This is something that we were talking about a couple of days ago when we were looking at some of the games from Group A and Group B, right? You get $50 extra for every single kill on the CT side, but unfortunately for Ruby, Sparta didn't choose to exit from ramp, so you're not really getting those opportunities presented, and you will hold on to that MAC-10. So a round of 2 kills and 2 kills only. We move forward to number 17. This is where Ruby need to get their foot in the door here on the CT side. It's now or never.
It definitely feels like that, Ted, doesn't it? Now, Sparta have been on that chopping block before. They were the ones trailing 10-2 behind, so definitely not unfathomable to believe that Ruby can do something of the sort. But even in a little bit better of a situation. But you're right, this is where they put their foot down. This is where they can make sure they have a decent stand on the CT side. Otherwise, Sparta can get away with this before you notice how it's over. Hasanator with first blood. Best step for Ruby to take.
Yeah, what do you read, though? How do you read into this one? You get a kill behind the smoke. Now they're showing even more presence, so essentially a player that was supposed to cut off rotations or go down the vent. Question is now, Sparta, will they send a second player in towards the lobby to fulfill the task of Invisible? Doesn't feel like it. Miata is actually going to stick around as they're making their way down secret, so this could work out. Damage, Dijon, down to 12 HP, but still kicking.
Dijon actually considering staying behind as well to help out his team.
Oh.
Or maybe act as a distraction.
Yuri was, I think they had mollies dropped for him on T roof, and he just failed the first one. He was supposed to fake A.
Well,
I'm not sure he knew the util. That could be an issue. Maybe that was Invisible supposed to throw the utility, and Yuri Miata didn't really know it.
Be the case.
He did throw it in the end.
That's just speculation, though. We'll see how it goes from here on out. B side taking over. No resistance, but Fozzel considering to take a peek, and that's exactly what he's doing. Connects with a headshot onto Sol B, and that's already 2 picks to nothing for Ruby.
Where's Yuri Miata? He's still in towards outside. He needs to get active.
You need someone to do some heavy lifting for Sparta, for sure. Dijon, likely to be a distraction now here from Control Room. He allows 3 players to cross. He's also got the double doors to work with. Kunfu's the only one that has found damage for Sparta so far. He needs a little bit more. He's being chased after. Now the bomb is ticking a little bit more frantically. Dijon at 12 points of health has got to do it. Bomb not covered, but Hasanator right on time to keep his teammate alive, and I think there's just enough time to get this bomb defused. Oh my god, that is so damn close. Ruby with a dub.
Oh, he just didn't see the head on time. He didn't see him. He could have killed him. He had an opportunity, just had to be so damn quick with it. And it goes down to the wire. A 0.2 second defuse there. Ruby going for a tactical timeout right on the back of it. And I feel like they know they dodged the bullet there, but they know they haven't dodged it fully yet. You still lose 3 players in this round. You still have your money incredibly low, and you still know there's an investment coming out of the T side. You're not out of the doldrums just yet. 3 rounds the difference. McQueen on an OP. Now would be the perfect time for you to give a performance worthy of a Piston Cup.
Okay. Nice reference.
Thank you, Matthew.
I wish I could do some of the voices, though. There are some good accents. There's some good...
I was just going to say, if you can pull off a Matthew accent, that would be really impressive.
No, I can't. Off the top of my head, absolutely not. McQueen, a little bit distracted there. Unable to press the trigger first. Falls back to safety. At least he doesn't go down, right? That's the positive to take away from that. But Fozzle could be in a bit of trouble. Look how far SPARTA are willing to take this.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. On paper, he should be aware of the possibility. It's all about whether they get caught in transition, and Katie's not necessarily being silent about it. They should know he's nearby.
Double kill for Dijon. No response from Ruby. That is massive from the player. And now all of a sudden, Ruby needs to do some heavy lifting to get back into this one. If SPARTA play this slow, methodical, they should be coming out on top of this one 9 times out of 10. Ruby connect all their players together, hoping that SPARTA walk past them. Information as well from Hasanator's movement. Invisible tries to chime in, and all of a sudden this actually could be doable, especially if the A site is going to be the target.
It's a bit tricky. You need to wait for Salt right now. One player dropping down the Van Trunic all alone. He's got the support of Dio, but he's not really looking towards heaven as of right now. He needs another big round.
Oh, Salt B, look at the movement. Catches McQueen off guard, and now that's an extra angle of attack that Trunic needs to be aware of. Hasanator looking to drop in from vents, but doesn't feel like Solby's position will get challenged eventually. This very much feels like a save from the 2 remaining Ruby players.
It has to be. At this point, even showing yourselves is not worth it, right? Even playing for a couple exits is not worth it. You lose those rifles, you've got nothing to work with. You hold on to them, you've got a little bit of residual cash left on Hasanator and McQueen's bank accounts. Trunic as well, over 1,000, so you could have a couple upgrades. This is a big one. Hasanator, all lost. And that's a big difference maker. That's going to be 11 rounds on the T side. No AWP for Ruby going into the next round of action, and Trunic needs to stay alive. He needs to hold on to the M4. Absolutely needs to. Does he get cleared out? Answers yes.
Oh my God.
And this is them falling apart right here, right now. McQueen's even disconnected, but look at the money.
That's devastation, really, for Ruby there. We knew it'd be a tough one, but not saving the 2 rifles, I feel like that is the final nail in the coffin, right? You could potentially had some sort of a supportive element to those 2 rifles, but without them just pistols, you're hoping that you're able to convert some damage with Deagles. Maybe you can imagine MP9 being dropped in there, but SPARTA, they've been clean, they've been pretty solid. They've had a decent showing. Timeout no more, as McQueen has rejoined the server. But it feels like there's only one buying opportunity for Ruby left to disrupt this.
That's been a tough one. It really has been. Not a lot of best of 3s could be more painful than one in which you get a 13-8 on map 1, a 10-2 lead on the T side of your own map pick of Ancient on map 2, and then you end up dropping the series and getting eliminated. That's a pretty hurtful one.
It's painful.
Yeah.
And it's definitely not what we came here to expect. SPARTA showing they've got fight in them, and it's good to see, keeping the competitive field fierce. Ruby with a bit of a trap play with the pistols, but it's not going to be tested. Sure, Invisible is going to show himself. Potentially an AK upgrade for one of these Ruby players. He's Sharon himself at least takes one down with him, but taking over this B site, that is a completely different story. Sparta will get this one for free, and with 4 out of 5 players available to them, this should see ourselves going into a 12-7 score.
Yeah. It is Sparta with map points. It's not Ruby. 5 in a row. They needed 2 on the second map to close it. They're not missing out on a lot of those opportunities. You're going to have the cash, you're going to have the money, you're going to have the guns out, but will that really make that big of a difference? McQueen is already holding on to that AK-47, or at least thinking about it. He's got plenty of cash for an op. They're just wondering if they're going to be able to get one rifle into the hands of Hastinator. Answer is no, you might not even be able to get him to play 2 rounds until this game is over, or before. Canvas does go down to the bomb, doesn't really mean a thing to the T's at this point. They're so fluffy rich.
Yeah, you can say that again.
You got the inside joke?
Yes.
It's connected to the team, right? We're talking about the same one. Okay,
yeah.
Nice.
Absolutely. Okay, Sparta now. All you've got to do is stick the landing, and they are taking a tactical timeout to make sure they can do that. Putting the plan in place. Knowing exactly what they need to do. Ruby, a mountain to climb. And this is just the first step of it. Daunting, man, for sure. Their mental has definitely been tested this entire series, and I feel like Ancient is definitely the peak of that. Now they're on the other side of the situation. They've got to show some mental strength that Sparta were the first to bring out.
All right, so far we've seen some pretty ballsy calling out of Sparta, by the way. There was a couple occasions. They've been toying a lot with the idea of the outside smokes, but there was a couple moments when they were testing the waters to see if Ruby will be quite quick on that defensive util deployment. Look at that. We're looking at a lot of pace, pushing through the mollies, aggressive in towards outside. There's so much happening around the map at the same time. McQueen able to get that opening kill, but in towards outside, the T's are already putting a lot of pressure.
And Foswell needs to prepare himself here to take this stance. McQueen is there to help out them. The molly, though, keeps Foswell under pressure, able to trade his life. Instantly, Ruby in pole position here. Uramiata, the only one left for Sparta to pick up the pieces, but it's all crumbled out of control in a matter of a blink's eye. And now, 1 round left still for Sparta. Ruby, though, have started their way back in.
It's not a bad attempt. With the amount of rounds that they've tried to go for the same variation of the outside smokes, and then get either down secret or try to push through the smokes in towards that garage position, it doesn't feel like a bad option to try and go for something like that with a little bit of pace in towards the ramp as well. Try and catch the CTs in rotation and transition. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out, didn't work out. They had the OP ready and set. So this is 4 rounds now. Chance number 1 doesn't work. You still have money. You lose here without a bomb plant. It won't be the same next time you exit your spawn. You won't be doing that with the rifles, but that might be it. Invisible with an opening kill. Trunin goes down.
Let me present a scenario to you, Ted. Sparta loses, they'll be in a bit of a pickle economically. Ruby could potentially get onto 12-10, and then that's a scary prospect, isn't it? But not
just
yet. The fact that Sparta got first blood, it puts them in the right position here. McQueen can't account for Canfuz's push there, the wide swing. And for that reason, Ruby further behind, 2 players lacking.
That needs to be the one. That's your best opportunity so far. And now you can see them taking their time. Now you can see them not wanting to make the wrong move. No one wants to be the one to go down right now from the T side, but Dijon will be that man to get found out. Katie with a big kill in towards outside, and in towards the round they go. This is a big one. Over's opened up a lot of space, and now you're hearing the rotations as well. Invisible, he can catch the timing to win them the game, or even better, he can call it back.
Ruby, they still have some piece of utility to deter this. Incendiary, if it's well placed, well timed, could completely disrupt the flow here for Sparta. There's not much time remaining. But the fact that they double pivot into this B site, into the A site rather, is the best decision. With 8 seconds on the clock, no one around to interrupt this. A 4v2 for Ruby, and it feels impossible. Hasanator, KD, both high impact players when it's required, but this is just too much to ask. Confronted from different angles, Hasanator gets the first one. The first corner piece of the puzzle is collected. KD gets shut down, so now has to call from the grave or let Hasanator do it by himself. And he's got so much covered ground to cover. From the ladder, he's already been spotted. Short Confused gets taken down in the process, but Invisible drops in from the back line. Sparta have done it. Reverse sweep after also being down on Ancient 10-2. Who would have thought? It's Sparta to take their opponents down and ready to basically play Metizport later on today.
Yeah, I mean, in such an unlikely situation, under such unlikely circumstances, Ruby bomb out of the tournament. And I say bomb out of the tournament. That was a sensational comeback coming out of Sparta. Down 1 map, down 2-10 after the CT side on Ancient on map 2. It felt like it was oh she rolled even then, but they were able to come back and win that Nuke in style. Props to them. Job's not done yet. They still need to take care of Metizport, and this is a matchup that will take place a little bit later on today. But Pavlos, we're running through the schedule as because of this game taking a little bit too long, we're a little bit behind with it. So folks, we're going into a really quick break, and then we're going to be right back with our next game from Group D. We're moving on to Group C, where Eternal Fire will be facing off against, I believe, the likes of Favbet. Yeah, it's an elimination game as well. Winner of that one is going straight into the playoffs, so make sure you don't miss it. It's going to be Alan in Tea Time taking you through it. We'll see you in a bit.
Force the kill on the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the road to the Thunderpick World Championships 2025. In October, teams will be battling it out for $850,000. But oh, I gotta bring my hands closer to depict a watch. It's not October yet, Alan. So what are we doing over here? We're in the European qualifiers, and we're about to find out who will be going forward into the knockout stages of the qualifiers. We're gonna be doing some deciders. We're gonna be having some fun. Alan, you ready?
I am indeed. I mean, this group was probably the most fun so far because Reason won the group from out of nowhere. Crazy players, front-sider, most aggressive man in the world. And because of that, tea time, it's thrown the whole group into absolute chaos. Monty's lost the group, only winning a single map. And now Eternal Fire and Fabbet, who actually might have fancied themselves to win this group at the start of it. One of them's going home today, and they'll be upset.
Did you have Monty? Wait. You didn't
I
think Monty would beat Eternal
would
Fire?
have
I thought
taken
Monty would have beaten
Monty.
Eternal Fire.
I personally would have taken Fabbet to win the group because they're the longest standing lineup. But I think a lot of people would have said Monty.
Yeah.
And Eternal Fire, I know there's a team they haven't got going yet, but they do have plenty of players there that have been established top 40 players in top 40 team.
Right.
So they have a lot more cachet. Certainly, I would never have had Reason above these teams.
Well, that's because you're a bad analyst, Alan, and that's why I love you, because you make me feel better about myself. That's why you're here, Alan. But why don't we feel a bit worse about ourselves by looking at the peak of humanity? Some Counter-Strike players from Eternal Fire. We obviously talked about them a couple of days ago as well. This is an interesting project that's been put together. The shift away from the Turkish scene has been absolutely... it's been absolutely vital, obviously, maybe forced upon them in a lot of ways, but they've still kept some pieces... Calyx, Emor sitting out there, but it does feel like the stars of the show are Mari and Beanox.
Yeah, so far, I mean, certainly when you look at the lineup on paper, I mean, Emor in the past, at least individually and mechanically, has been an excellent player, and I'd have thought at this level he'd be playing better. But I, granted, the sample size is quite small, but I haven't seen Emor close to the level he's played in the past just yet. Also, he hasn't played nearly as much CS in the last 6, 8, 9 months or whatever than he has in the past. So Emor for me is probably the biggest question mark, but I agree that Mari, Beanox especially, those for me feel like who's most likely to champion this team to map and series wins.
What about Fabbet? What are we thinking? Because every time I see the Fabbet lineup, I'm only just thinking of one thing. Yay, Bondik's still in the scene.
And a reminder that Marix does speak the language. Otherwise, it is quite confusing what someone from Luxembourg.
I was actually asking our producer earlier on, right? Because I'm obviously not from Europe and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, do people from Luxembourg speak like Ukrainian or something? Am I just missing out on something?
Sort of mad, like enclave, way away in a different country. No, I believe. Think parentage. So here, there is some very strong reason why. He speaks the language. I think he's half Ukrainian. Don't hold me to that.
Yes, he is Luxembourgish Ukrainian according to Wikipedia. So you've got that one right. Marix is obviously maybe the highest rated player, but not necessarily the one with the most hype. It does feel like, for me personally, I've always been looking forward to seeing when Jackie will step up, but it's never been actually materialized.
Potentially. I mean, of course, it depends what our ranking is, what our actual cutoff to be a great player is. He has played fabulous CS at 50th best, 60th best in the world level. I don't think he's playing his best necessarily right now. So maybe there is scope to have a bit of an upswing. But either way, I think the point you're getting at is that when we're looking at a team like this and we're thinking, how do they get up the rankings? How do they establish themselves as a higher level team? Well, I need to know who the star players are. And whilst Marix, Jackie, Smash, these guys are good players, are they star players?
Yeah.
I'm not sure they are right now.
It does feel like, for me, and look, this is also my biases. I was one of those weird kids who used to enjoy watching flipside matches for some reason, right? Like, I'm sorry, guys. I apologize to the wider world. But will always think that for me, it's always, hey, what can Bondig do with whatever set of youngsters that he's been given? And he hasn't really necessarily transitioned through to that leadership role quite as well as, some of the other members of Flipside have. Most notably, obviously, you're looking out towards someone like Blade and whatnot. But before we talk more about this, I do want to maybe jump forward to our veto as well. We're going to try and accelerate things through. Obviously, we've had some issues today as far as the tech is concerned, but it's okay. Hopefully, that'll be all said and done with. Train picked up a 5-bet Overpass from Eternal Fire, and they decided to be Inferno. New maps galore. Seen a few Overpasses now in the last 2 or 3 days, and they have not been thorough. Maybe it's a word. I don't think a lot of these teams are that comfortable yet on Overpass, which actually does surprise me, man, a bit, because it does play pretty much exactly the same as the old version. So I'd have thought, particularly the teams that have players that have been around for a while, and I would have think 5-bet probably are like that, as well as Eternal Fire. I always do expect a bit more out of Overpasses. So hopefully today it looks a bit better, because I have actually been disappointed by the level of CS that I've seen on that map so far. Yesterday, quick tangent. Yesterday, we had Sinners playing Overpass twice in the same day. I'm not even joking. That might be the best team in Tier 2 on Overpass. They have such a good Overpass. I was so thoroughly impressed, especially when you consider that, Sinners is not the kind of team that, is sporting a lot of those veterans like you mentioned. So it was a little bit surprising for me. But Train coming through from far bit over here as well. Why don't we maybe focus in on that a little bit? Because for me, whenever I see Train, I'm thinking, am I going to see goodie more, baddie more?
Who knows? I guess we'll find out. I'm just reminding myself, because we did see the Reason game. I saw the Reason game.
We both watched it,
yeah, I remember it now. It wasn't actually a great first half from 5-bet. They just had a massive CT side, only lost 1 round over there, and Jackie and Tension had a really good defensive side. So I guess we'll keep tabs on that. But yeah, either way, I need to see a bit more Train before I know exactly what it's like. 5-bet, statistically, it's extremely good for them, and that is also, that's a huge boon for them in a lot of series, because not a lot of teams are going to be banning it, and very, very few teams are willing to first pick, are they, on Train? So they're always going to get it.
It does feel like, to me, in my head, whatever team is good on Train is almost good on Overpass as well, though. It's just, I don't even know if that's true, but in my head, it is. So I'm always concerned going into these matches when I see that a team has 0 maps in Overpass and then Overpass gets picked, right? Because yesterday we saw people picking Overpass into Sinners when they didn't have a single map played on HLTV officials. It comes through. They've clearly been drilling it and practicing it. And it's a bit concerning to me when I don't have full confidence in the side that's picking it, right? Eternal Fire, like you said, probably should be one of the teams that are doing pretty well for themselves on Overpass, but recently they've actually been losing it a fair bit. The Reason yesterday, they looked terrible, frankly speaking, versus Reason. They got 16 forward. The map pick just did not matter. You saw absolutely nothing coming out from like Mario and Emor in particular. It was really troublesome. So I'm just hoping that we're not going to see the same version of Eternal Fire, because what we saw from them on Overpass yesterday was there was no interesting protocols on the T side. They weren't able to fight for connector control even when they got bathrooms control and B short control. It never felt like they were actually taking advantage of the faster rotations in through that side of the map when you are on the T side, which is what the entire map is sort of hinged on. I had a lot of questions when that Overpass was finished, and I'm hoping that the answers today look prettier than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just trying to actually dig up history for some of these players. So from the 5-bet side of things, the reason they haven't played Overpass yet is quite simply because they've only played 1 game since the player break. So it must be in their map pool. They're always banning elsewhere. They're always banning Mirage in their games. So they have, we and Eternal Fire have no idea. But I do think it's the right move from Eternal Fire. It's very unlikely a team, their first official, is going to hit the ground running. There's surely going to be some mistakes. So yeah, I am behind that. It'd be very interesting to see exactly how that looks. Where are we? Overpass. Okay, they have, some of these guys have played it a bit. Ikla is the bulk of this team, this 5-bet team, some of the Ikla players, and they did play a fair amount at the kind of the start of 2023, which would have been reasonably close to when it came out of the map pool.
Well, we're going to have to wait to see exactly how things shape up regardless, because I can tell you right now, even if they've been playing it before, it looked like they'd probably been pretty used to bugging on it and whatnot. But it's not about Overpass right now, Alan. It's about Train, and that's what we're getting into. It'll be Train to start things off. Falvet's map pick, like Alan mentioned, they had a pretty good time of it versus Reason, who have stolen my heart and this group.
Rock and roll, baby. Let's see. I mean, it's a fun series. We don't get to see Train Overpass that much, so it's always interesting on these maps to see how these teams are developing. Nice CT side start for the Turkish-Polish mix. Where's Emor going with those Julies? Upper
Right
B.
out towards upper. Not the most common spot for them.
I was thinking Pop Dog. I thought that was everyone. Everyone plays Pop Dog with the
Hey, wouldn't have
Julies,
hated-
but not Emor.
With the setup that's coming over, I wouldn't have hated him to be in Ivy either. Mari will have a lot to do. 3 players on the other side. Jackie's taking his head clean off. He doesn't even get information on the remainings. The CTs might be worried about a potential lurking player. That smoke's been up for a while now, though, so they'll start to have suspicions. Mas uses those suspicions to quickly probe out, get a quick kill. Jackie's been traded, and Smash starts to scale. Into the A-bomb site they go. Access points galore, but the problem will be through Zekon and from the back of the site. Calyx, Emor, both lighting up the scoreboard. Fantastic stuff. And at least Bondic as the one-man show. This might not be the best of shows. I probably wouldn't pay money to go to see this one, Alan.
No. No, it's the first act in the stand-up mic, open mic, heckled off, potentially. Yeah, decent round for the CT side. Got pretty scary, obviously, when Jackie gets the opener on Ivy, but we weren't watching it. But in the meanwhile, Emor was clearing all of Brown Halls, which helped, certainly, to help Eternal Fire lean numbers over to A. And I think Mask's 1 kill on Ivy might actually have won the round. I think they get overwhelmed quite fast if he doesn't slow down the Ivy presence.
Force spike coming out from Falvet is immediately punished. You've lost Maurix's life, and the Eternal Fire side comfortably nestled behind that smoke out towards Ivy. That is more damage being dealt. Okay, all right. Enox just stands and delivers. That's a very ambitious triple grenade, I will say.
Yeah, and what do you do now? You've got 2 flashbangs.
And a dream. Hopefully. Would kind of suck if they didn't have a dream.
Maybe.
What are you doing in Counter-Strike then? Alan, do you have a dream?
World peace. But that's just because I star in beauty pageants on the...
Of course, of course. I knew I'd seen you somewhere.
Yeah.
You were like Miss Pakistan, weren't you?
I get around.
Flashbang that Mari is avoided, and it should be pretty straightforward regardless. He's got a great position. Jackie with the wraparound is going to be able to take his life away. That's a Falmas that won't be recoverable, at least some damage dealt. But when you've got Tech 9s like this, it's not about damage. Emor will be providing cleanup, and it is looking pretty. Not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty much par for the course. 3 players alive. This one's a heavy eco from Fabet. So not expecting too much.
Alan, if you had to actually actively compete in a beauty pageant, right?
Oh my god.
Right? Because we've got an eco, right? You have to actively compete, okay? And you get to choose any country in the world, and it's a male beauty pageant, obviously. You're looking for Mr. XYZ. Which country do you think you'd have the best chance in, based on, you know, what you think their beauty standards probably are?
Let me have a think about this. This is a big question.
See, I think I do pretty decently in, like, Mr. Italy. I'm obviously not winning because Italian men are like incredibly good looking and whatnot.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm kind of lanky. I'm kind of tall. You know, but I'm also not like overly thin. I like their sense of style and the likes. I think my skin tone isn't too far away from theirs, so I kind of do like blend in a bit as well. But I'm still, you know, slightly different. I think I could do pretty well in, you know, Mr. Italy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad choice. Cyprus would be interesting because I am actually Cypriot.
Well.
I don't think I'd win Northern Europe because I'm not the tallest. But they get kind of the further south you go in Europe, the shorter they get. So maybe Cyprus. Otherwise, I think maybe South America because I'd be like seen as like
true.
exotic.
It is true. Something a little bit fresh.
Do you know the show like Bridgerton or Downton Abbey? These sort of shows.
Yeah.
Right. So
You
I
just
once
sell
went.
that.
Right. Okay. I once went on one date with a girl from Ecuador, and she was telling me that her mum had joked with her before she met that like her picture of all British guys were like 1800s top hats, like people in a country estate. So that's what I appear like to all the South Americans, apparently.
Well, gives you a good shot of winning this one, but in the meanwhile, we've had a whole lot of nothing happening. Utility being used on either side, and Smash will be able to now find Calyx. That's an important entry because that does leave the B side open. The problem is you're not rotating from IV to B, just like you're probably not having Alan rotate to Ecuador to win a Mr. Universe. Mast, however, might be able to still claw things back. Rotations won't matter, and there won't be any second prong of assault. Emor's forward-facing position is going to be great. 18 seconds on the clock. Beanoff sitting behind the newly found boxes, and Emor's the one to trade him away. There's still a man inside Pop Dog. Moss wants to push, but Mari's holding down the site. 6 seconds on the clock. The bomb can't make its way over. They just need to find the kill. Maybe even after time. No. Tension will be able to keep himself alive, and Eternal Fire still take the round.
That was just carnage. Absolute carnage. I can't help feeling that if Favbet had maybe even 10 more seconds, they could have been so much more composed right at the end there, but clearly they didn't.
It does feel like that kill from Calyx really just rattled them as well, throwing them off that late into the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the case that in Modern Train, especially that new box, I appreciate it didn't achieve that much, but it just adds another angle for you to worry about as you're trying to get onto the bomb train. And obviously, at all times, there can just be somebody stood behind the bomb train, and they don't have to reveal themselves until you're on the bomb.
I really like the new box over there because it did feel like the site was so much more open than it used to be before, and maybe this is just because I like the old version of Train a lot. But yeah.
The old Train... I'm guessing we're talking about early Go. Well, the second iteration in Go.
The one that Astralis beat VP on.
Yes. That had a lot of kind of deeper lines, deeper angles.
Yes.
This one's a bit more close range, close quarters now.
This could be dangerous over here. Calyx has found Marix, but the problem is Smash is now closing in on Mari's position. He misses his chance, and now with that, Mari can fight back. There was one shot you had to fire. Tension's the one hitting them off, but now it might be too late. 2 quick kills found, but he's losing teammates like flies. But only he actually likes his teammates, so maybe not like flies. Like teammates. 30 seconds. Game still on. If you can find the skill from Mars, the problem is going to be the shadow disadvantage. It is massive. Mars takes him down, and there you have it. Eternal Fire. 2 rounds in a row. Very few players kept alive, so there still are chances of being reset, but they have started off 5-0.
Starting to look good. The money isn't out of control. That's one small ounce of solace for Favbet, but clearly, as we've seen so far during these rounds, they're really struggling to get out and onto a bomb site in a decent position with also a bit of time remaining to actually get something done. I hope to change that in this round. Detail spent as they go for their B-heavy default, and Marcy's just going to fight. Got so many teammates around. They've got 4 players committed here, the CTs, to fighting for B, and that's a bit of a disaster now that they've lost it.
You could still clean this up with Mari's position, but Calyx had to stay alive for that one, and with him going down, Emor's not going to be given an easy shot. Marix is taking up a good spot for himself. This likely is going to end up being a save. If Marix gets backstabbed, maybe there's still a chance. Creep and crawl. Incendiary's good. Jackie's position given up. It's still Emor trying to wrap around with the AWP, but Smash is ready for the angle. Eternal Fire, those early losses, and Smash is the one to do it all. 4 kills in the round. It is his comeuppance.
Absolutely. That'll be a tough one for Eternal Fire to reflect on, because you know, their call in this round is we're going to send 2 B ramp, 1 B upper, and 1 pop dog, and we're going to completely crunch all of the brown halls and kill anybody defaulting B. And Favbet do a 3-man B default is exactly what you want. They just fought in the wrong order. The player pop dog for Eternal Fire fought so long before his teammates could ever get a trade or actually collapse, and by the time it actually advanced a bit into brown halls, they've shown so much presence that it was the easiest call ever for Favbet to go A, because, you know, if there's 4 players alive and 3 of them are B tunnels, there are not many defending A, are there?
Simple maths. Ooh, what is going on over here? Nice little collection as he really forces the issue. We're seeing a much better Emor today than we did on Friday, and I am loving it. That is a quick sideline offered up to Calyx. He will find Bondic, trying to lurk through the smoke, and Eternal Fire might be right back to winning ways. They have not waited at all.
Audacious from Bondic.
A little bit.
He must have thought he had a timing or something, because that just looked bizarre to us.
Calyx has very often been playing like the upper brown holes, or at least trying to push into it, so maybe that's what he's trying to take advantage of. That's literally the only thing I can think of.
It's quite an assumption, though, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
And money's so bad off for Favbet. Saving's not really an option, so they're going to continue pressing here towards Ivy.
They still have $2,900 loss bonus. They could save and buy him next. Oh, Mari hears an AWP on the other side of it, but that's not what he has to worry about. It's Jackie's AK. Jackie gets one, multiplied towards the back of the bomb site, and Mast is relying on Emor, pushes forward into the AWP, and suddenly it's right back in contention. Calyx and Beanox on the bomb side. Beanox trying to push through the smoke, find the planter. Marix has been given time, but he hasn't got his gun out. Leaves tension alone. 1 versus 2. He's had some good moments, but it's his time to shine, and no can do. Calyx sidelines him, puts him down. AWP can be recovered over here as well. Easy peasy.
Indeed. Got a bit scary, but helped in large part because there's no, on Mirage, if you plant default on A and hold CT, you can always get the bomb down. There's not really an equivalent here on the A side train. There's just so many angles you're exposed to in a 2v2. That is their undoing. At least the plant enabled to buy. Without that plant, strong likelihood it would have been a half buy, I think, for Favbet. And they need to get something going here. This is their map pick. It's been very strong for them in the last 2, 3, 4 series.
Yeah.
But they are going to need to get, what, 4 at least on this T side to feel comfortable at all going in the second half.
And if you lose over here, this might be your chances of 4 gone and dusted. Look at the rotations from Eternal Fire. They are fully expecting this, but Calyx's demise is going to be added to. It's going 3 dropped out. Only for 2. Smash is low. Marix is far into the site. Problem is he's not been able to get that first kill, and now Mas is coming in from behind. Excellent push timing, and Smash is low. Doesn't feel comfortable taking these duels or reload. That's where he gets caught out. No smoke available for that bomb. The Molotov from tension is going to be all the more important, so he has to use it. Emor's AWP cannot be what ends up finding him. A flash in his face is hardly feeling comfortable. They need to stick the bomb, and instead it's Emor who's trying to cover it off and does so successfully. 7 for Eternal Fire. Even when Favbet get the entries, they cannot maintain the advantage.
Huge round from Musk. It's been someone who hasn't actually been tested that many times in this first half, but he was fantastic there. Emor continues to be a stable rock on this defense, always on the move. And Favbet need to pause, don't they? Because whilst it's great, they're getting the bomb down and then keep buying. Unless they find a way to solve this puzzle of this Eternal Fire CT side, they're just going to be out of this soon. They're so far down on rounds. About to contact A, and there is only one in defense. This could work.
Alex is B, in fact, and he's going to be cut off again. They're all the way into the site, and by the time Emor makes his way over, Nuke can't keep pulling Util out. Guys, you've got the advantage. Bondick's position is good, though. The problem is going to be the play coming in from the flank. Bondick with a two-man spray. Emor mid-air has met his death, and Murray turns around to a flash. That's not the problem. The problem is he wasn't going to see Bondick regardless.
Yeah. Clearly starting to get a read, aren't they, on where Calyx is playing. Obviously, that was quite extreme for Calyx to actually turn at just the wrong time, but I think he always would have been traded, even if he was looking the right way. So, handy round from Favbet. Clearly are catching on to some tendencies. And actually having kept some of these rounds competitive in the last 3 or 4, the money is bad. And Eternal Fire are pushed into position where what are we going to have, an AWP and then a smattering of pistols and one FAMAS? Emor needs to do something creative here.
Gotta have faith. He's the one who's popping out smokes and the Molotovs inside Pop Dog to take that first initial aggressive peek, moving back in, rotating to B. He's been light on his feet, you know. Kind of a dancing man so far on the CT side. Well, they knew it. Never mind, they read you. I'm sorry, Emor, I might have jinxed you.
Oh, wow.
That's not great.
Time to stack a site, I think, and just commit.
Well, they are not going to do that. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a say goodbye to Calyx and save situation.
Don't really have an option. So Favbet are at least clawing themselves back into this up a little bit from these dying embers. Pretty soon to be secured. And a couple rounds on B. Heading their way now.
This isn't much to save. I know that it's obviously the right decision to go for, but this doesn't mean your next round isn't going to have to be some weird creative skullduggery going on. Loss bonus is awful.
Yeah, they won't reinvest anything. They're just gonna use what they've saved.
Even in the round after this, it's only 2,400 more.
Yeah.
So you are genuinely playing for the win. This is a double eco from this point on.
Well, you can buy in the next.
Oh, of course, yeah.
A smart move might be always having numbers around the AWP to ensure that if that AWP survives, their buy is quite good next round. And Emor, I think, has kind of committed to that philosophy because he actually needs to live.
Yeah.
Or somebody saves his AWP with now that he's brought up body armor.
That'll be a minor objective in the grander quest to upset Favbet's economy in this round. To upset the economical advantage. Is he trying to spam back? Ambitious. Calyx on the jiggle. There's Mari behind him as well. The only person who really matters over here is Emor, and out in Pop Dog, should he die, like we said, that's going to be a problem that extends into the next round, not just this one. Needs to get this frag.
He was playing Connector, and I thought he'd stay there. so that he could always just fall out if the site gets overwhelmed. But you're right. He's now E-box sandwich positions where he can very quickly get overwhelmed. I'm watching the rotations on the CT side. They are going to commit 4A with a kind of upper B push.
They don't have flashes though, so Emor could do some serious damage. First skill's been found. Second one is right there as well. This is the problem with committing without those flashes. The op feels all powerful. You've got players covering off every angle, and sure, you don't get to play buddy-buddy, but you're relying on yourself to hit that shot, and that reliance is something Emor's always good for. Calix now shows up as well. Emor keeps it going. This is the definition of a hero op, but now that your hero has fallen, will there be another one to rise in his stead? Mari is ready.
I'm done. Huge from Emor, and obviously someone we did highlight before the map and the match, saying haven't necessarily seen the best of him in the last couple games, but absolute hero in that round. And on the reverse, I think it'd be very fair to be critical of Favbet, because Favbet knew an AWP was on the server, and to execute so late in the round with so little util remaining, gotta ask some questions. Why are they even letting it all get that many opportunities?
Forced away by the flashbang. Having shot won't land, but he's got plenty of time himself. You created a bare minimum, Alan. It's 4. Favbet. Aye, that's not gonna help.
This is a nightmare. Execute now for these T's. Gonna have to commit through. Body timing is decent. And Emor, a rare miss, gives an opportunity. Bondic, double collection onto Sandwich. Now they have some room to work with. Just going to clear out this play around Bomb Train. And there's not much of a defense remaining. There is a Pop Dog flank. But my main fear is going to activate too late here to really be a factor. Only Mari could have stifled this, and now he's gone.
Mari had to stay alive over there if he wanted Calix to be able to do anything. If he just took a slightly more defensive angle, but obviously at the same time, always looking for an opportunity to try and level the playing field. This round is still on, or at least that's what they think on the CT side. Calix's flashbang is supposed to be the spurring moment. Of course, last round of the half, you better go and at least jiggle it up out there, but yeah, won't work out. Great entries from Bondic, and like you said, Emor's miss might be something that he regrets later on more so than not.
It happens. Played a monster round earlier in the half, obviously, so we'll let him off. And Favbet, to give him some credit, this first portion of this half was so difficult. Then they had close round losses. And obviously, as soon as they tilted that economy over, that's when they really started getting rounds. And it looks a bit more kind of decisive and aggressive. They weren't just getting battered as they're trying to split the sides. It's a better version of Favbet we've seen in the end. That is nice. And we're straight into it. Second half.
Bondic with a flashbang, smash with the smoke. That's all they have to try and stop this T-side assault that's going to be coming over. Eternal Fire are not looking to concentrate forces, however. It's a default spread earlier on, a charcuterie board of terrorists.
So they go early B, Eternal Fire. That's to stop Favbet playing 4A. The guy jiggling on B. See the mini-map now. Favbet's been forced into having 2B because it's just too much of a risk. The main question I have looking at this round for Eternal Fire is, On a map like Train, only having the one util set, it's not necessarily the easiest to get out and onto a plant. I mean, B's probably easier.
Yeah.
I guess we are starting to lean that way. A, there's so many angles to deal with just 2 pieces of util.
It's also going to be impossible to fight into A without losing at least 2 members with the way Marix is positioned. The problem is Marix's position is changing. It is going forward. He's going to be able to call out the rotate early on, and now you have 3 players on this B bomb site to deal with. There are no flashes. Smash out in the open will not be forced off. He pushes himself off because he's confident in the retake. Jacky's got 1. The trade is good, and the T's are making good progression back towards Zcon. This could be big. This is exactly the position you want, but Marx is going to be the disruptor. Mast is able to trade him away, and Jacky's misses are quickly punished. Bondic can't find a kill to save his life, and that's exactly what was at stake. The life of Favbet might have just shortened massively on their own map pick.
Such a shame. It's one of those rounds where if you were showing it to somebody and you paused it just before the execute, and you're like, who's going to win this? People would say, there's a 95% chance Favbet's going to win this round because they have all the information. They have 3 on B, they have 1 close rotating connector, and they have a flank that's going to hit so early that surely the T side isn't ready for it. I'm a little bit stunned. I feel like Favbet should have got more out of that round. And now a desperation for Spy where if they were to lose this series in totality, and of course their place in the tournament, goes into huge jeopardy because this is their map pick.
This could be a very good stack of A, though. The only question is, are you going to turtle or are you going to prod? Eternal Fire's util set is not good, Alan. Like, this is versus just pistols. If 4 smokes are your primary sort of offensive util pieces, you are going to get wrecked. And the scout hasn't been smoked off either. That is an incredibly good kill from Beanox. Also vital that he gets his second. And honestly, this could have gone very wrong, but instead Beanox reminds us how it can go very right.
Said that a few times in the last couple of rounds, haven't we? Where Eternal Fire seem to have an ability to bail themselves out of rounds. And the funny thing is, that was a hallmark trait of the fully Turkish teams.
That's true.
Is that at any moment their individual ceiling was honestly, it was the highest of any tier 2 team for a long time, even when they weren't ranked top 30 because their team was such a mess. That they could just win rounds of this. So it is quite funny that even this lineup seems to have that ability too.
You can take the Turks out of Eternal Fire, but you can't take the Eternal Fire out of Turkey, man. That's just how it is.
I know, man. Emo's still here. Emo's still here.
I mean, Calyx is as well. You know,
I know.
The point is it's a bitty phrase I'm trying to say, Alan. Come on, man. Don't do me like that. You're never going to be Mr. Ecuador this way.
How dare you dash my dreams?
Amor's been dashing dreams ever since he started this game. He's had a real performance, 22 and 10 now. You gotta love it.
Okay. Well, this is a long way gone. We might even start having to talk here about can Fabric get rounds on the board and play some Counter-Strike before this map's over, because it's hard to imagine a world where this game gets equalized from here. Individually, they're not in it. As a team, even when they're making some good decisions, they're getting completely overwhelmed. And obviously the rounds where they're not calling into the right areas, they've been absolutely smashed. This is a nightmare.
Anyone about to wake them up from it? Anyone? No? Damn.
It interests me just how much util teams use to stop aggression, because on the
On Pop Dog,
last
you mean?
train, nobody used anything like that much util to stop a B push.
Oh, on B. Oh, fair enough. I mean, it also just does feel like it's just so much more viable. It's like the only venue for aggression now. Old Train, you can actually push into A main a lot more effectively as well. It also felt like you had more like potential activity through Ivy, and teams just use less Molotovs early in general. Now comes out the execute though, and now we can see Flame on across the map. Mari is scaling very interesting enough all the way through his own Molotov. He's given up position. It's a spam that actually dissuades him from going back to CT, and the 1-for-1 in the bomb site makes it feel like Eternal Fire might want him there regardless. This round should be over.
I think you need to go for it, right? I mean, 8 in a row, especially that kill from Jackie. This has to be an attempt. Mari remains in the back lines. Bondik seems to be aware this duel could open up the round, and Bondik goes down. Now it becomes really tough. How do you root out a player in a position as strong as that and defuse this bomb? Oof. Huge kills from Beanox, but equally time could have done the job as well. 12 for Eternal Fire. It's a very different look to Eternal Fire when they're winning like this, and Beanox has not had to be a factor much in this map. It speaks volumes to how good this team can look when Emor is playing well, because that really does change the dimension of this squad.
To be honest, I've just been mostly surprised with how good Mari's been, just generally speaking. Beanox and Emor have always been the players who everyone talks about, obviously, for good reason. This is a real triple threat tier 2 to 3 team, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them scaling up the rankings to like that number 45 mark, 40 mark very quickly.
It also illuminates another one of our points earlier is, this is quite a stark example, but where are the star players on FabFab right now? They're being absolutely dominated. Nobody is even in the same universe as Emor.
Yeah.
Hopefully that changes a bit over the series, but this sort of effect, let's say, I think will play out again.
You've got very little. It's Stone Age versus the Space Age going on right now.
Beanox really not have a rifle.
Yeah. That's what I was a little bit concerned about on the other side of things. But 1-for-1 doesn't matter. It feels like Beanox is going to be given a rifle very quickly by his teammate. Maybe it's just a nice little shared rifle program. Tension out in the open will fall, but not before he does get information about the remaining CT players as well. Mas should be over and done with, but he might as well try and get some kills while he's at it. He knows he's going to be chased down regardless. And yeah, Beanox was just saving money to drop for Mas in the next round.
Yeah, that's how that works. Must be. I guess he just forgot to buy. Bizarre. So, decent round for FabBet. Of course, they're did a lot of B aggression there, which ultimately put them in good stead at the end of the round with some decent positions. So a nice round in isolation, but obviously they're a base camp, and they've got Everest here to summit. And now we're going to pile on the aggression. Masked doesn't get much done, and he seems to have been a ruse. The bulk is elsewhere. The bulk is towards B, but everybody's trained. Tension's not going anywhere. 4 in defense. This round has not worked.
Have we found the star player? If Tension's going to be coming alive, this would be a high time, even if it might be too late for Train. It's obviously a player you want to have activated going into Overpass as well. FabFab still have a chance to make a small run of things. They've reset Eternal Fire's economy, but the little drums that start at the beginning of every new round, that'll always be there. Eternal Fire has 6 match points in a row. Map points, rather.
This one is an eco. So hopefully a moment to breathe for FabBet. Still, I think we're far from concerned about the likelihood of Eternal Fire winning this map. It's hard to imagine we don't have a round where an individual doesn't just do something to open it up.
Yeah. The thing is, I really am not confident in their overpass, so I would like a convincing performance from them if I'm to have any faith.
True, but equally they're playing a team that's never played the damn map.
Dude,
So
I remember a flip side overpass, okay?
long time ago. Making us wait here. Stringing this one out. Not going to get any more util for free out of this CT side, so they might as well just go. The big man on campus, Bondic, is having a field day.
Well, how do you see Bondi performing? I've got very clear biases in that regards. God, I'm trying to remember. That flip side Mousesports game, was that? No, that was Gash, wasn't it? That wasn't an overpass.
Which one are you on? You on about the
really long game.
Oh god, is it Columbus?
I think it might have been. I think it probably was, yeah.
Like 28 rounds, something or something like that.
Something ridiculous like that. Yeah, 28 aside.
I know. I can't remember the game.
I think it was
it might
Flipside
be.
versus Mousesports on Cash.
I
The
don't
original
remember.
Nip Amcor.
Something tells me it was Train, but that might be a wrong memory.
Well, if Bonda can get himself up to that 20th round of hair, that would be very impressive. He would like to have that be trained right now. Turtle Fire back into buys. They've got another gun round up for themselves. It is starting to look a little bit like FabBet might have their number at a few places, but like you said, it does feel like you could also trip over and fall into a round at times. In moments like this, good early damage. Beanox is honest, and he's honestly sick of these grenades.
Extremely slow round. Eternal Fire. Haven't done much to pressure this CT side just yet. Bomb seems to be looping towards B for my money. But there's no reason right now for FabBet not to have at least two, and actually they're going even further. They're saying it's so little A pressure, we're going to play free in defense here. This is a tough nut to crack.
Smash is in a very awkward position. If he goes even slightly further ahead, Beanox should have had the better of him. They line up instead. That could not have gone worse. You hear that, Alan? That's the sound of a fire hitting a roadblock. Maybe they can still power their way through it. Emor's alive, but not for long. The bomb on the ground, and Mari wondering where all his team went. He has to save. And that does screw up their economy for the next few rounds.
Yeah, it does.
They kill him
I think stay alive. Does. Yeah, timing was brutal there for Eternal Fire, but... So the call for them was, the idea was they were going to use util to get their soul, I think it was masked, and Pop Dog out, at least fighting, and then the free upper would walk out. Obviously, they never got that far. Part of me's wondering why they feel the need to be so creative. I would have thought very standard train rounds here would seal the deal.
Pop flash. I do love that one. It's one of my favorite flashes in train. It's just so simple. was so effective. Double up now out for Favbet as they are hoping that simplicity can be what allows them to take rounds away. In simplicity of an op, yeah, nothing beats it. Jackie, however, might be losing his shot and his life tension, and Marix are playing cover though. Marix comes in for a quick double kill, and despite losing out on that secondary op, this should still be a pretty clear-cut round. Beanox has chances. Those chances are limited because of the lack of the bomb, but the time is there at the very least.
What he'd give to have a rifle right now. To work pretty hard to recover one. And Smash has no idea.
Oh, God.
Lucky. Very lucky.
That has to just be the inaccuracy.
Yeah, I was watching that thinking, if that was a deagle, he's dead. Wow.
It's suddenly on. You did say, Alan, Favbet have not had the most impressive T-sides on train. It's not T-side anymore. This gun round catapults them forward if they win this one. They are not just back in relevancy, they are maybe even expected to break into overtime should you win over here.
Don't count your chickens. Any more finds one. Goes looking for more. He's taking space. Which is very annoying. Pulls him off the angle. Oh, it's awkward. Decent 1-2 punch, but it does come at the expense of tension. And Calix kills Bondic. 2v2 now. So much happening in these back lanes. So many angles to worry about.
I've never seen a map of train where everything seems to come down to rotations through CT back into Ivy. And the timeout is right. Eternal Fire, they use their last tactical timeout because Favbet are now likely breathing down the neck of overtime massively so. And you know that round, obviously the kill onto Emor seems to be the most influential one. You can clearly see that Favbet, decent comms going on. They actually feel like they can win again. The flashbang, the quick jump across, the replacement, still not peeking directly into the op before the jumps happen, right? All of these small little things, Favbet believes, and frankly, I might as well.
It was very strange watching a T-side where Eternal Fire's basically done nothing main. Entire half. One round where Masked went out, and of course they default around it, but for what should be the main avenue on the entire map, incredibly little presence. Mari allowed Favbet to lean elsewhere, and whilst they do change it up this round, it's just pistol armor and it's already looking cooked.
Marix has done a very good job on the CT side of being exactly where he needs to. The amount of time that he's been able to sort of punish anyone trying to leap into sandwich, and also he's always been ready to go back to the back lanes and support his teammates after the first two players have fallen. He's been doing a really good job on this A side, and his scoreboard is starting to reflect it. 22 and 14. We needed a hero. He might be here. Emor no longer looking like he's, out of the stratosphere.
Calix as well has cooled off a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
They can't be finding that many kills per round on this T side either. And we're straight into it. No pauses remaining, so Eternal Fire have to roll with the punches now. And they do default heavy main. This is the change up. Barracks is up close. So inclined a lot of these rounds to announce its presence in around main. Sandwich, E-box, these sort of positions. I get the sense we're going to do something early here. There's a lot of people poised to send util in and over main to get these two moving.
Even if it's early, I don't know if it's going to work. Mari's low. He should have been the point of first contact, and in many ways he is. He's the point of first demise. Beanox does trade him. Marix, the danger man of A, has been put down. And with that, Eternal Fire turned back and say, you know what? Maybe we can go to B instead. Which is kind of weird logic, but hey.
Such a heroic trade there from Beanox.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a small thing, but to swing to just swing out and instantly trade and not allow main to be held for free and to even up the numbers, it totally changes the chances here for FabBet. And they're forced into a spot where they have to respect A. They've decided to play B retake. Got an Ivy lurk. That's Calix. Where he goes down. And now there's also a rotation here on B. Beanoxo continues his absolute reign. Can Smash get anything done here behind the oil train? Does seed the plant. 3v3 now.
Bondic is the one to keep an eye out for. His activation is going to be absolutely critical, and Emor misses the timing. Beanox is still watching. He's still covering the Guardian Angel of this round. Eternal Fire have been relying on him for everything, but he cannot deliver the third time over. Moss instead will have to step up. Emor is now down as well. Moss is trying to close the distance, make it a 1 versus 1. He's successful in that attempt, but Bondic has a kid, and he's not afraid to stick it. Here's Moss nearby, turns around, gets the kill, and he'll still get the defuse. FabBet will take it to OT. Bondic, how do you do it?
Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. That map should have been over 20 minutes ago. Just recalling the score line.
12-4. 12-4. Make a run of it.
That is a nightmare. That is an absolute nightmare. This should never have got to overtime.
Look, I know it's difficult in these rounds. You're a T-side opera and everything, and you really shouldn't have to rely only on him. But that last round, Emor knows Bondic's coming in from behind. You're really hoping he's going to hit that shot. Beanox as well. Good off angle. Bondic just tearing them apart. You know what they say about old man strength, Alan? It's strong.
Apparently. So I've been told. Yeah. Guess let's give FabBet, credit, obviously. Well done to them for staying calm and composed despite the scoreline. Marek's obviously a tremendous half. Rotations were fairly good. Decent calls. So good stuff from them. But I think we'd all feel forgiven for that second half. It's just overshadowed by the collapse of Eternal Fire. Whatever FabBet did, how does an Eternal Fire in that good individual form lose from a 12-4? Or letting itself to overtime at the minimum? And I can assure you they're asking themselves the same questions right now.
I'm not worried about the questions they're asking, Alan. I'm wondering what the answers are going to be. This is your cue to give me the answers, Alan, if it wasn't clear.
I barely.
You know, we do this thing. I ask questions, you give answers. Play. Damn.
Don't get me to analyze this game. It hasn't made a lot of sense for the last 10 rounds.
You're kidding me, Calix! What the hell is that? Just double trades it, and he keeps it going with Moss to be his predecessor. Please, turn around and look at him. Please. Marx is going to get another one. That grenade. Mari's checking the other angle. Marx. Oh. I really thought he'd swing for that. Alright, some semblance of sanity perhaps can prevail. No, it can't.
Very unbeanox there not to finish his food.
He's been having a rough one.
This is still big advantage, Mara. Especially if you get into sandwich. I don't think Smash ever expects this.
He doesn't miss the shot. Okay, there you go. All right. Great
Same
shot
every
from
time,
Calix,
isn't it?
man.
Straight into overtime, instant round win. Predictable.
Indeed it is.
It's such an important map here if Eternal Fire can stabilize, because a 2-0 is really quite likely if they can just close this damn map out. They've chosen to do it the hard way.
I have no faith in anyone closing this map out for now. Mollies, nays, the works, and Pop Dog feels like it is barking up the wrong tree. Once again, 3 players out on Ivy. This has been a little bit of a landscaping journey. We've had a lot of Ivy, narrow passages, very gosh. Oh my gosh, Jackie just keeps getting it done.
Wow.
Brilliant entry.
Beanox
That's the
is so
Beanox that we've been
inconsistent, man.
absolutely
Right now.
missing over here. Jackie's not missing anyone though. Calix will get taken down. Emor is low and he would have been killed regardless of his HP. Mari, you saved one day. Can you save the next?
How does a Beanox hitting those sort of shots only have 14 kills? What a bizarre map it must have been for him. Oh, he just has the moments where he reminds you of just how individually skilled he is.
Mari's going for a CT wrap back into back lane, dude.
I kind of rate it. I mean, it's overtime. Saving is not even an option. So why not, in a 1v2 where you're half HP, try and catch somebody off guard? And look at the number of angles Smash is having to juggle here. This is ridiculous.
He's a goner. Mari's just hoping he can maybe get a little bit more. Smash falls down. The problem is Tension can still cover the bomb. With the AWP, it's going to be really hard. Mari's got a smoke. Maybe he can use that one, and Tension is going to be moving away. Mari has the advantage all of a sudden. He's trying to close the distance. Tension hears the footstep, peeks out, and shuts him down.
This game's getting pretty wacky now. Tension equally has really warmed up, hasn't he, since he got onto the defense. Of course, now into overtime. Remember, teams get an extra pause in OT, so I keep wondering when one of them's going to use it. Fire choose to just continue. And they might be going fast here, straight into Pop Dog. They're just going to swing immediately. Beanox looks like he's very much intent on that. I'm not sure whose flash it was, but he couldn't see a thing, and Emor finds 2 in the meanwhile. Still, man advantage to the CT side. Calix doing his best, but 4 angles seemingly facing him at the same time. There's not much he can do.
And has been very often the case. Master is alone. Fire have been caught up in the 1vx's on 1vx's. Every single round of this overtime has ensued. I've only really been in the winning favor of it once, and I don't think this is going to make much of a difference. Nice kill found on attention. Bomb on his back and time on his clock. Mas can make this work.
Yeah, it's quite different to the last round, isn't it? Because he has the bomb. And also because Smash and Jackie are actually so far apart. They're kind of scared to work directly together because they can't cross to each other safely right now.
Yeah. Master also has plenty of util for that post spawn as well, but the legs are spotted. Smash misses his chance. Mas, Molotov back out towards Zico, and the smoke will be good, but they're trying to push through it. He will get the digits down and fade away. Gets a deep smoke, spots out the angle above. This is everything he needed. A deep grenade will maybe bring him back to 1 dink, but they've both got to be working together. The swings will be critical, and Smash is the first one to peek in, gets a kill immediately, so all jitters and shocks are going to be avoided. Eternal Fire will be locked down onto just the one.
Body system comes in clutch there at the end. Did pretty well to get the bomb down and stay alive, but yeah. Slightly bizarre spree of rounds, obviously, for Eternal Fire. If we add this into regulation, that'd be 2 on 8, so 10-1 in the last 11 rounds on the defense of Favbet. I also have a hunch that Beanox was team flashed as he was getting out of Pop Dog. I don't see why it would have been a CT flash. And if I'm correct, that doesn't speak volumes. Eternal Fire on train. I am right in thinking Emor was on something like 22 kills after the first half.
It was something on the lines of like 22 and 8 or so. Yeah. I can tell you how many kills he's had ever since. Give me a second. Let's find out. Right. Oh, sorry. Just letting the game log on HLTV update. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna have to talk while I do this. Just giving you context.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. All the fans
You
are
got
hearing.
5 kills basically since that first half ended.
Yeah. Pretty much on the money.
And look,
5
it's
kills.
difficult on the
5
T
kills
side.
in
I get it.
15 rounds.
Yeah,
Is,
it's not that difficult.
It's tough.
What I mean, man, Emor, 2 sides of a coin. And that coin is not going to be worth much if Eternal Fire loses on their own map pick. He's not the only one to shoulder blame. 2 sides of a coin, it seems to be a pretty good way to describe Beanox as well. Maybe the scoreboard a bit more damning for him and his performance, but none of that will matter. Eternal Fire are back on the CT side, and they need to switch things around. Emor's slump has to end here and now. Needs to pull off a Clark Kent, take off his glasses, straighten his posture, blow a kiss, and become Superman.
Certainly always feels like in these scenarios when we get into overtime, Favbet did have a pretty shocking first half, but that's so long ago now.
Yeah.
And I'd be surprised if they play a similar brand of Counter-Strike this time.
I'd be surprised if they remember what brand of Counter-Strike they
I
played.
can
It was
barely
so long
remember.
ago.
It died B a lot.
Man, there you
Remember
go.
that.
Bondic
Very
hoping to
spread out.
avoid that fate.
There's not actually that much time here for them to sort themselves out and hit a site. Guess they'll split A from Pop Dog and Main.
It has to be the only real option, but the problem is Beanox has pushed forward. He's found Jackie, and he's done his job. They now know that based on where that lurk was, it probably isn't going to be a B-sided hit. At least that's what you'd think the call would be. A deep incendiary out to Pop Dog, and Mari reconsiders. He makes his way back over. There aren't flashes to disable his AWP, so the secondary should be able to find something over here. Beanox, oh my god, you give it, and he take it. And right now he is taking his sweet time to find a kill. Still brings it back and smashes down. Bondic and Marix fight back, but the time is a real enemy, and that is an enemy no man can really truly defeat. Bondic still wrestling with Father Time, but it's Galax who comes in from behind, shuts it all down.
Wow. Yeah. Huge stuff from Beanox. I guess for them, I think Eternal Fire really believed the B fake at the end. Because they held free B for quite a while there before they started moving. It left the A players a little bit out to dry. Fortunately, some nice shots in the end. Seals the deal. It felt like a pretty decent attempt from Favbet. Certainly see a lot of worlds, but that side did get overwhelmed. But now it started well. Mast on the board. Main secured. Another player in Jackie that's shaping up to get aggressive. He's in the smoke at the moment. And Mast goes all the way through. Fortunately, Tension seems to be ready for it. And Beanox also falls. It's looking good now for the T side.
Oh my goodness, Galax has just been shot down. Bondic and Jackie find the critical kills in Eternal Fire. Although they do pick up that first round going into the second half, they will be hard-pressed to find more than that. Mari has had his moments, has had his highlights, has been maybe a bit more consistent off the bunch, but you're asking for a lot of air. There's a Molotov in Bondic's hands as well. He can always deploy that one out towards a bomb if need be. He's rotating all the way back to try and play with Tension. And Tension is just hidden. There's no reason to peek. He knows it as well. Mari is just going to save this AK and not even try to go for it.
Been a hell of a long road. But Favbet have their map point. And what a monstrous recovery this would be. 4 to 8 down. Sorry, 4 to 12 down. They win 11 of the next 13 to put themselves into this spot. I guess they're pausing here to just make the absolute most of this opportunity.
I hope so, because the other idea is they might be pausing to think a lot about what kind of round they want to run. And FabBet have been in kind of a flow state for a while now, right? We have to keep that in mind. These players have been performing well. You've got 3 players over the 20 kill mark, where before it really felt like Marix was the only person even vaguely coming alive into the second half. Nice even spread of things. Eternal Fire might look like they've got something not too far off of it, but you have to remember how many kills were, you know, just coming through in that first half and never beyond.
They're going to hit B early. This is too early a group to not indicate a hit.
They have tried to punish Calyx before, but it's largely been off of his likely position. Right now, it's not just Calyx that they're dealing with. Eternal Fire's call is clear, and Moss is the one to make it for them. Go B. That
They're gonna have a
nade
tough time here.
is a very good threat as well. You're right, Alan. Emor is ready with the AWP. Calyx has got the Incendiary. Eternal Fire are going to be able to stop this initial wave, but does FabBet have enough to rejiggle and rejog? They don't have the flashes forward, and you can clearly see that Saties are lighting up the scoreboard. Tension trying to scale back into an impossible bomb site, misses his shot as well, and FabBet, they have overthunk it. Great read from Eternal Fire, just what they needed to force that second overtime.
Masked wins the round. Secondary AWP, he pushed aggressive A main, had a deep line all the way out to towards the bin angles, all the way through. And his teammates were 4B by the time FabBet actually committed. Util down. Impossible. Impossible, especially on a site like B site, Train, where there's no magic flashbangs that's going to flash everybody. And onwards we go. Second battle of overtime to come. Been a long day. That's about to get even longer.
That's how we like it when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, of course, of course. You know what's the worst? Long baguettes. Because you know you're never going to finish one, and then it just sits in the fridge and it gets hard. And then you've got to, like, try and look for, like, YouTube, like, oh, what can I do with this?
How do you soften bread?
Yeah, it's actually something I've searched up a lot more than I'd care to admit.
Well, I think you need to start eating more, is the conclusion.
Eternal Fire have not been eating in the Gen Z sense of things for a while. FabBet, however, have been nice and full. Maybe too full. They still have to really put the ring on it. Throws out their own map pick. It has been a tale of unfinished business. And Emor is hoping to contact in, but what a trade from Smash instantly takes him down. That's big. Tension's also in a great position. You can see Mari's been forced off of it. He'll never feel comfortable peeking back into the AWP without using a fair bit of utility for it, and he doesn't have enough to spare, to be honest. All you have is one defender on this B bomb site. If there was a time to hit it, I think this might be it, but maybe you've missed that timing. Mari rotates away. Could it be A now?
Where is it shaping up? FabBet has an AWP lurking Ivy. Guess you make do with how the round plays out. This is highly unorthodox. At the moment, it's not really being respected. Masked hopefully is fully shielded from the backlight. But if Tension can get behind B
There's 15 seconds, so he's not going to be relevant.
Do they have time for all this shenanigans?
He has to cut off rotations, and the B-bomb side is really just going to come down to Marek setting entries. Marek is gone. Calyx and Beanox find their kills. They find him twice, and Mari can just come through in the flank. If there was any doubts about whether this is a hyper-structured team that Falbet is running, I think we can see the flexibility in there. Tension clearly said, hey, I'm going to go for a pick on Ivy. He tries, he misses his chance, and then there's just no ability to reset after that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a case of the mid-rounding. There was so much going on with their defaults that he sort of lost overall command on the round. And by the time they realized Tension was so far off, they didn't really have a lot of a choice. Can you get a man to be that quickly when you don't? Okay. Round number 32 on the cards now. Main push. Saw this earlier. And Mask keeps going, keeping looking, finds his man, doesn't get traded. That is a nightmare for Favbet because now you're just so scared to go near that position again. And did Mars really just get that kill through the smoke? I think he burst the smoke with his own AG.
You'd hope so, otherwise it does just feel like bad to worse. Valvet have had an incredible streak of things, but the way things are going, Eternal Fire are hoping to close it out in the second overtime. Mask still covering Smash. He's going to find the kill, and twice. You've got to be joking, Smash. What are you on? I need to know your config, your cereal, your breakfast routine, and your skincare, because you're looking good on the server. No, game's not over yet. Calyx in his flank could be relevant. He's strumming in from behind. Smash should be stabbed in the back while the bomb is planted. That's what you think. But he turns. Can he get it done? Calyx misses his first shot. Second is where he'll collect. And now it's all on Emor to make his way back into the site. Find the kill on Jackie. Emor on the USB. You're not winning that round. No. Almost does it, though. 15 HP amongst the two of them, but the problem is diametric. And when I say diametric, I mean diametrically opposed angles between the T-side players are going to make this very unlikely for Calyx. Oh, what a shot from Jackie.
Important as well, because if he actually gets on the bomb, HP was such a disaster. Oh, if only Emo had a rifle, definitely wins that connector fight. And now it's Eternal Fire to take their pause. They should be winning around like that. An aggressive kill in main, all that map control. He's getting overwhelmed in the mid and late round.
The fact that Smash gets 2 kills there is just ridiculous. It's not even like ta-ta, headshot. He did just give it an honest man spray.
Committing to this double AWP, Eternal Fire.
Nothing's worked for them, Alan. One of the things that I remember Maui said to me like 6 years ago when we used to cast together that's always stuck is if a team's going into double op again and again, they're probably just scared of using a default round.
Maybe. I do think it has actually worked. Like the reason they lost the last round had nothing to do with double op. It actually put them in a position where they very likely could have won it.
Smash won't be landing. Emor, first one's for free. Maybe another one around where that came from. No, Molotov will force him away. Mari's life is forfeit in the meanwhile, but Emor wasn't actually flamed on. Not quite a member of the Fantastic Four, but he has had a fantastic round, and he hopes to continue. Otherwise, Favbet in the 2 versus 3 with that clawback still are going to try and make a show of it. Utility is gone, though. So it'll have to be some straightforward shooting, and Emor is quite good at that on the CT side. He's picking up some form again, 3k in this round, but still Marix to find Calyx with a knife in his hand. Calyx, my guy, that is going to be something that comes back to haunt you. Marix, I mean, he could just be caught off guard on the side. Is must. Can you find him? Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Ooh. Wow. These rounds are getting very scrappy. I'm sure either team will be proud of their Counter-Strike at the moment. And Emor, maybe he's just great on CT on this map. Seems right back at it now, doesn't he?
I hope that he can give us something on the T side as well. Because otherwise, Eternal Fire are still going to be without a little bit of that firepower. Calyx also just seems to be picking things up on CT. The only person who's consistently been getting, frags is honestly Beanox. And even those, I say consistently with at least half an air quote around it. Because I'm not sure about it yet. It's like...
This round's so important, I think, to set the tone. I just hope Eternal Fire... I hope they simplify, actually. They've got the better players. If we can just get out and onto bomb sites, decent spots, they will win the majority of rounds.
We're not running with an 8-round sample size, though. We're running with potentially Favbet just needing 2. Right, so this is a different kind of chase that they are leading. It is much closer. It is much more difficult to believe that you've got the better players. Attention.
Smoke. Denies vision.
Mash is in front of it, though, so... If anything, Beanox is asking for trouble. And Calyx is the one who's had it delivered to him.
Yeah,
Should Beanox die over here, this round is over.
Yeah, that was an Ivy push from the AWP of Jackie. And you're right. This one kill on Ivy and the confidence from Favbet to remain in a freebie stack, which honestly is very confident in a man advantage. This is going to be insurmountable. I think they need this instant kill here on Smash, stand a chance. And now he can just be a thorn in the side. He doesn't need to find more kills. If he just stays alive, the bomb plant here is a nightmare.
Emor has the bomb. Emor can't connect with the rest of his team. The round is just impossible.
Well, that was an absolute suffocation. That's a nightmare.
This is what I mean, though. I don't think Eternal Fire believe that they have the more individually skilled players. The team.
I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is they're just compared to other maps. Say they're playing Mirage, right?
Yeah.
They would just start whatever, exploding out A, and making moves, or they would split A, or whatever. But on Train, a map where it's a lot harder to progress from your default to a site, they just can't get out and into a good position. They're just not comfortable with that transition.
Oh, flashes are good, and Mari's shots are better. There you go. You want it a little bit basic? That's basic. Shots through the smoke, shots through the head, in and out of that side. 4 versus 2. Brought back to 3. Sure, Smash has been a big man, but that big man was on fire, literally. And quickly put out of his misery. 1 versus 3 for Jackie. Not got a real shot of it with the smoke still down and Moss having time to reposition. Calyx as well is the only real 1 versus 1 that he could have maybe just won out immediately, but Calyx gets a backstab, the double kill on the entry, and the third to top it out. Eternal Fire will once again find themselves on match point.
They've also got 5 rifle here. I'm quite sure Emor AWP'd all of regulation. That is a change.
And maybe it's just because they want more speed. Like
yeah,
you said.
I think it's just the versatility, just the pace, the ability to just explode, cover ground. And they're certainly moving with much more kind of determination in this round.
Moss knows his job. His job is to truck out utility and help his teammates come out of Pop Dog. Beanox to be the one to lead the charge. Second flash is great, but Jackie's up is recovering. He re-peeks into death. Vondik and Marek will be the ones to reap that sight a few more times, and Mari's alone as a result. Legs been chopped off from underneath, but somehow still walking likely to his grave. The bomb behind the first train, and the CTs rotating back to get a flank in through Pop Dog.
So good from Fabbet. Looks a bit silly from Mari with what we know, but he's thinking, you know, reverse engineer. How do you win a 1v2 with 13 HP? You do something unorthodox. You catch a player off. Unfortunately for him, this is just impossible. They can just sit in Pop Dog and he can't do anything.
No, they're not going to beat this one until it's too late, and that's exactly what happens. Tension takes him down. 18-18, Favbet very much in it.
I wonder if they missed a smoke, because I'm a bit confused how Jackie was just able to fight from the back lanes, from the Ivy kind of area.
I don't think they threw that smoke. There was only one player outside of the bomb site throwing smokes. It was Mari. He only had one smoke. He didn't pick up a second one. I don't
Did they just
think
smoke
so,
connector and then just go?
I think so. I might be wrong, to be fair, but yeah.
They must have had more smokes. They certainly could have dropped him one, dropped a second. I'm not sure, but it kind of felt too easy for Favbet to just sit on deep lines there. And onwards we go. Overtime number 3 required. Becoming a marathon of a map now.
Feels like today, it's all marathons. Mari? Profire putting a little bit more concentration out to contact Ivy early this time. Calix is going to be looking for that hunt in particular. But there's no one there to receive outside of Jackie for once. This is a nice deep position for him, and he reveals, then rotates away. The real commitment is on B. It's effectively a 3v2 in this round, and Emor finding the first is big. It starts to force the rotations away. Smash's kill is good, but he also spots out 2 more, which is better. That means Tension can stay tuned and keep watching out for anyone to be dropping into the site. That bomb cannot make its way over. The flank is the only real pressure, and that's coming with an AWP. So Emor, who heard the scopes, is going to be meeting the scope firsthand. 2 versus 1 as Favbet keep things under control.
So spread out, Eternal Fire. That sows the seeds for their demise. I don't see how Calix gets to the bomb, back and get a plant in 30 seconds. Clearly knows a player is in and around CT, but this round's already over. He's not getting up to Brown, who's getting the bomb now.
Yeah. To answer your question, by the way, they did miss a smoke. I checked. In that previous round.
It's not good enough, unfortunately.
Not what you need when you're trying to kick the doors off of overtime, get done with this Groundhog Day. Favbet are enjoying it. No, actually, we kind of like this day. We've brought it back from 4-12 down, and we get to keep beating you up every time you're on match point, or rather map point. Hell yeah. Again, I'm just impressed with like, no one on Favbet has stopped performing, by the way. Even if they don't have any breakaway starts, it's still such a good even spread.
True. Main, we're straight in. Mari, flash over, 4 players behind him. They are not wasting a second. It's
Check,
so
he's
key
not-
they don't get stalled out. 3 mollies to the back of the bomb train. That is not great communication, and now it's starting to fumble. There's nobody on the site proper, so a bomb plant is really quite possible if they just get on with this.
They're worried though. They don't believe it for a second. They don't start dialing in the digits till the CTs are already back out towards Ivy and pushing through the lane. Smash covering off. He spots a leg. What? Emor had no chance to refrag that. None whatsoever. Calix is left alone in the 1v4. And how many times have we said this, Alan? I don't think he has a chance. Oh, first kill, second kill.
Fine
mates.
shooting, but yeah, against 4, not possible. You can certainly see that Eternal Fire, they're starting to look frustrated. 3 mollies onto one position is a clear-cut indicator of communication being all over the shop. It's tough. Whilst it's not worked in the last few rounds, I still prefer the way they're playing this T side to what they did in regulation. I still prefer those sort of rounds. At least give themselves a chance. But yeah, they're going to lose this map. If they don't start doing something on these T sides.
Well, the way Falbet are playing, they might lose this map even if they do start. Jackie's been consistently good for his 1 kill every time you're trying to enter into the A-bomb set. It's nothing special. It's nothing flashy. It's having that nade even if the smoke is down, and it is hitting that shot every single time. Marix. Mean old Marix. He's been doing a lot of good rotations to the back of the bomb side as well if need be, and right now he has spotted out the player, loses the duel, and this could be the moment. Bondik always there to refrag, but he himself is a victim now. Jackie looking for cover off from Sandwich, and the leg spotted makes it an easier shot. No reason to repeat. He knows it as well. It's a 2v1 for his teammates coming back in from Zcon. Mast is down. Calix is on the deck, and Fabet now 3 map points in a row for them to try and fend off the Turkish-Polish dream.
Feels like the beginning of the end. What are you up to now? About an hour and 25 minutes this map's been played. I've watched plenty of series in CS2 shorter than that.
But I love it. But I do think Eternal Fire probably would have liked this to be a 45-minute affair instead.
Certainly could have been. Yeah. Should they lose this map, kind of hard to know what the effect will be on Eternal Fire because the Veto is still good for them. It's not like the series is over, but to invest this much and obviously to have such a massive lead, it's hard to imagine that's not going to boil over and become something more than just one. You know, you're going to lose maps in a lot of series, but this feels like something different.
Hmm. What's the call, Alan? What's the call?
Not
Not the double
I'd
ops,
retake
surprisingly
main
enough.
in the mid round. Fab, but both these teams seem very intent on fighting for it early, but no real need to do that. Maybe be default, come back, clear main, and go from there.
There isn't a secondary op available for Eternal Fire. They do want to go a lot more aggressively. Emor to lead the charge as he often has, back to Pop Dog. Incendiary from Beanox as he's hoping to be flashed in, perhaps. No one there to give it to him, though, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Everyone really intended using their incendiaries early from the CT side. They're really expecting Favbet to be speeding things up. Beanox clearance. Oh, that's a good shot, but Marix is one better.
AK versus M4. That's the difference.
And you don't have the refrag either.
This is as good a chance as you're going to get. What is the move?
Tension
Bomb
is looking for a fight.
coming in behind. I think they're going to split A. No, it's going to be a B round. They've got 4 players now in the vicinity. Tension, again, somehow has become the lurker in Ivy. He's actually found a huge gap. Oh, my lord.
You're kidding me. This could not get worse. Tension's found the flank, and now they've even got enough time to wait for him. They don't need to rush forward, but they will. Moss is on the ground, and Eternal Fire are going to have a long, hard conversation while Favbet rejoice and prepare for their enemy's map pick. Mari, a 1 versus 5, and if it felt like the world was against him before, he is about to be introduced to a new definition of that phrase. Finally, Favbet close it out. What a comeback coming through from them. 22 and 18, Alan.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it after all that. Such a game of kind of power. It's just the moment they hit 12-4, the game changed. All the way up to that point, they're the decisive team. Telefi is the aggressive team. Emo was easily the best player on the server. And then something just went completely wrong. Communication went to shit. Calls were passive and slow. Favbet on the meanwhile just played like a team that had nothing to lose, frankly, until they got into overtime. So what a bizarre map. It's hard to know what's taken out of either team, but I guess Favbet should be rejoicing that they've salvaged the map from that position.
Let's see whether they can continue rejoicing into Overpass. Coming up next, it'll be Eternal Fire, who have to fight things off on Overpass. Let's hope Emor is going to be having a better day than he was in these last 10 rounds or so. We're going to be back after a quick break to see how that one goes.
going to force the kill the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
And we're back. The European qualify continues for Thunderpick 2025. One of the last few lands on the horizon that you can try and compete for. Favbet up one map. Have robbed, stolen, bedazzled Eternal Fire out of, well, technically their own map pick, but out of a big lead on train. Now, over to Overpass. Eternal Fire find themselves down a man once again. Smash finding another quick kill, and there's more where that came from. Mars is all alone. Convenient.
Goodbye. Yeah. So I know it's been a long time since we did the initial match pregame, but I guess we should recap where Overpass is for these teams.
True.
For Favbet, we know nothing. They have not played it, at least this modern version. A couple of guys would have played it in the past, but that is basically useless information at this point. And for Eternal Fire, yeah, they played it some, but equally still a new map for them. So there's a lot of questions here, man. And we're going to have to learn as we go along.
Yeah. Well, Eternal Fire are going to be pulling out the force spy. If you guys were not tuned in for the last map, Emor had a real fantastic first half. After that, things went downhill a little bit. CT side, he was still able to put up numbers when it went into overtime, but there we are also going to be keeping an eye out for Beanox, who was slightly more inconsistent, and potentially Mari to be stepping up, coming into Overpass. Last time Eternal Fire played Overpass in the Thunderpick qualifier was 2 days ago versus Reason, and they didn't do very well for themselves. Mark speaks in. Deagle on the other side is actually the one who stole the kill. Marix doesn't even get to have his extra $300. Do you get $50 from the team kill? I'm not sure. What I am sure about is that Emor has recovered that M4A1 and maybe even this entire round. The way things are going, though, Mari's not going to get the kill. He barely just manages to pull it together. The MP7 at range, now forced into the reload. That's a lot of misses out on the server.
What a mess. What an absolute mess of a round. Got to be doing better than that, Favbet. Huge weaponry advantage. And they get completely overwhelmed. Okay, well, whatever momentum they had off the pistol has obviously gone up in smoke. Eternal Fire in a great position to buy is a disaster for Favbet, and they had to buy because they're on minimum loss bonus. Keep this clean and your T-side is off to a bounding start.
Connector control fully established. Toilets is occupied. Marix, the 5-7, is holding up the stalls. Eternal Fire are waiting for mistakes, and they might be given some. Favbet do look like their only choice is going to be to aggress. Although a stack could go just as well for them.
Free smoke on banana. Annoying, but it shouldn't be round deciding. But now they're going to commit free A. Guess they haven't heard much on B at all.
And with the smoke coming in, this is early enough that you can actually call for a faster rotation back. I would love to see a stack over here with that smoke revealing intentions, but Eternal Fire, that drop sound, that could be even bigger. Favbet want to clear out B in the meanwhile. That's a mistake because they're losing numbers on A. Marix is gone. Tension through the smoke, unable to find anything. It is spot shots attempted, but none connected. And with the dualies forced back as well, this might just be a safe goal for the CTs. I'm really surprised they don't actually rotate even after the, 2 sets of info coming through.
Yeah. I mean, it might be almost muscle memory from gun rounds thinking that 3 is enough. I tend to agree that on their sort of investment, you just sort of put all the eggs in a basket. Excellent flash, to be fair, to clear Marix. If he goes 1 for 1 and buys any time, then that round would have looked quite different. But not to be. Or save through for Favbet, so at least got something to fight with in the following, but doesn't really help that much if Eternal Fire are going to have massive money off the back of these two ecos.
Eternal Fire do need that early lead to come off the back of some of these riflers' hands, right? So even if it's anti-eco kills, anti-force spy kills, whatever it is, I would just like to see some activation between Mario and Beanox. We get that, the series is back on.
You're right. It's also be a very fair assumption to think that the level Emor produced at times on that first map probably won't be repeated. So
yeah,
a more team effort would be nice. Chan isn't going oh so well for the TT side. Is getting picked and plucked apart.
Nick is creeping. Oh, that is a
That's my Beanox.
head on the ground
That's my man.
for now. But the kind of inconsistency he was showing in that previous game, I think you might be disowning him very quickly and re-owning him even faster.
True.
It's like abandoning a child who then wins the lottery before the paperwork is filed.
There's also a difference between saying someone had a bad map when they lost 3 to 13, or someone had a bad map when they got to play 100 rounds. They've got plenty of time to prove himself.
It's
Haven't really got into the game. But for now, given the benefit of the doubt, we'll just assume Train isn't his map.
Yeah. And to give the benefit of the doubt to Eternal Fire in more ways than just one, we've got no idea, I repeat, we have no idea whether Favbet is even marginally good on this map, or just godlike or terrible. This is a learning journey for them as much as it is for us. But Jackie's MP7 is feeling frisky. In behind that smoke, he's dead. Beanox is getting the better of him.
Not on the ideal start. I think Jackie had a kit as well, which is quite annoying that he dies forward with the only kit.
All
And
the
a
more reason to
Favbet.
save.
They'd love to stack here. Eternal Fire have a lot of space towards front toilets.
Favbet really doesn't look all the most comfortable, but they do start leaning back into stack. It is going to be a stack safe call. The monstrous smoke is going to give Beanox some information that is false, and with Tension still going for the jump spot, they are maybe even thinking this is a solitary player. Tension does have the AWP, which should be expected, but maybe not considering it is a naked op. So he has gone for a risk, and that risk has paid off. Initial kill is good, and the rotation back, you can see like ants swarming back in through connector over to B. Will Smash be there in time to do anything? Smash is taking his time. They're letting Marix clear out toilets, and that means this is going to be a retake without the kit.
There's no nades on Heaven. And that means the orb... Ooh, that was close. Tension would have almost had an angle there. So fast thinking from Eternal Fire does get them a bomb plant. And we believe there's no easily recoverable kit here, so time is of the essence. Smash in first, and he needs to start moving. You guys need to go. Mars sits in the smoke, Calyx behind the pillar. There's a lot of varied crossfires here from the T side, and I'm not sure this is doable. There just is not the time. Smash needs to get out of here.
I can't believe they waited for Marix to clear out the entirety of toilets before rotating a player.
Did feel quite slow from Favbet. Also, as much as I respect the full A lean, there's something to be said for having somebody, you know, playing a very
Alphabet.
deep angle from Heaven or something.
Yeah. Makes sense. Doesn't help when you are always in a mind to save, I suppose. 1-4 down for Favvet, and unlike Train, they don't even have the maybe soft, cushiony fallback of, hey, it's just the T side where we're struggling.
Yeah. Ooh, that's more like it. Tension wins that duel with
Critical.
the big green. And obviously what they need on a round like this is to sow confusion to early pick is massive and stall out the offense.
It was a round like this where Emor is able to do so much out on Train. Oh, resmoke out on Monsters can be good timing as well. While the teams were hoping to find a bit of information, Beanox is now left looking for a misstep instead.
Hell of a call to go 4B.
This is
Tension's here.
incredible. I mean, Tension is just going to feel like he's all over the map, and the problem is you don't know if this is a lonely man or not. This could very well just be an Opera who's running around with only one player behind him, or it could be the entire Pendulum stack. You've also recovered an AK, so now you've got 4 rifles instead of just the 3 you started with. Eternal Fire had the advantage of a lot of utility, though. If you want to go for an execute, you do have it. Mas just needs to get a kill before the flashbang will pop, otherwise it feels too difficult. Smash can just stay alive. While he comes over, smoke immediately present, and that's really the only util the CT's needed. 30 seconds, and you're not going to be moving past this crossfire. Jackie is able to go back deep into water, and Mas is still unable to penetrate this smoke. The crosshair seems on point, but the flashbang forward, it is almost a lineup for Smash, but you can't take down the bomb while it's being planted. The T's are even thinking of aggressing. Bondic and Marix put their minds and bodies together, and it is only Mas left alone. It is 4 alive, the CT's with robbery, and Tension's the one holding the bag.
Absolute hero. Absolute hero. So dynamic. I think Emo missed the shot on connector early. I think that's how he got the kill. And yeah, the smoke on barrels, as ever, as it's always been, is brutal. They would have loved a HE grenade, Eternal Fire, to get through that clear barrels, but wasn't at their disposal. So a decent round. Still, lots of money here for Eternal Fire. They had a few very clean rounds on the back of getting the reset. So no compromises here for their buy. Chosen to go 5 rifle this time, so a bit more dynamic. And actually, it's going to be an early B hit. All 5 are here. They've got to go early because they've got no alternative.
Pulling out his Kasim-G impression, dodging all the bullets. Smash is going to be able to smoke himself off, but this execute coming over towards the B bomb site is once again going to be met by the same resistance as the last round. It is going through the smoke where they hope that their fate will change, but Smash is still ready. Beanox trades. That presence from short is critical, and he's going to be able to get another one. Bondix's unsuccess at finding a multi is big. Tension, the hero of the last round, can only hope he can do it again in the next. That grenade is persuading him to make it an attempt, and with the smoke that's now dissipated, if he gets the kill on the planter in the fadeaway, there's certainly a chance. Smoke's been refreshed now, and that chance is gone. I can't believe Tension is going for this. The silent drop down will not have been heard. Calyx isn't ready at all. It's going to be a straight 1 versus 1. No question about it. You've got to be kidding me. That is unreasonable.
Bondic was so close there to mowing down so many players. Wow. A full set round from Eternal Fire. Double nade onto, I'd call it rain. I think most people call it wood. Nadage onto barrels. Much more util to deal with the barrels. Counter smoke as well this time around. Nice little move. And are we seriously just about to rush B? It feels like it. Flash is flying over. And there's a boost going on the bridge at this moment, which is far from ideal. They are much worse positioned to defend it, but still Smash. 3 kills for him. Then 3 come in reverse for the T side. So many dead bodies now littering this site. But with Jackie staying alive in towards the pit, this now becomes extremely difficult for Calyx, and he doesn't even have the bomb yet.
All to do. bold and brazen call will end in Favbet being given another round. And somebody give Smash an M4A4. What the hell is this guy doing there? Admittedly, it's always in the same position, right? You're thinking Eternal Fire, eventually it's going to be free fire, something could happen. But what he's really good at is just never revealing until they're literally on top of him.
Played that way for a long time, Barrels. Various iterations of Overpass. Hard position to root out. 4B starts here for Favbet, which honestly confuses me because Eternal Fire weren't going to run another B round. They'd ran 2 in a row and lost them.
Have you heard of fear, Alan? It doesn't come with reason.
Shouldn't be too scared. It's their map pick. Playing a team that's literally never played it before.
It's a fear of the unknown, Alan. That's what it is.
Check out the CT rotations. 4A.
Yeah, and they're looking to aggress. That's... Eternal Fire hasn't even figured out where they want to go. Favbet are hoping it'll be a funnel into their waiting arms. The resmoke for Monster coming out from Alphabets will have actually been spotted from Beanox and heard. I wonder if that can look like a read to be made, because it is going to be a B-side finish, but the CTs feel like they've cleared out enough of the front side. With 30 seconds, this is a great call. Favbet don't have utility. Their stopping power has to be concentrated into rifles, and Smash is repositioning time and time again. I mean, this is really good. Smash is going to go a bit too far, though. And that's something he'll be regretting. Players are still overhead to try and make up for that, though. There's 2 inside water. Mast is going to just run them over. Tension and Marix fight back. A deep grenade in case there's someone already trying to plant the bomb. Marix is doing everything, and the time is over. You cannot plant. You cannot win. Marix, just stay alive. Even goes out. Got scared for a second, but yeah.
It was fine. He just wanted to kill after time. Wowzers. Eternal Fire honestly lost that round because they left the bomb in spawn. 5 more seconds and that would have been much, much more smooth. Wow. I'm not surprised they're pausing. They need a discussion. And I think based on a few situations I've seen now between these 2 maps, I think it's quite conclusive to think that this team struggles with their communication in chaotic moments. And that's exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, considering that both of the cores of this team are... I mean, maybe less so the Turkish side. They have actually played with more international rosters. The Polish side were very Polish before this. Right, English...
Did Emor play... I seem to recall that Emor, this could be wrong, but I seem to recall he wasn't super comfortable with his English for a long time.
He wasn't, but he was on Sangol, right? When it was an English lineup. It might have actually been Turkish this time.
I think it was Turkish. I could be wrong.
All right.
I think it was fully Turkish. I'm not sure Emor's played at least for any length of time on a team that isn't speaking Turkish.
Yeah, Emor was on the Turkish team. Okay, well, there you go. Communication problems galore.
This CT side is incredibly... What's even the word? Stack heavy? Is that the term we're gonna have to use? They continuously take a bit of info and then just lean 4 in one direction.
Which isn't the worst on Overpass.
I don't hate it. I mean, especially if they're not super comfortable holding the sites with more standard setups and standard numbers. You got to give yourselves a chance to win if you've already got this. You've always got this many on one site.
Problem is that Eternal Fire are now going to start reading into that and waiting for these pushes to come through. Do they expect to, though? Well, it doesn't matter because their flashes mean they can still overrun. Jackie good for the 1, and Bondik is the only one who can make a difference to this round of a hair. flank will stop the bomb plant potentially. No, he hits the spray and now is trying to get away. Still a man behind him, and stabs in the back are common. But rare from Beanox. Gotta say, Eternal Fire, I do like the patience coming through from them.
Yeah, Fabio were kicking themselves, though. They had so many players. Still went pretty close, but just the first couple guys to go down needed to get more done, or they need to have more patience and just wait for Eternal Fire to come to them. It's left their economy in a bad spot, and they've decided, yeah, we could save and have M4 body armor, FAMASs, or we could force twice. And that is the decision from Fabio. Pistol armor. Decent amount of util, I guess, but obviously quite to the lesser with the weaponry.
Mari, out and about. Jackie's already got one, and Jackie makes it two. Never switched out of the AK. Plundered loot can stay for later. Right now, it's the Old Faithful, and he's giving that plunder back to Smash. It is suddenly back in contention.
Can they grab some info? Bondic. I'm not sure if Bondic saw anybody. I think he might have, actually. And here comes, yet again, another stack call. We're going to start leaning up towards A. No. Bondic says no. We're going to stay for EV. That could prove to be the wrong choice.
This is still a very good position for the 5-7 back. And Optimus and Beanox caught in an auto jump, if I'm not wrong. Emor's got two somehow, and Smash on the AK that he was given over has a whole lot to do. They could line up, but they don't, and that's what matters. Emor, sharp shooting.
Just imagine if Smash had pre-fired that. Yeah. Wow. An excellent attempt from Fabbet. But it didn't really change the results. Losing that second round after the pistol was just doomed their half. And now best case scenario is 5, and even then, obviously, their bye is not ideal, to put it mildly. Emor and company. Whilst it has been a bit of a turbulent half, they are on track for a pretty sensational terrorist haul, as far as rounds are concerned. AAA for Fabbet, 2 in connector.
Yeah.
But this shouldn't be catching Eternal Fire off guard.
It shouldn't have been, but it might still do so. Calyx and company still put their minds together, and you know what? Forget I said anything. It's a nice backstab into what the CTs were hoping would be their point of aggression. And Eternal Fire should be on 8.
Okay. Well, Beanox has emphatically answered our questions. 16-4. What a half for him.
I mean, it's like it's a different player from the last map, isn't it? Which might be for the best for Eternal Fire. Now that we go into the CT side, hopefully they've got Emor shoulders to still be ye old reliable. Favmet, a performance that I don't hate from them. They clearly do have some foundational stuff that could go into this being an interesting map for them overall. But if your CT side is still only going to get 4 rounds, you are in a weak place.
Yeah. It's not that it was, gimmicky, their style for CT, but I think it was pragmatism for a map where they're not totally comfortable playing standard. I think that's the way to read it. 4 rounds is all they come into this T side with, and it certainly feels like pistol, or at least winning a force buy early in the half, is sort of a prerequisite here. I don't think they can afford to go down early in rounds in the second half because they just don't have the leeway.
Yeah.
And whilst they came back obviously in the first map, I mean that is a 1 in 100 what they pulled off.
Can it be 2 in 100? That's what they're hoping for, but as they go into the double dually setup, this is going to be tricky. Beanock spotted.
Wow.
Marix and Jackie got off to the right start, I will say.
That was brutal. Julie's collected. And used to effect. This pistol is almost certainly going the way of Fatbet now. They're taking their time too. They're going to let Snash walk into B here. He confirms the position of one player, and that's honestly worth his life in a 5v2. Just need to navigate Mari behind the truck. Oh my lord. Can he find more? Yes, he can. Just Bondic remains. Mari has put a huge dent in the Fatbet chances of recovering this map. Just needs one more bullet.
No.
And Bondic salvages. What a roller coaster at the end.
Bondic had a couple of insane rounds going out on towards the train B side and actually had one on A as well in the last map. If I am living in the world where Bondic will, get the dad strength out and carry his team to victory on the T side of Overpass, I like it.
Emo's got an M4. Wow. Mario dropped that one. Decides to sack off armor for himself. Where is this M4? Long? Emo's just going to fight.
Well, you commend him.
Also, why isn't that rifle on Beanox? Come on. How dare I question? How dare I question Emo?
Yeah, please, come on. This is the Turkish team, okay? If they're going to have a hero, he's going to be Turkish.
Contractually obliged.
It's true.
If there is a hero AK, a Turkish player must have it.
Yeah. That's why Emo ops. Otherwise, he didn't even want to op. He's like, damn, if I have to hero op as well, might as well at least, do it full time.
Master's in a world of trouble here. Yes, he has his smoke, but I don't know if this smoke's going to be heavily respected because they have short, because they know he can't be in many positions.
He's been funneled into the only position he can be in. Meanwhile, Emor is having a good time boosted up, but Fatbet have taken too long. The rotations are going to start coming over. This could become a little bit more dangerous. Not Emor's so low, right? But there is certainly more risk than there was about, 15 seconds ago.
True, but equally now they can reset proper nades. It actually looks like Eternal Fire starting to second guess themselves as well. And Masked, the sexy first shot. That's all he finds. Emor, 31 HP. All we need is good spacing. That is everything here. To trade him out, Emor gets his fight, but only the one. The 10th round. Nevertheless, bomb is down. They've got 2 rifles. Mari doesn't have a kit. I don't think there's a gun near to him, is there? So, this shouldn't be possible. Guess he's been told there's a gun down in playground. Potentially.
Something to save. I think that was a MAC-10 though. No, they have 2 MAC-10s.
Fatbet's won the first 2 rounds of this half, and they've been so nervy. Wow.
Honestly, you just wonder what would have happened if they were able to collect from the anti-force by the first.
Quite a different game.
Eternal Fire won't have... Okay, they will have an op, actually. Sorry, what am I saying? He's on 3,400. They will have an op in the next round for Emor as well, so... Nothing really ventured or lost.
Mm-hmm. Certainly important the Fatbet does have a clean round. They've been pretty ruinous economically the last couple. So at least bank a little bit of money. Ari. MP9 armor decides to get aggressive in towards the cube. It's on the off angle. Cheeky boost.
I do love Overpass. I really do. There's so few maps where it feels like they're exclusive to force by strategies that you can try and run, or like hero strategies. By comparison, Overpass comes in with all of its fun boosts and the like. Yeah,
Good
Still-
volley.
Yeah, fantastic. Very rare that you see that tree Molotov coming out late round, about that 110 mark, but when that Falbit have been slowing things down, it is working.
It's cautious, but it's clinical. Certainly, if they get out of connector and open the door, this boost is so exposed. And yeah, they've had to give it up. Emor commits up close with the taser.
He's ready for it one, but the flashbang suddenly, oh my god, he still gets it. Oh. Very few positions now left where the Zeus still feels as powerful as he did for a little while. Calyx traded with the utility. That's the only thing that he's able to trade his life for. There's still a man on the back of the bomb side. Beanox, a deagle that could come into play in the way things are going.
Come on,
No,
guys.
you're kidding me. Time is of the essence, though, and Beanox might have just won the round for his team. They need to fight him off, and they will. It's 3 for Bondic that's needed. It is a real ropey situation.
Yeah. I mean, whilst they're winning rounds, this is not a good position to be in on the T side with no money. Turn of Fire racking up loss bonus. They can, even if a Turn of Fire loses round, for example, if they get 4 kills, Bad Bet has no money after reinvesting, and there's massive threat of a double eco. So they need to clean up their acts. These anti-ecos have not been, they've not been good enough. That was too lazy, not clearing behind the truck. Okay, just the default. They're taking a big risk, man. They're taking a big risk on where Emor's playing because they just continue shifting up Banana here. If Emor was on any of these angles, they'd be dead. But it works. It's bold, it's brazen, but it's got them a lot of space and a man advantage.
They're rotating back to the B bomb site. What a call this is from Bondic. Marix has to be the first one in. Of course he does. He just needs to clear out the front of Monster. And now with the smoke back at heaven, the CTs have got to move back. They might not do that, though. Alan, Emor's feeling frisky. He's feeling feisty. He's feeling like he's got something to say about this round. And he might have his loudspeaker stolen away.
It's too much to ask. They'd only ever go for this if Emor caught players getting aggressive. One unbelievable round. I mean, it's all the calling. It's all Bondic. To shift up connector, get all the way up Banana. Clearly, who was it? Calyx on A had no idea. It's very bold. And then to switch on to B, that was more planned, let's say. They still had a B default, so they knew roughly what was going on. Huge round. Just to feel calm again.
Time up for Eternal Fire. They're starting to feel a little bit sweaty. This seems reminiscent of the map just gone by.
It's important that they don't overthink around like that. I know it's frustrating. I know that Calyx might even be asking Emor, like, bro, why aren't you playing mid or something? Like, how are they getting up connector without us ever having an inkling? And equally, they're probably looking at Calyx thinking, have you just died to players walking up? But it's a big old site, eh? There's a lot to cover, and it just happens sometimes. So,
Yeah.
you can't stick your head in the sand.
Unfortunately, you might want to stick your head in the sand if things keep going this way. The good thing for Eternal Fire is their economy was never in question, right? They have 4 alive, they've got the op, they're fine. But if they start getting out-called like this, I guarantee they will mentally turn over. Emor is trying to explore back out towards the toilets, and while that happens, it's going to be a attempted collection into connector. Checky, position is good, and he'll get the frag. Calyx, put away.
What a nightmare couple of rounds for Calix. It's not been effectual at all. Very passive stance from FabBet as they start to consider how this round's going to end. They don't have any map control, so at the moment, Emor's holding all of mid. Beanox has all of B, and he catches Smash without a trade. Come on, guys. We're better than that. Ari goes looking. He could go straight into this AWP if he's not careful. I'm almost a bit stunned by how slow FabBet are playing. This feels incredibly cautious.
Smoke gone down as Bondix trying to move past it. Mari, critical kill, and there's another where that came from. So it does feel like Turtle Fire's dry spell is now going to be hinging on Marix to not find any more success, and it'll be hard to when the bomb went through the smoke. Maybe a bit of an oversight.
I don't know why they reversed the Bogdan, because that Jackie had the orb. And in the end, Tenjin took it back, so one of the riflers entering had no HP. And the low HP player was second to Bondic, so he can't trade. Slightly bizarre.
There's the pressure of a smoke in front of you, I suppose, right? Bondic's trying to move past it and everything. As much as it has been some very good T-side calling from Fab, but it's also a map where they don't have that many protocols. So.
No, yeah, it's also... There's two ways to look at it. Obviously, the way the round plays out in the end isn't great, but also, why are they in a position where that's the best call they can make? To go for a smoke on Monster, barely any time left. Yeah. How do we have no map control? They were lucky that somebody wasn't flanking them as well.
Discussion I'm sure they're having right now as they use their first tactical timeout of the entire game.
That's pretty mad considering how bad that first half was turning at the end.
That's what I was thinking of as well. Slightly nuts.
Okay. Big discussion.
I'd like to see Tenjin being a bit more proactive, to be honest. It does feel like he's a bit more uncomfortable on this map, especially on this T side, but actually taking those duels versus Emor can go a long way. And Emor is not going to stop, right? Emor will be going for more and more every single round until he's forced not to.
Yeah. There aren't masses of options. Decided to start and connect to this round. I feel like if he wants to play make, he needs his team to bring him into play. He needs his team to throw the right nades or already have the right piece of map control claimed. Picking off B short isn't a terrible idea in this sort of position.
Yeah. Does receive a nade to welcome him into the territory.
Turnify looks pretty committed to playing this long side of the toilets. Some people would have fallen after knowing they've lost mid, but they've chosen to stay. Player here, Marix. Could be just about to greet a lot of guys. There's free A for Eternal Fire, so there's a little bit of a window here, but Beanox has just done so much. Slow down this offense. Emor gets the catch, and this now feels impossible. They're so flat, these rounds.
Yeah. I mean, we had some fun stuff, right? The faster contact going in through banana and whatnot, but anything else?
Equally, that round wasn't going to work every time. It was quite a big gamble. Yeah. And then obviously the next round, they catch Calix 20 seconds into the round in connector. So it's been interesting to see these rounds. They've basically, as soon as they've been forced to play out an entire default, it's looked much more flaky.
But Alan, this is the thing, right? Just go for the gamble. That's what they were doing on the CT side when they got a couple of rounds as well. And I know that on the T side especially, it feels a bit harder to pull off, but also equally, it's much easier to reset the other team's economy as well.
Yeah. Not necessarily the easiest map for that sort of thing. It really isn't. I mean, you can hit B early, But there's a reason teams by default play 3B and have somebody jump spotting short water and this sort of thing.
They're hoping to catch a stack off guard with a couple of grenades, but that's not going to be doing anything at all. 0 points of damage from the $600 spent, and Bondic is actually taking a stray headshot through the smoke, if I'm not wrong.
What's that? Oh, he's about the same HP. These A defaults, they've
done nothing.
really been outplayed in the last 3 or 4 rounds for information over there.
The problem is also, they're also... Like, Jack is doing his job in terms of making sure no one dies in connector, or rather no one can actually cross over from connector, and you do have decent presence there, at least to threaten it. But there isn't that idea of, hey, maybe we'll have a connector plus fountain connection to try and push into toilets. Calyx now is going to be put at risk. He's been a weak link quite a few times, and right now is no different.
Run, guys, run.
Domino to fall, but the CTs are fast over to A. 3 players will be ready, and as the Ts have slowed down, the defenders are completely prepared. Molotovs fly over and behind Mars, so he'll be able to maintain position. They need to clear that one out. Good flashbang helps them to do so. Marix with 2, and the bomb can now go down. The CTs are going to be trapped to save.
Marix saved their bacon so hard. That's inexperience as well, to not realize that. So basically, Favbet, they might have been listening to us. They took quite a big risk. They didn't have any A control, really. I mean, they had Fountain and kind of a top mid out the top of connector. But they called all 5 players over. They cut noise. They contacted as far as they could get. Part of me thinks they should have realized when they found that kill that they just needed to go. Even if Emor was around, you needed to overwhelm him quickly. And yeah, it relied on Marix to come through a smoke on a flashbang to save them. Because if they got stuck behind that util at the end, man advantage or not, that would have been carnage.
The only outlier economically is Emor because of how many times he's been able to stay alive. But even then, buying up the AWP does put him in a place where Favbet, it's a tall ask, but you win 2 and you probably win the game, right? And it's hard for them to get rounds when, like you're saying, they need Marix to save their bacon. They maybe need Bondi to catch off Calyx.
I mean, don't forget the first, was it pistol round and the second round? They almost lost it.
Both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Bondic saving them in the pistol.
It's been an absolute Michael Bay film every end of round on the second half of Favbet. To fight so hard.
Lie. Whatever that's. I actually don't remember the last word of that song, but hey. Put it on fire. Once again, going to be putting the expectations onto Emor to try and defend the defenseless, and I do mean the A side.
It's this moment every round where Favbet looks out of sorts to me. This is the hardest thing to do on Overpass, is to get the map control and then apply pressure for hitting a site.
Marix has no utility as well, so
Yeah,
he's not going to be able to apply any
what's
pressure
he supposed
at all.
to do?
Jump up and down and hope that they think it's a smoke being thrown.
The best option, honestly, right now is a B fake. Let Marix move, then commit.
That might be the call they're going for, but they're rotating in from such a long angle. This has to be just a bull rush to A. And Eternal Fire, they can't believe it either. Emor misses his shot, and that's critical. Incendiary that can be ignored. You can sail past this one. They don't have flashes, but they might not be needed. Emor blinded out by that one last flash that they had, and Jacky's been able to get onto his side. A quick shot here, a quick shot there. Shot number 2 is where Smash connects, and Favbet with 1 second, just a 1 second. They will plant this bomb.
This is mad.
But this is literally flip side. I'm not even joking.
I'm not
this
sure
is
Blade would
exactly
appreciate
what
that.
flip side used to do.
Nah, I'm not sure Blade would appreciate that.
I don't appreciate Blade right now. Have you seen Navi's results? Get out of here. No, please don't judge
The
me.
one thing I do respect is the truth of it is that Favbet clearly are not comfortable mid-rounding on this map right now. And that is exactly what you would expect. You play all the scrims in the world.
Are you saying that they're not comfortable mid-rounding, so you just forget about the mid-round?
I mean, potentially, but my point is that, I mean, first of all, everybody in scrims focuses so much on early round that they never learn the mid and the late round, and that's why you have to play officials. And certainly in this game, they take map control, they kind of do nothing, and then it's on Bondic to try and conjure together some sort of round where they have no information and no options.
And he does it.
That
He
one was
had
crazy.
6 rounds on their T side so far.
Just imagine if there was like player long toilets for the CC side. Oh my lord, is Emo about to get into... He is about to push T connector.
He's gonna go T-spawn.
That's such an important call there, by the way. They're about to aggress B short, but they realized that the round is already won if they do nothing. Very likely won.
No, it might not be. The flash in Jiki's face, that doesn't go where it's supposed to. And now Mari with 2. Bondic will trade, but the backstab activates. Mirage swings it back. He knows where Emor is. It's time to plant. He's committing to it. Emor is making no secrets about his position. Mirage just needs to win. Bacon be saved, but not this time over. That spells off from Harry Potter, and it really doesn't work.
This game has everything. Oh my lord.
The one time they try and speed up, the one time, and Emor's sped up more than them.
Yeah. Well, I think Eternal Fire were recognizing themselves that with the way Favbet is playing, they need to leave someone aggressive on A. But that obviously was quite an extreme, extreme approach. They're so close now, Eternal Fire. A for the CT side. And Emor's gone.
Calyx is really hoping this is not going to be another point of exploitation, but unfortunately for him, not only has he fallen, he has taken his teammate with him. Beanox coming in from behind, but the rotation has been called. The problem will be Mari. Can they deal with it? Mari looking away, reveals intent. But every single T-side player is so split up, no one can give backup to Bondic.
This is scary for Bondic, but he just needs to sit. He honestly needs to do absolutely nothing right now. The only thing that matters is that he stays alive, because the big flank from Jeki will win this round. And now that Mari's been collected, he can start making his move. Just go through the pipe bomb and get the bomb down from Monster. Okay, decent trade in the end.
That puts it over in an awkward spot, Alan. Emor has to be out on natural if he wants to have an op.
I think he will.
And for those of you guys who are not as familiar with French, that means in the nutty. Or glass cannon, if you're a second language like I am. He has gone for it.
I believe it's the second listing in the Oxford Dictionary.
Yeah.
Emor AWPing Overpass about armor.
It's true. They're just in playground.
Favbet won so many gun rounds, man. Eternal Fire have bought so many times because they keep saving. It's the other aspect of why the economy in this game doesn't make that much sense in terms of pistols being reset, is that Eternal Fire, because they just lost pistol in a standard fashion, they just get so much loss bonus so quickly and never lose it. The whole half, they've had like 2-9 loss bonus. They can buy every round they save.
Well, right now it's not about economy. It's not about statistics. Might not even be about numbers. except for the one on top between the rounds. 45 seconds on the clock. This is where Bondik normally achieves nirvana. He finds some sort of enlightenment. He accesses a higher realm of power. But with Mass position, they know it's not going to be a B-side hit. But they don't dare call anyone back. Emor's found kill number 1, and Nirvana will have to be in the next life for Bondik, but the rest of his team is falling in banana. 2 versus 4 and Favbet. They will have run dry, they will have run out, and they will also be running out of cash. Tension realizes it might be time to save. He's still fighting in. He cannot afford to die after time. Can he defend his life? He cannot. That should be the nail in the coffin. Eternal Fire should have done enough there.
Feels likely. Feels likely. What can they muster? Tension can't even get body armor. So somebody, Marek, drop him a deagle maybe? Let's see a better idea.
I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I actually think it's better to have the util with the deagle. As much as that sucks.
Jackie could have dropped a deagle actually.
Yeah, that's true. He can still drop a Mac 10 for Bondik as well if he wants to. Guys, you did call the timeout. Maybe spend some of that cash. Yeah, a Mac 10 does do a lot better than a P250, guys. I do promise you. In most cases, at least.
Even Tension's got a better gun. Ridiculous. It's going to be a B-pop. They're already here early. Tension's got nades ready to go.
Nades on nades, and Jackie's the one trying to come in from behind. What an entry from him. He might not be done. Jackie and Smash are overrunning. You thought it was over, Alan. But you were counting chickens. Off 5-bet spread their wings and flew. Poultry doesn't do just that. 4 versus true 2, but it is true that Eternal Fire are screwed. Over here, Mast and Calyx. Threadbare utility, but a needle and thread is not going to be enough. This is insanity. This is ridiculous. This is the Thunderpick European qualifier. It does not get better.
3 maps in a row now with OTs. Getting a bit bonkers.
I actually think Favbet didn't win. Wait, I need to actually check this one. You know what? I'm not gonna just speak out of my behind. Favbet only won like 1 anti-force spy in that entire half.
Yeah, there were a lot of gun rounds.
Yeah, so like outside of that and the pistol and whatnot, they basically won like 5 or 6 gun rounds. That's crazy for a team that clearly does not like Overpass. And I don't see this because I haven't played it. I see this because, you know, I've got eyes.
It's going to be quite interesting because obviously now in overtime, the economy isn't a factor. The way they got reset in the first half can't happen. So can't help but feel that Favbet should be relieved in that sense. Eternal Fire, this is 2 maps now. Obviously, the first map was a quite egregious case, but nonetheless, a similar storyline of maps being in their grasp, big leads, stronger side, lots of chances, and we're still in another overtime. This probably should have been a 2-0 Eternal Fire.
I agree.
Beanox called off like crazy, man, in that second half.
Yeah, but that seems to be a story, doesn't it? Emor's tearing it up, looking untouchable, and whoosh! That's kind of my sound of a sword being put into water. I don't know. I'm not good at this stuff. Maybe Harry and Hugo can take over. But Beanox now does the same. 16 and 4, if I remember correctly. Look, 22 and 11 is respectable, but it does feel like a lot of the times he was just saving.
Quick pause here as we wait to get back underway. Assume probably just players going to the toilet. It has been a hell of a long series for a map, for us only to be at the end of map 2. We're about 2. Time to go live with this about 4. So what is 4 UK? 6:46 now. 2 hours 45 to play 2 maps. We haven't even finished this one yet. We were meant to be live with the next series 45 minutes ago.
I feel bad for Metizport and Sparta more than anything else. Because, like, I don't, like, listen, this is some fun CS for me. I don't mind this. This is sending me back to a better time in, like, 2017, 2016, when I still had, you know, light in my eyes and a pep in my step.
It'd also be the greatest kind of slam to say that this looks like 2017 Counter-Strike. The game has come a long way since then.
Do you disagree with me?
No. They certainly lose, I think. There's a lot of good Overpass teams 2017. Okay, well, hopefully they can clear their acts a little bit. I'm surprised these odds are so far bet because I'm less than convinced.
It's series odds. They're series odds.
Ah.
Our boys over at Thunderpick know what they're doing. Or so they hope. Is the plan really to do the exact same thing?
Well, the other issue here is that the Fat Bet strat book is probably about 3 pages long. So, can you do? Quick check on flowers.
What's a font size? That's my only question.
Emob was actually on flowers there. Not totally familiar with how that angle works, but maybe he's lucky not to have been caught.
Yeah.
Oh, boost against boost. This is what we're talking about.
Exactly. It's a good way to take advantage.
Yo, how are we 40 seconds into the round and we haven't taken any map control? 40 seconds to go.
This is still good, though. Look at how long these rotations are going to be for the CTs. This execution timing could not be better, but Jekyll's realized, oh no, I have all the util that you were supposed to be throwing in. It is lost in the sauce, and Favbet right now are still going to get the entry somehow. This round is in their favor, but not done yet as Emor will connect. Tension making his way over, can plant the bomb. There aren't the Molotovs to stop him, not until it's too late. And as Tension will fall, I only beg to ask the question, how has either team won this round?
Well, certainly for Eternal Fire, the util at the end there was pretty damning.
Dude, I just don't understand
how is the time going this low?
Drop the util earlier on, they probably win that.
How does Favbet get to 40 seconds left in the round before making a decision?
They might have made the decision a lot earlier.
Maybe. They've got to speed up. It was a problem in regulation, but you kind of hoped after enough reps of rounds that they start realizing.
Well, maybe don't speed up like that. In through the smoke and dead in the water. What? I'm sorry, I don't actually know how to break this down, man. They're being broken down. Alan, all on you, buddy.
This is cooked.
The only thing well done about this today.
The good news is at least for one map played, Fabit will have plenty of demo footage to review. Whatever happens. The bad
news is every round is the exact same, so it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah. Well, at least they've seen every permutation of each of the round.
I don't
They
know
know exactly how it works.
Yeah, so they know when it works and when it doesn't. Well.
It's just glorious. Everything about this. You get this for every map when it comes back or comes into the pool. I had hoped that Overpass, being a mainstay for such a long time, wouldn't have such a rocky introduction, but I was wrong.
I'm glad that we have the self-reflection ability to admit that.
Guys, take some map control. Come on. 1 minute, 5 seconds, and Eternal Fire literally has 90% of the map.
I don't think Infernal Fire are completely aware of that, though. So long as it's going to be relatively free. Beanox is just going for the jiggle again and again. Back in the toilets, as they will be looking to collapse onto Emor's position. It is very hard to do so, though. At Smoke on Banana will not be penetrated. I almost guarantee it. After that last round, you don't want to be pushing through any smokes mentally at the very least. If Smash can force Emor back with the Molotov, and then the long fight's coming, this could be good. Smokes out towards the back of the site. Marks has saved them before. Flashes are good. Emor is dead. Jackie takes one. Beanox unable to find anything either. And as the steal onto A will work out, I remind you, Alan, this really is a case of if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Perhaps, but it was hardly fully functioning machinery. If you want to go through with your example. Oh, he didn't stand a chance here. I bet to at least get one on the board. Yes, sir. So a little bit to work with. Obviously, they'd have wanted more. Eternal Fire would be kicking themselves because they did have a lot of info there. Just as you said, they kind of got crunched.
Yeah.
Wonder if they had more nades left, because a bomb site is a site where you're better off using the nades rather than saving them. If you can cut off, you know, like some sites and some maps, you can just play reactive. You can wait for the nades to come over, then you counter molly or whatever. This isn't one of those sites. You just need to use it.
By the way, I did also just check right now, and Tension's obviously the op of a Fab, he's not been doing too well. He only has one official ever on Overpass before this.
It's rough.
Yeah. Right, so I don't blame him for not doing so well on what is personally for me, I genuinely think Overpass is the best map for oppers of all time. But you do need a step up in overtime. Like there's just no question about it. You do.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a map that has, if you were to list out the number of options an Orpha has, it is up there. And it's such a big map as well, but the terrorist team fundamentally cannot use util for every angle. So, should get your chances. Bloody boost here. Nobody home. And if we think all the way back to Fab Bet and regulation, guys, the hallmark trait of a Fab Bet round is to sit back early.
Yeah.
About 40 seconds left. Quick info peek, then stack 4 on the other side. That was the MO.
Which we didn't hate. Need to remind anyone. If not for Beanox daring them up, they probably would have gotten a few more rounds, and Beanox has quieted down. Marix is going for that information that you talked about, and you might be about to find it. Fantastic kill before he gets traded. He gets info on 3 players basically being there, and you can see that 4-man stack is coming over, and with this many players out on long, the bomb will have a very long rotation to go back to B. It's a call that Eternal Fire are willing to make, but this is good from Tension. He misses his chance, but he spots out the rotation, and you can see these ants going back to the Sugar Hill of B.
They might have to go back A again. Gives me so much util there onto short. 20 seconds left, and the bomb does go back. Holy cow. Calix is dead. All 4 are B for Fatbet. The bomb is now running up to A. This is absolute madness. Beanox catches Smash on the lurk. There's so much going on. How do you keep tabs on this?
You need to go fast over here. Emor missing the shot is really critical. Flashbang overhead is hoping to mask him a little bit longer, but Jackie's already scaled up. You don't have any smokes, you don't have anything like it. The only real comfort you have is that you know Beanox is far away. The defuse coming through. Mars is going to take the peek. Jackie covering it off. Sure, he does get the kill, but at the end of the day, Beanox is the one to win the round. There is no way to stop, or rather to start this defusal on the bomb unless you just gotten that shot immediately. Jackie waiting and the Molotov to push him away. He's trying to stick it. This will not work. It cannot be done.
Wow. I mean, that is about as chaotic as a round could ever be on Overpass. So many moving parts. Favbet. I said it a couple times in that first half of regulation, but there is value on leaving one player on the sites because it just prevents that level of carnage right at the end.
It's still, what sucks is they did kind of make all the right calls though. Just, in fact, the util they throw out towards short is what is their undoing. Faster fight into short. Favbit undone completely. Not yet, at least. I think Flashbang will pursue it. Beanox will not push out all the way. It is Bondic waiting for that fight. Beanox goes back into the smoke. Then Incendiary at his feet. Oh, the Smash waiting for the fight. Bondic's already backed off. Messy moments for Mari, as he might have to go into the smoke to the left side if he tries to come out towards Marix. Marix has the ultimate advantage. Marix will not get the kill. I don't know how. I really don't. He must have missed his shots. There's no other explanation.
Tense times. Double orb here on the CT side. So well and good, but it's not favorable for an afterplant. I'm surprised they're not free A right now because Jackie does have a deep line on B. What have we got? Smoke in front of truck to try and at least have some space to navigate. Mari comes through that. Tension up close and personal hits a ripper of a shot. Give them a decent chance. He is felled. Bondic not cleared properly, and now time's becoming a huge problem for this T side. It could finish the job, and it does. Calix goes looking. Bondic out of bullets. This is so awkward. Pistol in hand, just Bondic. And he's down. Oh my lord, we're going the distance. Inferno required.
Dude, Bondic almost does it with the pistol as well over there. That is just... It is honestly such a shame the tension was so absent from this map. Otherwise, this CT side from Favbet looked infinitely better than their T side as well, which is not too hard to do. And Eternal Fire, if not for Beanox going superhuman initially, this would have been a map that they lost out as well. As weird as that is to say, considering that most of our narrative element across the second part of this game has been, oh my god, Favbet are so confused, they're so worried, they're so tense, they're so nervous, but they were winning rounds in that circumstance anyway. Going into Inferno, this is a headspace that might even work for them.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, man? I mean, it's been such an insane series. Eternal Fire should have 2-0'd this. We should never have got out of train without winning that map. But I guess it was nice to see Beanox playing a lot better. Emor, a bit topsy-turvy, but still played a good second map. So, you know, this is still a team learning themselves. They've still clearly got some errors late round, but they're spooling up. And if we've learned anything so far, is that Inferno's definitely going overtime. That's all we know.
Look, Metizport, Sparta, sorry guys, you're gonna have to keep waiting because we still have some really entertaining Counter-Strike to watch. And like Alan said, Inferno, if that's not overtime, what is going to be? Let's find out after a break.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
We come to put a crown on the madness, and of course it will be on Inferno. The Thunderpick European qualifiers continue, and if you're wondering, wait, this isn't Metizport versus SPARTA, well, might I introduce you to Falbe versus Eternal Fire, overtime, overtime, overtime. Yes, please, baby. Inferno the Decider. I'm T-Time with Alan Hender, who might still have some sanity left.
No. Well, one more overtime and it'll be gone. That's for sure. And let's see, it's been a marathon series for these two. And who can retain composure this late in the day? Eternal Fire, very much committed to this bracket stack. It is just Mars defending B, no nades, up against 5.
That's a lot. That's about as many as you can be up against. Well, Mars has done a good job already. He's found a kill and backed off, and now with the find coming in from Banana, Emor has found a cute little shot of his own. So bomb can be planted, and Smash finding the frag is good, but really Marix has to be the one to be the playmaker. He is the player that they are setting up for. Marix misses for shot number 1, and he will be punished later on. 2 versus 3. The CTs don't really have an advantage over here, though. Bondik and Smash have an excellent angle to play off of each other. Emor and Beanox will be hard-pressed to find any space, but Beanox has crept through. He's hoping to be the distraction, and on the kit, he'll just stick to the defuse. Emor has to cut them off. He's not able to smash with 4.
Huge one. Huge round from Smash. He's had a few big moments in this series, but potentially none bigger than that. Okay, if that's going to set the tone, we're all for it. Round 2, and it's a force buy for Eternal Fire. 3 Mac 10s in the mix for Favbet. They want to play with pace. They want plenty of util. It's the right idea on Inferno. You want to clear out brackets. You want to clear out Banana. Let's put that util to good use.
I think right now all that we have to hope for in this game, Alan, is that both teams feel very comfortable on the map. It's obviously about as old as the map can get. Both teams give us something to say, okay, you know what? This is what Counter-Strike's supposed to be about.
Can't deny it's been entertaining. Marix pokes B. Beanox is wide, and Marix gets out of dodge. It should be enough, I think, to hold 2 players here, and the A side of the map is starting to dwindle on util. Mari, though, still 1 smoke, gets it off, but they're going to get through before this. Jackie onto the site, finds his man. In the meanwhile, though, it's getting a bit dicey. Marix is on a completely different path as he's over towards B. 30 seconds left, and this is real sketchy now. I'm not even sure Bondik can easily get to B right now.
It is basically going to be a 2 versus 2 over on B, but fortunately for Favbet, they shouldn't really care too much about that. Calyx, leg spotted, and that's his death. Mari could still make a move and make this interesting, but they have decided that they have no appeal to do so. They'd rather move back and save. Mari, even damage wouldn't be the worst. The extra money for the MP9, just give yourself a bigger guarantee for utility with the AWP of Emor that will be purchased in the first gun round.
Okay, so certainly got a bit scary there. Thank God for Marix to keep them calm and tell them that B bomb site was the easier avenue. Of course, it was a trend, wasn't it, on the map too, that Favbet could not keep anti-ecos clean, or anti-force spies. Which, whilst they weren't losing all that many rounds to them, the economy is so hard to get going if you can't keep these rounds clean. So they'll certainly be hoping for a more clinical affair here in round number 3.
Master's hoping to be able to get something out of this 5-7. There isn't a flashbang behind it, but in fact, Marek still overlooks it. Master, an opportunity for 2 that will be missed, but damage is damage. A bit of extra cash, and Beanox is hoping to provide some more where that came from. Alan, what do you think about USB Kevlars?
I think you buy that if you're planning to stand behind someone with a gun. And steal it. I don't see why else. You're definitely better off buying nades. Well, we asked for a clean round and we seem to have got it. I bet. Streaming their way up to 3 here.
Well, at the very least, we are going to be getting Emor's AWP out in the next round, and hopefully some interesting stuff from that. You know what I do enjoy, actually? I do enjoy the fact that Emor still goes for glass cannon ops. No one does anymore, and I don't... Maybe that's the right play, but on some level, I think it's not. On some level, I do still think the glass cannon has a lot to do. Actually, you know what? I'll eat my words. There are no glass cannon ops purchased even now.
I think Inferno is too hard to justify. It's too many nades, there's too many retakes. Orping isn't necessarily easy at the best of times on this map, so I think this makes sense. On the rifle, have that versatility. And let's see, Ari. Early Yuso just to block the apartment's balcony jump up. Beanox is getting very aggressive here. And these guys look poised to come through the smoke. If he gets his chance, only the one. Master forced to deploy nades to try and stop the onslaught, but I don't think Fab better stopping. They want to continue going in. Util continues to be disrupted.
2 smokes not ideal, and Master's hoping to take advantage of that. The flash is going deep. Master sails past. Smash is actually maybe even body blocked Master inside the smoke. Master isn't able to go through. Funnily enough, I think it was Marex who was bumping and bopping inside the smoke. That's a terrible smoke back out towards Coffin, and Mari will be looking to take advantage of it. The deep Molotov will force him to make a decision. Do I commit or do I back off? PT smoke is finished up, and now that extra smoke that Favbet used is going to become critically difficult to reconcile. Peek back out. Mari's the one to push forward. Bondik does trade, but with his HP and Marix being no healthier, this is a done deal. The bomb being planted is a major boon that they'll be granted.
Just too overwhelming there at the end. You two did so much to stop that execute ever looking clean. And I think they made quite a big mistake on Favbet to not just continue accelerating onto that site. They took so long respecting CT and stuck in pool and just allowed the CT's time to rotate and get into better and better positions. So, Eternal Fire on the board. Not like they survived with tons of cash in the bank, so they'll be looking to certainly chain rounds together here. Double early smokes, bottom mid, bottom banana. And Eternal Fire, 3-man start on B are going to get aggressive, straight down banana. Do Favbet read this, and do they force out A early?
Well, Marsh is going to be in behind them, immediately finding tension, so no, they don't. Not just that, but because Favbet have slowed down, they have allowed the CTs to put themselves into the perfect position to destroy any sort of bracket take that you have planned. I mean, the only way this isn't an Eternal Fire round is if you see some crazy shots being hit, and the attempt is certainly there. Jackie's able to find one, smash a second, Emor will be traded, and Maybe it's just a numbers game that is all that matters at the end of the day. Beanox is going to be spotted at the back of the bomb site. Bondik brings it back to a 1 versus 1. Moss with a smoke and a kid, it's bare minimum, as they say, but in 1 versus 1, the smoke is unlikely to be used. Bondik recedes back to apartments.
That smoke on Mask to make all the difference. If he deploys it correctly. Goes for the bomb. Big tap. Doesn't have that much time here to mess around. Does have time, but he's got to stick, and Bondik knows his angles. Favbet stay firmly in the lead.
Eternal Fire just missed their shots in middle, and it's not even like you see these insane one-taps coming out. I will give credit to Falbet. Nice jiggling of aggression, right? You do see that Boiler player ending up being the first real contact. You've got Mid being fake contact. Jackie's able to get a kill because of that early on. But all of that multi-kill potential that we've seen from Eternal Fire so far was just nowhere to be found.
Guess using this pause to sort out the buy. Who's sacrificing? Beanox, Bamas, Mari, similar suits. They do have smokes and Molotovs pretty much across the board, so that if they want to take Banana, remains an option. Tends to matter more than the weaponry, honest, in a map like Inferno. And let's see. What do Eternal Fire choose to go for? I don't think their early rounds have been the issue thus far. It's come the site hits, come the executes. It's getting a bit chaotic.
Critical kill for Beanox. They could use some of that luck. It is kind of interesting to see how incredibly passive Eternal Fire are, despite the fact that they have very little utility for the late round. If it actually gets to a
they're quite
swarm.
happy right now. I mean, they've got a man advantage. Once they lose brackets, the game might change a little bit.
Yeah.
And they have given up top Banana, so certainly gets a bit more risky now. You can also see they're leaning 3B.
Yeah.
And that just strings out this defense so much. It's fortunate that the kills continue rolling in because, yeah, if someone actually exploded out A right now, they could get overwhelmed.
Mark's couldn't afford to go down over there, but Marie wasn't ready for such an aggressive player to be around. Bondix got the second kill on top, and with Calix back in the bomb site, he is now feeling trapped. This is a classic position for him, but Bondik in the meanwhile still waiting for Emor to make a move. That 1 versus 1 had to be won by tension, otherwise there's no chance in this round. Eternal Fire are going to be able to sneak this victory out, but tense in the middle.
Alex is a total hero, isn't he?
Yeah.
His teammates dropped the ball there. I'm not quite sure why they were so reserved. Falling back 2-1-2. You see the entire map. Kind of forced your A players to feel like, oh, we're going to get wrapped on A if we don't start pushing up short. And that's where it starts to get a bit dicey. So, round 1 for Eternal Fire. Favbet, having played so many close rounds, didn't have much economy to speak of. They're in a double eco scenario. That's why they're full sport here. They do have plenty of util, but it's always the question of how do you close the ground? How do you get up close and personal with these Tech 9s?
Are we going to get more of the overpass? Or methodology of this largely super late round executes? Overpass, we said it was out of discomfort, but I do like those a lot more in Inferno, actually, especially on half fights and force fights. It does feel like CTs more often than not around this level just end up making a mistake into the Tech 9s because they get so antsy and nervous.
I'm not totally sure what they're waiting for.
We've
More
been
util out on A.
Just a move to be made.
It's a
Move,
gamble for Eternal
unfortunately.
Fire, but they're getting it right. 4A.
They have so much util to keep this defended out on towards the A bomb site, right? And the Techs now making their way over. Nades are good. Mari is a victim, as he has been before. Calix is not a hero, not this time. And they had everyone on the wrong, on the right bomb site.
I'm pretty stunned.
Like, I do genuinely think, Alan, that as much as the passive angle does make sense in a lot of these places, if you're waiting to be executed upon, you're overly reliant on hitting every shot.
Certainly losing Pit made quite a big difference. If Pit's alive, it stops the T's just rounding onto the bomb site without having the, if there's somebody under balcony, on balcony, or in Pit, they can't focus the site without being punished. So that certainly made quite a big difference. But even so, there was a molly down on short, so surely Fabbet running in quite disjointed. It might have been really good flashes, actually. I'm just surprised the players on site couldn't align themselves better for the CT side. For one person to take a shot, them kind of fall off, and then someone else take the next contact. That surely should have worked.
They're probably saying that to themselves right now. Nades will do absolutely nothing. Flashbang is dodged. Marix, what an overrun. That leaves this B-bomb site high and dry. B-Nox is exploring the inside of that smoke. As he's searching for a hope, and that hope is going to be gone with his life.
That felt suicidal because he'd just seen 3 nades there. So, between players there earlier.
Dude, Zeuskins have no right to look this cool.
We respect the try. We
Gotta
respect
commend
the effort.
At least some damage being found, Alan. You know, that extra dollars that everyone keeps talking about the CT economy. It comes in. I say everyone because everyone is me. I keep talking about it. Dude, it's great. I love this change from Valve. It really is also just one of my favorite ways to keep it simple. Just kill more players, guys.
That is Counter-Strike at its base level, I guess.
And don't we all want to be a little bit more at our base level?
What have you got for us, Eternal Fire? This half is still alive, but getting a little bit scary. Want to win some gun rounds. What are we going to do? Banana Take comes in. Enox up by the car. It's a decent amount of control. Elsewhere, heavy lean into brackets. The exposure here is apartments. And actually there's... Oh, wow. There's actually 3 here for the T side. Okay. Had they exploded out soon, that would have been a big problem. But certainly the setup now is much better canted to deal with this sort of play.
Calix is in great position. And Incendiary I mean, he actually ends up revealing his position. No longer the best play to go for. He was supposed to be the stopping power. Emor is flashed. He's blind as a bat without quite the same level of deadliness.
I'm stunned that works so well.
You've said that too many times, Alan. You have to start expecting it now, honestly.
It's like rewrite my entire brain.
Yeah.
Decade plus of watching Counter-Strike, and apparently everything I've seen in the last 9.99 years is completely wrong. Who knows what's going on here?
Old school of the new school. That's what's going on. Man, I just don't think that Eternal Fire feel comfortable standing and taking duels, which feels weird because Calyx has always been really, really good, specifically at that across his entire career. But it really does just look like they are getting nervous. They are consistently expecting a full execute to come over towards them, and they don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah. The way I look at it is I kind of wind backwards and say, okay, fair enough, they just lost to players, one player walking up short and then a fast kind of explosion out of apartments, but how are they getting up short without any fighting? How are, on previous rounds, have they got on to B without
waiting
much going down?
That's about waiting till 40 seconds in half of your rounds, I suppose. Eternal Fire just maybe even playing to retake brackets around that time instead of going in and using all that utility early on.
I think first thing first, Emor's been a non-factor.
True.
If Emor can be, say Emor's on short on that round and can deny players just walking out and getting all that space, it's a totally different round. If Emor can be set up potentially on banana to deny players walking in and re-clearing, he could do a lot. But all in all, Eternal Fire in the mid-round have got to get more proactive, because we're way too, I'm not even going to say comfortable, we're way too in the motions of sitting back on the sides.
I think Emor's also only had the op in one round. At least he's only had op kills in one round. Probably.
True, but he's making his own bed. He doesn't have to buy this much on these sort of rounds either.
I'm not sympathetic to the cause. I'll put it that way. I agree with you completely. Marx has been doing a largely pretty good job out towards B as well. He's got a lot of A-sided hits, but you know what? Cleanup rounds and the few rounds where they have gone B, he's been able to get an important kill or two.
Some good now for Fab, guess you could save as the CT side, but there's no real good option here. Could try and get an AK out of this. The terrace money is so good.
Yeah, Fabit should realistically have a buy for the rest of the half. It's worth it for Emor to save at the very least, right? You know, you're gonna have full utility if you do. But the problem is he's maybe the least likely to save with the way things are going.
What is the plan here?
I don't understand, genuinely. Like, look, I try very hard not to criticize individual decision making because I know I'm kind of dumb, Alan. Right? I know my weaknesses. It's just stupidity. But I know, but you know what they say? It takes one to know one, and that was a questionable decision.
There's some, oh god, what is it? I think there's some like hilarious stat or something that like a high proportion of people with low IQs don't know they have a low IQ. And it's kind of what you're saying. You're kind of too naive to really realize. Oh well, hopefully some smarts can come the way of Eternal Fire and try and get a good stack going. At the moment, they're 3 on B, and that is the wrong place to have the numbers. Long is ever so exposed, and the T side are reaping rewards. They're already out. Mario with a nice kill around the smoke. They'll do some good work, but now surely they get pinned, and they will know because Calyx is not the player that found the kill. They'll know that Mario has to still be here. Surely gets cleared out, and he does. This is good for Fab there.
He's inside library. You can't rotate. It's impossible. Bondic has been such a menace. He is 12-2 right now, and Emor is hoping that he can step up. He is hoping he can win this round without a kit, but there's still Smash to deal with. There's still the big bad B. A tap on the bomb, and Smash is feeling worried. But Bondik is still alive, and he knows he can play the time. He's trying to fake off as he's coming here, he's going there, but maybe he has now clocked out those chickens. Emor in on the defuse is going to lose his life, though. I mean, if he had a kit, that round was over.
I think Bondik knew. I think Bondik knew there was no kit. Or somebody told him.
He must have known.
Yeah. This is the best I've seen Bondik play, honestly, for a very long time. He's playing fantastic. So decisive. Such a snake in the grass as some of these rounds hit the mid-round. Causing tremendous problems. And we've been conditioned. The first two maps of this series, Eternal Fire went up big early. And Fabbet did their damn to stay in the map. This is a very different order of affairs. That was laboured. Masked near on 300 damage. Done his job.
Well, that's a bit of a question mark for me. I have no idea how Smash gets a double there. I really thought Emor had killed him. Even saw the scoreboard popping up. A chance for Calyx, a chance for Eternal Fire. It's not a position I envy, but the Molotov is good. Gonna force Tension back. Tension's got a molly of his own, man. This is a done deal. If Calyx deploys that smoke, the round is gone. If Calyx does not deploy the smoke, the round is still gone. Smash will find 3. It is 10-2 for Favbet. Eternal Fire, if they were thinking that, hey, it's okay, we should have closed it in 2, we're gonna get this in map number 3. You're right about the first half. You should have closed it in 2. You're not getting this in map number 3, not with the way Favbet are playing.
Been phenomenal. And I see no reason to think this won't translate pretty well to the defense. This is rough. Real rough if you're an Eternal Fire fan, and sad to say it, but individually they've not been a factor on this map. Where's Beanox gone? This is what we saw in map 1, wasn't it? It's not getting engaged. Who'd have thought that with this cohort of players on the server, Bondik, we're leading the way. Rock and roll, second half. As a reminder, guys, winners the playoffs, loser goes home. And it's looking like Favbet's in playoffs right now.
Does feel that way. Throw fire. We rush the smoke that will not interrupt. Marix, who's been good on the other side of the equation, is unable to find a kill early on. The bomb can be planted. It is a full retake, no kit for the CTs.
This is far from easy. Man here on Banana, that's Jackie. He's got to wait for his teammates. He can't face 2... What am I talking about? Masked, decapitated within seconds. Good trade there from Marix. Jackie can't get anything else done. But these guys are so low for the T side. All Tension has to do is to hit his man. Oh, Bondik goes looking. I'm surprised Bondik didn't just stick it, giving this man a chance. And there's no time. Over. Phoenix has won it.
That is a very surprising play out from Bondik. He objectively loses them the round of the day after a fantastic first half. Of course, still well done from Eternal Fire. It's a good call to be able to scale out onto the B-bomb site like that. I'm surprised Jackie's not able to find the second kill, but still, Beanox, if there's ever a time to come alive, this would be it, because it is the last time he'll have a chance to.
They can't drop the ball now. They have a sliver of a chance to get back into this map. and it's absolutely predicated on winning this round. Clean anti-eco after getting money going. Having every advantage they can. Okay. The default for now. Decent amount of util here that they can use towards brackets.
All Eternal Fire want to make sure they don't walk in a stack. It's a standard, hey, please, God, don't let me face more than 2 players situation.
It's also about the util. If they have to go for a smoke here late, it is tough. And they might have to. Bonding has a smoke and a nade. This is going to be sketchy.
Free smoke is there, and out there goes. Smash is missing his chances. He really could have collected 2 there. The grenade is good, and Marix is taking advantage of it. 2 quick kills found. They're still yet to penetrate that smoke. The one advantage is that kill here. Oh my god, tension with the one M4 is able to find the kill. I thought there was no rifles. I ignored that in my periphery. Tension even gets another one. They're falling apart, Alan. They're gone. They're gone, Alan.
That could be it. The util from Favbet is sensational. I think it was Bondic in CT on B. He had 3 HE grenades, and 2 of them were brilliant. He was unlucky, honestly, not to kill the planter because he got into ruins and bounced off the new window. It's only because it wasn't being planted on coffins proper that the bomb planter didn't die. Wow, that's curtains. Eternal Fire is out of this tournament. I don't see how they come back from that.
That time out to see if they can find a way that might be out of your vision. But Alan, I think for the first time in all of Inferno, you might be right.
Of this series. I may have said on train that map was over. Quite a few times.
Yeah. It's true.
That was about 7 hours ago.
Also
now.
on Overpass. Well, if Eternal Fire is to have a hope, I suppose it has to be off of the same poison that they themselves drunk to get in this position. A force buy win required, slightly more difficult in this position. Arcs and Smash to defend the B bomb site are going to be facing the brunt of the T side. Shoulders spotted, Marix smoke out, flashbang is good, and Marix is gone. Mast is able to find the kill. The flash maybe just a little bit too late to keep him blind, but they still have control. The Smash to stop anyone from coming in through coffin. Mast goes back to lean in and retrieve that M4A1, and the grenade from Calyx makes this possible. A deep incendiary, Mast behind it, able to get another kill. Tech9 pulled out again, and Mast is doing it all. Tension in the 1 versus 2. It was through the smoke where he found success before, but now that 6-6 needs to turn to 8. First kill found, HP's low, Calyx should be gone. Right out in the open, and takes that easy peasy.
Onwards we go. Mast is a hero. There's a 1% chance I spoke too soon. I'll stick to my guns for now. This is still a huge lead. And forced by him in response from Favbet. Bondic manages to muster a FAMAS. Tension's got an M4. But this set of rifles has come at the expense of utility. It is not easy to play Inferno with this lack of util. And there's some shenanigans going down here, man. I think they've dropped a lot of nades maybe to the B players. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a load of nades on the ground for Bondic.
They are so passively clustered on A, but the difference between how Eternal Fire was playing and how Favbet is playing is singular. Tension's not rotating. He's already here. And it's understandable, right? In a buy like this, you really do get it. that it makes it so much more dangerous.
Yeah, you wouldn't do this on a full buy round. But
Of course.
here, fair enough. Even if they lose the round and it ends on B, they can save a lot of stuff. Have another crack in the next. For now, though, I think they're going to get it right, man. 4 players here. 2 in and around pit. 1 player cold. 1 player moto. Let's see.
Tension needs to get these kills. He's not had the best of games when he finds a man with a bomb and utility in his hands. Mari goes back to retrieve. It is still Smash to try and keep a hold of this crossfire. Good for 1 kill, but it's slow, it's labored, and the second just doesn't matter. Bondix got the bomb, though. He's going to realize it a bit too late. Beanox running out of bullets, which is up for the Galil. Bondix 5-7 could have been instrumental, but at the end of the day, it's those slow kills in to the players approaching on short, which gives Eternal Fire another breath of air.
So Jackie's drops out for a moment. Let's get him back in. There he is. Okay, well, this one will be a full eco, so we're not expecting much. If you're Eternal Fire, the mantra is a round at a time.
If you're Favvet, the mantra is, please don't let this be overtime again, please. I have children, I need to see them. I don't actually know if Bonding has kids, or any of the other ones, but, you know, theoretically.
I mean, think about the production staff, man. They're putting in a slog. God forbid anybody's done every game today. And I know somebody probably has, so...
You know, it's like that scene in the movie where it's like, oh yeah, one last try. It's like, yeah, guys, it's okay. You know what? I'll take one for you, man. It'll probably be fast games. I got this. Don't worry. It's Sunday night. Go back to your kids. What's the worst that
in
can
the
happen?
office? Has to go again in 5 hours.
Shout out to production, man. If there's anyone who needs to be paid more, it's me. But then anyone else, it's them.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give them
In
the
that
spillover.
order.
You know, if
Yeah,
it's getting to the point where the accounts are just overflowing, then
I've heard, like, you know, since we're talking about 2017 Counter-Strike, why don't we talk about 2016 economics? It's trickle down, baby. That's what it is. God.
okay.
Can
I don't
we
know
not
what
have
we're waiting
technical
for here, 'cause
timeouts? That's
Jackie's
all I'm
back.
asking. Well, just, can we not have technical timeouts and we have players reading up on time? That's all I need.
Got a whole another series to go. Well, we're in the dark as much as you viewers. We will update you as soon as we know what's what. For the moment, though, we don't know very much.
We do know what the scoreboard is, though, because we've got that popping up. Thank you very much. Well, we will have a resumption.
Okay, rock and roll. And Favbet is
Forcing again.
Forcing again.
If there is a pentagram you need to draw to summon overtime, this is it. I'm just letting everyone know.
So my assumption here is that they knew that their first buy round would have compromises. They've decided, let's force again. Essentially, what they've done here is decided that their first gun round will wait an extra round and have full nades.
Well, I hope your assumption's right. Because I didn't actually look at the money, so I don't remember what the situation is, dude. There was a technical. Don't blame me. That's
They
what we're
just
supposed
lost
to.
They forced back themselves and lost.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Got it. All right. I'm up to speed. The bomb is planted. The CTs are safe.
Well, if that nade had hit home, it wouldn't have been a save. I'm still not totally sure what's going on here. Because Jecky's in pit. Interesting. Decent damage, I guess, but equally when you're on 11 rounds, economic damage isn't the biggest deal because you're unlikely to have a force of eco round anyway. Well, brace yourself for another round, which is basically a force buy. So he carries these saves through.
Eternal Fire will always feel like they're going up against 5-7s or something. It feels like you just aren't given a moment to
Groundhog
rest.
Day.
Yeah.
Literally faced the same round 3 times.
Yeah. They have gotten increasingly better at dealing with it, though. There's more players kept alive every time.
See plenty of these slow defaults. As Eternal Fire looks to take no risks, leave no stone unturned. Getting a lot of the map here for free, essentially, so not masses for them to do. All they need to do is poke and prod these sites and pull out a response. The call from Favbet is to leave A open, double long, and free B. Bondic seems to have an endless supply of grenades on the ground.
It's the ideal buff. That's a perk he took. Infinite Demolition.
I think they're trying to bait Eternal Fire in. They're making it look like it's just Bondic with a bazillion nades. But I don't think it's going to work.
You think wrong, young Padawan?
I mean, perhaps. But equally, it's lost all its sting, the CT side, hasn't
20
it?
seconds. They're going to be walking into a grenade, though. This is good damage. Marix is set up for success. Beanox is turned around. This is a free kill because the Molotov been missed. He doesn't pull the trigger. The greed. The unadulterated lust for more is punished. But Eternal Fire are low. It's unconfirmed damage, though. Favbet are still too committed. They don't know it, but they might be walking into salvation. Unwillingly so. Alex. Beanox's shots missed. Position failed. They should have an idea that this is going to be a crossfire, but at the end of the day, it is just damage and nothing beyond that. No kills found. Favbet. That could have been another one of those rounds which worked out for them.
It will work out in the end. That's the mentality they need to maintain. This is what we've been waiting for. They've waited a while to ensure this begun round when it came was all the bells and whistles, and they do have that. Full util. Just the one kit. But that shouldn't be a massive consequence. And what is the call? Free towards B. Helpful smoke as well. From CT spawn. And then we're going to go for full control here. Tension on the line. And check out Eternal Fire. I think they wanted to mid-pop, but they've actually pulled the pin and gone backwards.
Tension's been left alone on this B-bomb side, which, listen, it's not uncommon to have an Opera solo B, but it's generally from the half wall. Going this far back all the way into Fallen, it is a serious commitment to the idea of A from Favbet. And Tension finds the kill, Calix pushes forward, that timing is just terrible, absolutely abysmal for the T side.
Yeah, and just as it feels like there's some gusto to Eternal Fire's comeback, that is shattered. So change of setup catches Eternal Fire off guard. It was a risk, but equally, if you play an entire half like that, you're going to win 2 rounds. You're going to get two times your right. And now they'll change it up. Different allocation of the forces. Now the AWP's towards A. It's 2 on B this time. And Eternal Fire have no wiggle room remaining. 5 in a row or they're out.
So stranger things have happened in this series. Becky doesn't want them to happen again. Twice is quite enough. But it is going to be a rotation that has to come in through a smoke for the CTs. They've been locked out into arches. This force back on short, it could have been important, but tension's only good for one. Inside the bomb site, he is overly committed, cannot keep his op alive. That's a great timing being hit onto the A bomb site from Eternal Fire.
These rounds are excellent in isolation. It's such a shame they couldn't get more out of their defense. A couple more rounds carried into this would have been a totally different affair. Calix, good rounds. Emor, good frags after a really troublesome first half. And a save now from FabBet. Their loss bonus surely is still pretty good. But it'll be borderline, won't it? I guess if these two can drop M4s, then Bonding can buy from Self. Let's see how the money shakes out. It's enough, but only just for a map like Inferno where you need all the nades.
Yeah, probably need some pharmacists coming through if you want to actually buy here. Might be worth just calling a half again.
I think they'll buy. I think the main thing is they just need to pause and actually sort out who's got what. Okay, they actually choose to half.
Okay. Listen, these half buys have been really dangerous, so I don't hate it.
It's not bad. I personally would have bought, but there's not a lot in it.
Well, double shelter and check. He's got a backstab. Oh no. The half buy. Alan, this is not how the cookie was supposed to crumble. It was supposed to be moist. It was supposed to be juicy, oozing chocolate. But it's undercooked and underwhelming.
It's over. Bombs down in mid. That is it. FabBet's in playoffs. Great showing for them. They'll join some of the other teams. And Emor just left to wallow in this defeat. He can't possibly win this.
He knows it as well. He'll make a go of things, but it's a burden. That's hard to shoulder. Nice step. Would like to see Emor's perspective if we can, but honestly, it might be the perspective of a broken man. I understand if we don't want to show that on stream. Just the hopelessness, just the difficulties, but the chance is not there.
Finally.
Stab in the back. FabBet take it home. It is a series that is as labored as it gets, but they are in the playoffs, and I suppose that's what matters at the end of the day. I think takeaways from that is that probably some work to be done on their map pool, but if there's one thing I'm sure of, this is a team that fully believes in their IGL.
Yeah. Yeah, I think FabBet showed tremendous tenacity to stay in this series. Train absolutely should have been lost 99 times out of 100. They got it back. Overpass, halftime looked dire, and they actually got into some pretty good control on that second half. And obviously, the first half here on Inferno, they absolutely smashed. It was incredible. So I think all in all, it's obviously not a perfect series from FabBet, but given they're a team that hasn't played Overpass before, that Inferno is not their best map, This is growing signs, and they certainly got something to build upon moving forwards.
Well, they're going to be building into the playoffs. Let's see how they can perform over there. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We still have one more series to go. It's Metizport versus Sparta coming up after a break.
He's going to force the kill at the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick European qualifiers. You have missed a mad match of a series coming out if you weren't watching out for the entirety of the previous one. But we were, so we're here to bring you up to date with everything. But before we can dive into the results of that, let's dive into what's coming up next. I'm T-Tom, he's Alan, and we're trying to find out what the last team in the Thunderpick European qualifier playoffs will be. Alan, it's Metizport, it's Sparta. What are we thinking?
We're thinking we hope it's shorter than the previous two best threes, first and foremost. It's already a late one and could get a heck of a lot worse. Fingers crossed it doesn't. But yeah, Group D, this is the Sinners group, the group that Sinners won. Let's reflect on that very quickly. They beat Metizport in the upper game to book their spot in playoffs, which leaves us obviously with Metizport Sparta. Now, Sparta, they played the midday game today, didn't they? So
Yes.
They've had a long shift, a long wait from that game into this one.
Yeah, and not only did they have to play a very long game, they also had to watch another very long one. I'm sure they were entertained, but it's hard to be entertained when you're waiting to play Counter-Strike. Alan, I will let you walk us through some of the Sparta players. I will be very transparent. I'm quite unfamiliar with this team.
Yeah, I mean, for anybody that's watched Fluffy Pandas, they'll know a couple of these guys. To be honest, I haven't seen them too many times. Yura Miata is their AWPer. Too many times. Yura Miata is their AWPer. He's definitely, for me, their most skilled player. Solb, someone else who seems fairly skilled to me. But they're like a lot of other teams from this region of this sort of level where everybody's very good mechanically, or at least it feels that way. It's more the team play, the slower rounds, or that sort of jazz. That's where a team like Metizport is going to have an advantage against them.
Well, why don't we take a look at Metizport as well while we're at it? Male is obviously the big story, where I still don't know if it's Liam or Male, right? Because it could just be the American thing, but we're not going to find out for a while. He needs to be getting more numbers before we get a full video out on him. Maybe get picked up by the Falcons while he's at it. I don't know if he's the truth, though, Alan. Like, I'll be frank, I've watched maybe 3-4 series of him playing, and he does sometimes pop off, but also in a lot of places he does feel slightly lost of it. In fact, for me, I still think Blopsky might be one of the undersung heroes of this team.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with where you're coming from. I haven't watched him that many times, but in the games I've seen, there is no doubt in my mind that this is the most skilled player to come out of Sweden, these young players, since, oh my lord, Brolan?
Probably.
That sort of, I can't think of anybody else. He's
Disco Doplin? He was really skilled when he was coming up.
Yeah, still. Mechanically, he is fabulous. In the games I've seen, that has been enough to carry him through rounds. I can certainly believe he's a very green player, needs to kind of round himself out. So that, for me, is where Male's at. And then Plopsky. Plopsky is in a lot more star player positions, let's call them, on this team than he has been on his previous sides. And he has played really well in the last few games I've seen. So yeah, those two combined are really, really strong duo at this sort of level.
Well, we're going to see Metizport picking up Overpass over here as well. They got absolutely blown up earlier on versus Sinners. That's how they ended up in the lower bracket. Sinners looked incredible on that one. Sparta, though, they were able to destroy earlier on too. So you sort of get where they're coming from. Sparta will counter that out with a nuke. And then it will be the Mirage decider. Earlier on, when these guys played amongst each other, it was Overpass and Sparta picking Mirage. Why don't we get into it, though? You can give me your thoughts in an eco round about the grand scheme of things right now. Straightforward. Let's shoot some guns and watch someone die.
Cheery. Of the truth. 4B start for the CT side. Not uncommon. Boost there. I can use this boost to clear into short. Of course, the risk here is that Dijon there gets overwhelmed for any teammates show up. But if you can get a quick peek here on long, get some information, would be handy. This player's out now. He spots him, and now we need the cavalry.
It's galloping. And it's almost over there. It's actually a very fast push out through towards Banana. Solb is good for the first kill, and This is going to be a very tricky position for the remaining players in Mail. Mail is going to be locked in and behind. Lumi is the one to get to. Mail still actually manages to fight back and maintain position inside Toilet. So Lumi gets a chance to finish up his quad. Very nicely done.
Yeah, big save. Big recovery. That looked so good for the CT side when they hit the first bullets. Problem was they weren't respecting toilets. They weren't respecting front toilets. And whilst they had a player in and around Banana, that player was not holding. And the guys around Cube were way open. So that's how that round crumbled. They're well positioned to fight long, but nowhere else.
Wait, what is Cube? Is that dice?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Die are cubes, to be fair.
I use about 10 different callouts for that spot. So.
Yeah, default, dice, cube, boxes. There.
I for years called it. A lot of people actually don't call it default. So I certainly have had that instance in the past where people don't understand what I mean when I've said default.
I've always heard it called dice, to be honest, but yeah. You know Wild 80, right? So one of the first times I ever played CS with Wild 80 was about 6-7 years ago. And his stack had this really annoying thing they did as we've got an anti-eco going on. 3 players are connected, likely to be ripped apart. Male gets to pick up some numbers. Yeah, it feels good. It was that whenever they didn't know where someone was, they would say, 1 Fortnite. And because it was Mirage, I was just so confused. I was like, does he mean scaffolding? Because like they do building and scaffolding, and I turned around, I saw someone on scaffolding. I just happened to kill them because I'm not very good at the game. It just happened to happen, right? Whatever. And I'm like, yo, thanks for the call. And they all just got really confused. Like, wait, what? What do you mean? We didn't give you a call.
So Fortnite means you don't know where you're being shot from.
Yeah, Fortnite just means we're making things up. We're probably losing this round. It's not a good comm strat.
No.
But it is vibes. And that smoke is, it's a vibe trope.
I'm racking my brains because you know the position divider? Some
Yeah.
people call it Guardian. Somebody told me the Swedes have some insane name for it. I can't remember what it is for the life of me. But it's something, it's like just a random collection of words. Doesn't make any sense.
You had a round in the previous one where you were calling on Inferno. Like, one's on Moto, one's on Cold. I'm like, okay, great. We're just cycling through all the great players which people don't know about anymore.
I could have called it Mini Pit, and that would have really confused him. So be thankful for that.
2, trying to defend Monster while you've got rotation from Solb going back to A. It is the B site hit. We know it. They don't, but it'll be coming in through short, and that could be the right move. You want a util that is ready for Metizport. You're going to see a double nade coming out towards Wood. They love to go for this in the late round, but no, they want to stay secretive. Flash's sail. Nade isn't doing too much. Secondary flash will be unable to blind Invisible, but the trade is good. Mail, however, cannot get more than one. Confused will finally go down, and then it's 3 versus 3. That Heaven Smoke is still proving to be enemy number 1. The second smoke is now down. The post-spawn utility looking good for Metizport, and Mail is trying to move in. He finds a play inside the smoke. This is a man who knows what he's kissing. He did not like it. Nade, Uramiata, or Uramiata is taken down.
Yeah, say it like you're a Miata.
I'm not a Miata. I'm actually a man. What the hell, Alan?
Sorry.
Well,
I will remember that position name. It will come to me.
I don't believe you. Metizport, however, in the meanwhile, are having a much better start over here on Overpass than they did playing up against Sinners. Up against Sinners, honestly, did look slightly lost.
You're lucky there's no train in this series. Train is the map where I just sometimes default back to really old callouts.
Like the 6 train, 4 train, 3 train. Is that what we're going?
In Go, I'd still say back 6.
I hate
Black
that,
green.
by the way, because I never learned the numbers because I wasn't a player.
You only need to know 6. The others don't make any sense.
I still don't know which one 6 is.
6 is green. I don't know what color. What color is it now? Red.
I think so.
The train nearest Ivy.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
The other ones, yeah, the numbers of train. There are less trains on train in Go than in 1.6, so even that doesn't work.
Invisible. Miata is actually the one who is quite invisible right now. Dijon. Oh god, that Molotov will force him out to shots, and they are not mustard. They are not mustard at all.
Pretty rare to see a full util clear of long in any round. So credit to Metizport for recognizing that that was actually a risk up against a half buy and to use all the util. Pretty much secures this round. I don't see Solban Canfas here doing that much with their pistols. They are on the right side. That's the good news. But, this is a full order. Just the one for them. And Metizport are off to a flying start here on Overpass.
Sparta are really going to have to show off some of those skills that you were mentioning for Miata. He's obviously had a dry spell so far, 0 and 4, death in every round, a kill in none of them, and he's hoping his fortunes can turn. The attempt will start with a long range out towards Monster. Mail's already found Soul, but that is a kill that they could not afford to lose. Already the CTs on the back foot, majorly so, but they are they trying to boost up behind? And find a kill, okay. T's give up all the information in the world and are caught off guard because of it.
They spread out these T players. What do they go for next? The boost here sees a leg. And Legion picks off that, so good one to punch. Lumi with a late trade. And in the meanwhile, Plopsky, knowing there's so much happening elsewhere on this map, is making his move. Surprised Lumi went for that, because Plopsky's gonna get so much room.
It might be too late for Plopsky to activate at this point, because you're going to see this push forward coming into short. Timing could not be worse for Jaquinho to go for that jump up. The bomb is on the ground, and Plopsky is not going to find anything this round. It might well be a save. They are expecting him to come back in through heaven at this point, and there really aren't that many other places where he could attack them from.
If he can take another gun away, this is kind of worth it. They've got so much money. Especially if he can take Miata's AWP. And Miata is having to juggle Monster, the ABC Graffiti where Popsky is now, and Heaven. Popsky favors just tucking in.
Convoluted way to save.
Thinks of nading.
He would have killed Invisible if it connected.
Yeah, I think it's probably he would have naded in the cubby. I'm not sure.
Well, first round from Sparta is good. They're able to find a critical kill onto Lumi, which is probably the turning point of the round. Metizport still with the money, like you mentioned. Reface back up. Miata. Has to be careful. Plopsky might have actually just barely spotted him. Plopsky finds the kill. There you go. Confirmation on the spot has been given. Plopsky now just has to stay alive, and he is certainly not going to be able to do that with the way Dijon is pursuing the Terminator in hot pursuit. But if Plopsky rounds this corner, he's turning back and he's worried now. Dijon is going to die.
I can't believe that.
I don't think he can either.
I understand Plopsky inside a playground holding a push, but to actually have the presence of mind to turn around, that's insane. That's crazy. He's pretty much won the round there. SPARTA, they have no information now. If Soul be in a semi-aggressive position. And Metizport seem convinced someone will get aggressive. That is not ideal.
This could still work over here if Confused can pull up with a big double kill. Invisible finds one as well. As much as Brovsky may have done, it's all up to Solb. The AWP is not the weapon for the job. Lumi out in the open has just lost this round there and then, but Solb is going to die. Brovsky says, if we can't plant the bomb, I can plant my boot in their face.
Yeah, that was pretty sketchy. I'm not surprised, actually, that Metizport is pausing because they need to just relax. It was going way too slow. They need to move 20 seconds early on these rounds. So whilst they are winning them, I like that they have the presence of mind to understand that this is how games slip, is by making mistakes from here. So, SPARTA will invest. It's not perfect, but it's not awful. There are no kits though. And Miata, who for me is the best player on this team, he has only AWP'd a couple of times, but so far yet to be a factor. So let's see where he deploys.
Maybe a faster play out for Connector. Perhaps at least a threat that can be made. Look at how fast Brovsky is. Oh my god, he's already out to 3. The Molotov, I don't know if it was intentionally changed up, but Miata right now is not going to pull the trigger on the timing. It is Brovsky to find even more space, and not just space, it's a kill. Dijon keeps on coming up short in this 1v1. It's like the 2022 shortage of France, but Miata and Confused able to find a kill apiece, and SPARTA do at the very least trade back. Invisible and Confused are peeking into players who are prepared for them. Confused, however, once again able to get the 2-for-1. This duo has been good at that. Lumi alone, he's not been in the right spot at a couple of rounds, but this would be a great place to reclaim lost glory and reputation. Angle is good. Oof. Kill's not, though. And with that's
the only chance he's going to get. Nobody's facing him anymore. Don't think he has time to go the long way around to A anymore, so this is impossible. Canvas takes contact, teammate and Connector can play off him. That is a done deal. SPARTA getting their teeth into this game a little bit. Coming close to breaking this money. Metizport, what are they? They're going to half buy?
I'm just wondering about how SPARTA is able to get this kind of space. Just to go out for those fights. Having to reclaim short late in the round is very difficult for Metizport.
Imagine it's going to be an even bigger problem in this round because they don't really have the util to fight for map control quite as easily. You love the mollies on this map.
Yeah.
They don't have them.
In some ways, might even be more important than the smokes. Very rare that you say that. Nade stack for Soul. Could be big. Double nade is good. It'll do some fantastic damage, but would have needed a 3, maybe even 4 to really finish him off. The flash not good enough. Confused is still able to get the kill, but they still come out 2-for-1. Dijon, what Soul gets 2 over there? He's the one rotating in. Lumi's in a clutch one more time. The smoke is down, but Miata has got an incendiary, so you have to plant inside the smoke. Lumi's afraid, and rightfully so. I mean, I wonder if he thought Euromiada's coming in from connector and he's trying to go to A. That's the only rationalization I can think of.
Maybe. I would have thought the most likely position was always going to be heaven.
Smoke
I'm
on the
not
side
sure.
for that.
I'm not sure. I think most players, especially against an AWP, would just plant in the smoke.
Yeah.
So, slightly questionable. Of course, Solb's trifecta makes the biggest difference. I think if Sparta had watched any Metizport games, I think the execute is pretty telegraphed. You only have to watch a couple games to know that there's a big risk of a pop after a double nade.
They don't even need to watch their games, actually. Did you know that? Because Metizport have only played Overpass twice, one of which I can tell you there was nothing to learn from because they got rolled by Sinners. I watched that match. There was literally nothing you could learn from it other than they're clearly not entirely comfortable on this map. And then the other one, Sparta played against them.
There you go.
I've got a fun Dijon fact if you want, Alan.
The place or the person?
The mustard.
Ah. Go for it.
Did you know that in 2022 there was a heat wave in Canada which caused a drought and it made it so Canadian production of mustard seed could not happen. So France had to reduce its production of Dijon mustard by 80%.
Crikey.
Yeah.
I think I did know. I think I knew that English mustard was doing well. I have a vague recollection that it's said on Clarkson's farm.
Euromiada's gone. That looked like it should have been a sitter, but Mill's done with this. 12-5, now 12-6. He's done with this in both ways. Still an important kill for the T side to be able to have control in the late round out towards long if that's an avenue of attack that they want to have. A nade to pop open the doors. Invisible is looking for deals, not finding them. Dijon is gone. Plopsky very often been the main man for this team when it comes to finding and fighting for map control around tree and toilets. Now he goes to A. They don't have the call for Solb. Solb could have a timing they don't expect.
Certainly could.
Probably will.
Nobody's respecting it.
Going for the shorter pathway. It's better to deny plans with, but Lumi's maybe even thinking about checking back. Chiquinho could have taken him down. Lumi has to get the skill. No one else over here accessible to that fight, and Solb wide swinging will take his head clean off. Late rotation from Confused will be added to it as well. Isaac has to go for a suboptimal plant, and Plopsky's given one for free. Last two players coming in from the toilet, they should have an idea of this. Incendiary goes deep. Plopsky to be displaced, but not before he gets yet another kill. He has been a man unleashed. 3 kills so far, and Soul with 32 HP should not win this round. Plopsky ensures that he will not win this round.
He solo won the round because he got the A kills as well. Called his team back. Huge round from Plopsky. And this is how Metizport is meant to function. Plopsky and Melo9 top of the scoreboard, wreaking havoc on the defense. Looking good as we get into round 11. Euromiata does have his AWP, but again, hasn't been the most effective member thus far in this series. And what is the call from CT side? It's 4-4B start. Invisible's quite aggressive over towards B water. And in the meanwhile, Metizport are going full contact mid. No noise. Step for the smoke. Wow, what a read just to go through that.
Insane.
I think
Euromiata
Euromiata's
is
dead.
not
He's
ready
never
for
going to
it at
expect
all.
someone to be front toilets.
Oh, God,
How?
he gets a kill. That's impressive. It really is. But the problem is, impressive might not be enough. Molotov behind Solb. Confused is the one to actually defend him. Solb goes through the smoke. You can do it. Watch me. 3 versus 2. And Mail is going to be given a chance to fight. Solb, who's gone back through the smoke. Invisible. Yeah. He knows we're confused. He knows we're confused. Mail should not be losing this one. But sanity has not prevailed so far, and I have no reason to believe that it will. Mail goes up to Optimus. Confused goes around Dice. Confused is gone. Mail will bring it back.
Huge. Huge recovery. Him and Plopsky have salvaged this half. It could have gone so far south. That round looked horrific for Metizport when they're getting chewed up on the site. And only this man could save the day. Okay, 7 for the Swedes. And the bye's pretty bad, isn't it, for Sparta? So we expect 8 real soon. Do Sparta choose to run something a bit more unorthodox? That would be what most teams would choose to do with this sort of bye.
Isaac down, in hot pursuit, is going to be able to get the trade. It is still a possibility for Invisible to be able to activate. Coming in from Connector, that grenade will soften him up, though. That is right on the money. The call from Sparta is good, right? Like, you do want to start having Invisible hover back over, especially if you could have just maybe kept an eye out through the short tunnels. The 5.7 not the weapon for it, though, so decides not to. Invisible and Confuse. No flashes on the other side. Confuse good for 1, but unfortunately that flash comes just a little bit too late. Uramiata.
No way.
What? 2 kills for the 5.7 there. Lumi's back in a 1vx as he has been so many times. He's not been able to play most of them, but right now the time actually be helping him. The low amount of time that his Solb is looking away, but not for long. Your Uramiata has driven all over them.
That's ridiculous. Wow. What a pair of headshots. And it might seem small, but 8-4 versus 7-5 is a notable difference. Gives Sparta a bit more to work with. Now the side's going to swap. We start looking towards Metizport on the defense. Game back underway. We're not waiting too long. As a reminder for the fans at home, winner in playoffs. Winner's the last team through to playoffs from the groups.
Yes.
Loser is out.
Don't do me like that. Playoffs have already been populated by the likes of 500, Arcred, Partisan, Copenhagen Wolves, Sinners, Reason, and Favbat. None of these teams sound like they couldn't win the tournament. That's the big deal. There's no monstrous tier 2 opposition. There's no, Spirit Academy or Foot or anything like that.
There's Frontsider, and he's coming for you.
I believe it. But
Okay,
first, you
numbers
have to get to
connector.
the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And Lumi is hoping he can maybe provide a bit more impact over here in that second half.
I wonder what these nades are for. Smoke molly, maybe jump up and back default, back dice on A. Let's see. Certainly have the numbers in that direction. Taking their time to clear out the angles. Of course, we know that CTs are way back on the site. And actually, there's a monster push. Can they actually rotate in time? Double flank as well. If the A site players can hold, this could play out very well.
There is no reason for them to move. It's all about how fast Mail can actually activate. And Mail is going to be taking his time.
Wow.
Lumi and Propsky, however, lethal Lumi, the master of pistol rounds. 2 quick kills over here, and the bomb is on the ground. Mail can cover it off from being recovered. No, he can't be, John. What the hell is going on here?
I can't.
Dude,
I'm so sad we weren't on board for that.
With pistols.
Because he just absolutely assassinated both of them. There were 2 of them. And he must have killed them within half a second. Holy cow.
3 bullets at most.
That is crazy. Metizport are surely dumbfounded. They double a bomb down in front of default and they have 2 players flanking. That's this game over. Yeah, here we are. Metizport, them force buying, them getting aggressive here in connector, and look at that. That is how you respond.
$20 HP between Mail and Plopsky does not mean this round is over, though. It means SPARTA still have a chance to be able to claw their way back. We've seen them in, frankly, worse positions come out on top.
Wonder where they'll play, because there aren't that many headshot angles. You can crouch behind truck.
Yeah. You can boost behind dice. I like that one.
What with boosting is you can't move very easily if you get overwhelmed.
True.
They're actually favoring just stacking B.
You are.
This HP has made them so passive, and I think it could spell the demise.
Think is Molotov from Plopsky. If he knows the molly just to... they've already used it. Dijon as he goes out forward. Plopsky's got another kill somehow with that HP. He's still swinging like he's got life in him. Confuse is hunting. But Optimus is where Mail is, and Mail gets 3 as well. I don't understand. I do not understand, Alan. I will repeat, there is no way you are supposed to win those duels.
Confused on the server, confused in the casting booth. Yeah, I can't believe... The most surprising kill is Plopsky coming off truck and getting a kill on 10 HP. It was really close to falling apart there for Metizport because they were moving around so much. But they somehow managed to get into an impromptu kind of bait setup on truck with their low HP players. Unbelievable. And despite losing pistol in a painful fashion, they're in an excellent spot now. If they can just convert this round, they are really close to winning this map.
Forward, Mail's only good for the 1. Plopsky will be late to the rotate. Needs Jaquino to be able to step up, a name that we've not had to say too many times over. Incendiary is well timed, and Jaquino's playing well around it. Flash follow-up makes it even better, and Jaquino keeps it under lock and key. Wow. Great collections with the MP9s, I have to say. It's like the weapon is still pretty good, and people shouldn't buy UMPs.
Metizport realised that Heaven's open. Nobody's open to it. Okay, there's the cue. Peek out. So got a little bit scary, but Jaquino, an absolute hero on that SMG. Does his job, holds firm, even though he was alone on that site for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And that was the hard round. This one's the easy one.
I'm surprised they upgrade. out of the full M4s instead.
Perhaps they thought it was a slight risk of another force buy, but without a plant, I don't think it was going to happen very likely.
Yeah. SPARTA are going to slow down to a crawl. Take their sweet time with it. They've got one deagle. That's supposed to be doing the job for 5 big strapping lads. Well, okay. Can somebody say field day?
Beautiful. Nice and clean. Jacquinho probably... actually, no, Lumi can bite himself. Lumi will AWP, I think. Yep, there we go. Final pause burnt by SPARTA, and timely because this is probably the map they can't convert this round. Maybe a pocket strat they have, maybe some preparation. Let's see what Sparta's cooking for us.
One of the problems with having such a strong focus on potentially having a star opera is obviously T-side. He's just not going to have that much impact. We have entered into an era where all operas are also riflers, but I still think that down to the tier 2.5 space, you tend to have a slight discrepancy of form. A little bit more akin to the JDM 64 days. Not quite as extreme, but yeah.
Isaac's alone. He has no teammates here right now. And players are walking out onto B. And he's dead. Wow. Completely overwhelmed. I'm not sure what's happened here for Metizport, but to neglect B like that, stack A, and for Isaac to let players walk out, that is bordering on the unforgivable.
They'll have time to discuss because I think they might have to say over here, Chiquinho is not going to be moving past Invisible with the way things are going. Yorimiata as well has made sure no one can rotate in. But because of Yorimiata's positioning, this is technically a 4 versus 3 on the bomb site. Metizport are going to be spurred on, but there's no targets. They're just hoping for mistakes.
What a strange round. Yeah. I don't really understand what Isaac was. I guess he was playing graffiti and then kind of messed around with nades for sure. Something like this. Seems surprising that in a spot where they were 4 stacking A, he wasn't at least getting a little bit more information. And the fact that he goes... I mean, even just playing retake and jump spotting or something would have been better.
Yeah.
It's the unforgivable part is that he dies. You simply cannot die as the solo player for nothing.
True.
Metizport's missed that smoke for Monster. That is not helpful.
It happened once on the other side as well. So, you know, what goes around comes around. And Mail right now is coming around to the fact that he is dead. Trade is good. Chiquinho able to take advantage of that headshot. But unfortunately, the re-aggression from Metizport is meeting more resistance than they thought it would.
Yeah, they wanted to flash Plopsky in to finish off the man they knew was in B short water, but can never make it that far because of Yorimiata. I think the flash was for sure. I don't think there was anything to help him with connector, so the hubris is punished. We're about to have a double monster push. We've got 2 here for Metizport. Lumi's in heaven.
Up on the other side with that ball, he's going to have to be careful. If he loses his duel, even if he's holding for it, this becomes troublesome. It's a 2 versus 1 after his death. And Metizport have found the perfect concoction of aggression and fear. Jaquinho with 3 kills is going to be a hero yet again.
I can't believe it. That was like a knife through butter. It worked. It was too well. Considering they pushed into the bulk of the players. And this is disaster for Sparta. Dijon, I guess he's thinking about saving. This is over.
Yeah, what else can he do?
Presumably their money's not going to be great.
It's going to have to be a force buy behind this. Dijon can drop a Mac 10 if he wants to, and then after that it is a question of sacrifice. The AK helps more than not having it, right? You weren't going to be able to pull out this amount of utility and armor and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's another round where Sparta feel like they're in an advantage. They've been a lot of those rounds, and then Metizport just pulls out just an individual moment. This one's a good call, don't get me wrong, but it is a lot of winning deals in there. Confused will be stopped by it. Isaac is hoping that he is going to be forced back so that he can try and fight into it. Mail instead just fight through. Invisible put down, and that bomb, while it looks to re-navigate away, might find the perfect timing. Lumi is elsewhere on the map. He has moved back over, and even Flopsky's recession is going to be really good timing for the T's as they're going back out towards toilet. Confused and Isaac trade 1 for 1, so rotation back over towards the A-bombs. That can be timely should Metizport call it here and now, but with Lumi and Plopsky still on the case, they don't really want to. Lumi's covering out. There will be 2 players making their way over towards him soon. It is noise made, but Yorimiata only playing distraction. Lumi realizes it might be a push through the smoke, and he has read that perfectly.
This one's over. Much more stable around here from Metizport. They've been very sketchy, the ones they have won in the recent rounds, but this one looks very good. And Sparta's money's a disaster. There goes Solb. What can they even muster here? Galils at best. If they buy Galils, then Util is sacked. Mac 10 up there on Invisible. This feels like we'll be on Nuke in no time with this sort of buy.
You're not wrong. All about just cleaning things up clean and simple, though. And it's Invisible will be running forward. Plopsky getting the kill does certainly help massively. Good flashbang as well, just in case there was going to be any sort of aggression forward into short. Mail can try and back off to safety. His retreat will be safeguarded by the 2 players who have rotated back over as well. Isaac nearby. Jaquinho is dead, but Mail collects on 2. Magnificent spray down. And when Metizport have had some struggles, this is not going to be one of them. It's now 13. They win their map pick. Nuke awaits as Sparta will have to fight back on their own.
Just sensational from Mail and Plopsky. I mean, we spoke about them before the series. Rightfully so. They are, you know, the star prospects of this team. And they absolutely dominated that map. So many important kills. Got a little bit scary at times where Sparta almost broke the money, but they won a lot of key rounds in that map to Metizport. So well deserved. And I think they'll feel pretty good about their chances on Nuke as well going forwards.
Well, let's see what the chances look like after a quick break. We'll be back very soon with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
going to force the kill the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
And we're back. It's not for Nuke, and it is the pistol round. Male 09 for Metizport starting off on the CT side of things, as it is the big for SPARTA. We continue on to find out who the last team in the Thunderpick European Qualifier playoffs is going to be. SPARTA on the verge of elimination, one map down.
Odds don't look good. And they're up against a team in fine form. Male 09, Plopsky, fabulous individually on map 1. Let's see if they can maintain that form. Who kind of stalled out here, do Sparta? They've got 3 flashbangs, which honestly isn't that helpful on a map like Nuke. I'm not sure it's going to help you get near a plant.
Yeah. Also weird to see them on 3 different players, actually.
Oh, they're about to go into a ramp bait setup on the back boxes.
That might be what the flashes used to try and dismantle, but instead the Soul has said we go back. Guys, there isn't that much time in the round. 1:55 sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. There's only 30 seconds left now, and as this tease are going back over to the upper bomb site, Male 09 will be able to rotate in time, but not in time to get his wits in order. Confused takes him apart. Isaac gets a clean shot or 2, but it still feels like the CTs will have to funnel him through main if they want to have a chance to try and retake this, and Isaac dying will minimize that chance. Lumi. Josh Smith, and with all of those flashes that they hadn't used quite so far, they now feel pretty dead set on finishing this round off. Nice start to things, honestly speaking. I mean, finding that timing where Male 09 is coming back up the vents, that's great.
Yeah. That said, I don't think I actually blame Metizport that much for that round. It's a pistol round, so they don't have util to get information. Plopsky was working so hard outside to try and work out what was going on. They were just in the dark the entire round, and Sparta weren't making it easy. They were really unpredictable there with how they were showing players and how they actually ended the round. So doesn't go Metizport's way, but I'm not concerned. This one's a 4 spy. Scouts for Lumi, and what have we got here? Double 2 men in secret. I don't think that's on the bingo cards. I don't think Sparta's going to expect 2 guys to be down here already.
Let's see if their bingo looks different to ours. Metizport have managed to get a lot of big wins on 4 spies with MP9s and 5.7s, with Jaquinho often leading the charge. Dijon good for 1, and Plopsky is done. Well dealt with from Sparta. Leaves invisible to try and watch out for any late rotations coming in from ramp, or maybe even trying to send in from the CT vents. The slowdown isn't reassuring, to be frank, because Male 09 becomes all the more impactful the longer this goes. Solve has been taken down. The bomb could have been found. Confused barely manages to deal with him.
It should be okay now. They're so isolated, these CTs. Isaac can't get anywhere near this retake without going on a massive merry-go-round. And Lumi looks pretty set to save, so will be 2 for Sparta. Managed to navigate all these pistols. So well done for them. And the next round should be the easiest of all, which will be whatever Metizport here can save. Elsewhere, they won't be buying much in the slightest. Lumi can get the catch. Okay, invisible there was 1 bullet. Which Isaac finishes the food, but a shame that Lumi can't carry something else into the round.
Well, Scout is saved.
It is saved.
Could still see some extra kills going there at the CTs.
We had a player drop out. Feels like it.
Yeah.
Not too long, because we're obviously a little bit behind schedule.
Slightly. I've heard that, yeah. What's a schedule?
I believe it's a 24-hour thing where we finish this game and then the next crew comes on for the midday game tomorrow.
Right. I get it.
Okay, I think we'll be underway pretty soon here. Quick medic. Waiting for all the players to ready up. And we'll be back and moving. I believe this Metizport player has only played Nuke once. That was against Sinners.
Didn't go well. I can tell you that
No.
one. Was really not great. To be honest, that entire match just made me really convinced that Sinners is kind of nuts.
I've heard good things. For Sarin especially.
Yeah. Funnily enough, did you know Stressar and I just randomly had someone messaging me being like, hey, yeah, Stressar is actually one of those active players on the Middle Eastern Faceit hub. So like all the Pakistanis know him and he's just got like this little cult following of Pakistani players.
Why is he playing? Why would he play on those? What's going on here?
Saudi ping isn't terrible actually. I think maybe like 40 or 50, and there is good money there. So yeah. And then meanwhile, Isaac's found invisible, and that is a good start of things for the CET in an otherwise bleak-looking round. Plopsky. Rotation puts him well positioned, and he does have a chance of here. Not a very good one. Yeah, that should be it. Never mind. Male 09 drops down and gets another one.
Skulking around here is Isaac. Not long for this world for Kinfers here. 3-0 start for Sparta. They'll be happy just to feel stabilized after what was a bit of a battering on that one. That is nice. But these are the gun rounds. That's what we're here for. I believe it was 5 CT rounds of Metizport in their Sinners outing. So we're looking to outdo that. Okay. How do we allocate the forces? Where's Lumi playing? Lumi is our kind of credit right now. Fall into garage if he likes. And a nade is landing. Make his life more difficult.
Oh, that's a lot of smokes for one position.
We're about to pop in, huh?
That's one way to make sure the double smoke doesn't really matter. It's Isaac to find himself the first kill. Male 09 is in a good position, even if Isaac does get traded. Male 09 should get a multi. Dropski back in, and he has put them back out of their misery. 3 versus 1. And Confuse, as much time and utility as he might have, it is going to be limited chances to make any of it work for him.
Definitely an argument here of just playing for the plant. Lumi is holding this cross. Gets his man. Yeah, so Sparta just popped A. I'm pretty sure the only piece of util they threw was one flashbang. There's nothing on main. There was nobody on lobby throwing mollies or what have you, top up behind the silos. That is bonkers.
A little bit, yeah. And they went through a smoke for that, so let's not forget. So one of the interesting things about Metizport when I saw them versus Sinners on Nuke was that I think for at least 6 rounds where they had a significant advantage, like a 4v3 in a late round on CT side with time on their side and a lot of information, or even like some 4v2s coming in. But they always push too far. Like they got antsy, and then they overthought things, and then they pushed in too far at the wrong timing. They gave up their advantages, and Sinners was getting away with rounds that they really shouldn't have. those felt like easily addressable problems. So we could theoretically see the best of Metizport over here, but also we could see Sparta causing to have some of that same issue should it get tight. Lumi doesn't want it getting tight though. Jukinho right now is the one who's forced off of his angle while Lumi is collecting on frags. Isaac worried, rightfully so. Watching and waiting. Feet now spotted. Kill delivered.
Doesn't need to peek again. Can just bide his time. With this sort of advantage, Metizport could even give one of the sites and just play retake. Long range for Plopsky, rightfully so. Doesn't want to take too much of a fight. He's a bit scared of getting pinched here. Isaac needs to stay alive at all costs. That is not at all costs. And Isaac is felled. And he probably dooms Plopsky, to be honest. Plopsky can't move. Two teammates coming up secret in the meanwhile.
Yeah, but Soul is not going to be expecting Plopsky here at all. Plopsky still gets the kill. And the T's are fighting their way back into even numbers, but not even positions. Plopsky can even just make sure, as long as he has access point out towards the vents and can dive down, this is still going to be a contestable round for the CTs. That smoke
That's
helps them way more than it hinders them. Uramiata will be punching his monitor right now if he's got any device-esque tendencies.
Did the smoke clip something on the ground? I mean...
No, he just threw it wrong, I'm pretty sure.
How does one miss a decon smoke? All the smokes. That is such a shame, because you can see even if his teammate was sort of assuming that the bomb would be down just fine. Ah, that's painful. I know the money's in a pretty tragic spot.
Yeah. Good start to things. No anti-eco kills lost. Metizport chance to build up their money and let it compound.
Such a good 1-2 punch, Melo 9 and obviously, especially on a map like this where their positions do combine. Melo 9 is the squeaky player, the door player, the A rotator, whatever you want to call it. Plopsky will be outside, so they'll be fighting a lot together.
Plopsky has always been, for me, one of the more underlooked players in the Swedish scene. I've always felt like he never really got a fair shot at things and probably could have been in a better team. I'm glad that Metizport is trying to collect on his experience and prowess. Confused is hoping to continue this hot streak of form that he has, 8-4 right now. An extension that he is requesting, but Plopsky outside feels confident, peeks behind the flash, rather before the flash, and that is a critical error. Not sure if that was according to plan or if that's just miscommunication. Jukinho is going to start to re-clear outside pretty soon. As long as Isaac and Lumi can stay alive, the disadvantage might not be everything. Sparta needs more here with the amount of time that's left. They're unsure of where to go. They have no idea. Commitment is going to be going back over to the A site. Isaac drops down out of heaven to get the kill. The Molotov will in fact be interrupting any accompaniment to come in from Confused. And the two players playing back site are going to be incredibly unexpected. There's 20 seconds. Soul able to have a player reveal himself. The vents look incredibly appetizing, but Melo 9 before gets the one kill. That's 4 from Deja. I don't think we got to see very many of those frags, but very important nonetheless.
That was a tough one to read for Sparta because That little time remaining, they had to just sort of pick a site and go. I was a bit nervous they get overwhelmed, even with the man advantage and the bomb would get dropped, but not to be. They survive. 4 for them. And we get straight into round 8. Early smokes being dispatched. Miata drops a second. And what do we got here? Plopsky aggressive. Has his AWP in garage. Plopsky surely gets a fight any minute now. Rest in peace.
Well, that's a critical shot, miss. Oh my goodness, Luby really felt like he had that one. Invisible comes out and pays back kindness with cruelty thricefold. That could have just lost him the round.
Absolutely. For me, Lumi hasn't been playing great CS when I've watched him the last few days. Not to say, you know, terrible player, he can't get out of his rut, but he
I think it's
has
fair to
struggled
say
to be the star player.
he's definitely in a rut right now, right? That's what it feels like with the way things are going.
It's just, I don't know, just another the killer instinct of a lot of the other AWPers we see in these games. On the Deagle, however, look at that.
Lumi, Lekro, what's the difference? Who knows? A shot out from Plopsky, and he's out of there. Doesn't want to be giving up his life to a Mac 10. Look, in the grand scheme of things, Metizport are doing a fairly poor job on the favored side, and Sparta are kind of running circles around them. They've had a great performance coming out of Confused, and as recently as the previous round, where Dejon does get his big multi-kill, 4 kills. Invisible was on 1 and 7 before the last round. They're having their individual step up, and unfortunately, you can't always say the same about Metizport.
Still a lot of Nuke left to be played, but certainly Jackinho. Lumi, Isaac not having the biggest effect on the gun rounds just yet. USP's here, just seeking out Straggler. Take another gun to the grave with them, or save one, even better. We look towards round number 10 coming up soon. See if Metizport choose to pause, because it could be handy to have just a quick conversation. Okay.
Maybe a little bit of last chance loon over here for Metizport, if we're being frank. You lose this one and you're likely going to be down 8-3. There's very little coming back from even a best case scenario 8-4 scoreline. Metizport do feel like they need a minimum of 5, hell, maybe even a minimum of 6.
6 is comfortable, 5 is playable, 4 is scary, 3 is game over. That's the way to look at this. Alright, so they do pause. They do talk briefly about what has and has not worked. There's no AWP this time on Lumi. Feels to me like Sparta are getting a lot of space outside. Obviously, the last, we did see Plops get aggressive and get picked a couple rounds ago, but the rounds where Metizport do play more standard, they're wrapping outside a lot of the time of Sparta. And what is this? Straight in ramp, just full contact through the nadage. Jackinho traded. Granted, Miata's low, but still, this will force the CTs to make some tough decisions about where these players are allocated. Lumi, surely called upon soon. No. Brakes are pumped. He's going back.
Oh, the timing for Dijon could not have been worse. To look away. Plopsky is able to get the better off him, and now Lumi feels like he's comfortable to push through. This is a mistake. This is absolutely an error of
Why
judgment.
do you feel like he needed to?
It's because they don't have information elsewhere, and they're not
They're
comfortable with
4v3,
sitting.
man, and they know it
but
was heavy round.
This is the thing about Metizport. They just feel uncomfortable in places where they haven't had absolute confirmation, and they lose a lot of rounds like it. Fortunately, they're able to recover this one, though. They got some hyper manic nervous energy at times on their CT sides, I can tell you that much.
Perhaps, yeah. Still, they can beat SPARTA playing on this. They're not going to beat the better teams in this tournament if they slip up in those regards.
And we don't even know if they're going to beat SPARTA playing like this. SPARTA's been a
smoke.
tough nut to crack.
So smoke landing on top of mini there. I'm not quite sure if it was meant to be a mini smoke or the second
incendiary
cross smoke
stopped,
here.
didn't it?
On the roof right now.
Yeah, the incendiary was on the roof. I think it was there to
Was it?
interrupt. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you mollied. I thought you just mollying mine by
No.
around red.
That
would make sense.
Roof incendiary. Yes. Otherwise, you would have seen at least 3 smokes or something like that, I would imagine. But yeah. Still, Jaquinho. All of those lack of smokes doesn't mean he's got backup over here. He is the lone defender. And he's done his job, man. That's all you needed.
Certainly has. Lumi connects. Sparta run a lot of simple rounds. I describe them as it's group go, contact, flash. Doesn't really leave a lot of B plan. They lose the initial duel. It's not like they're going in with loads of util and the CTs can't get a fight. Praying for an overfacing CT, but it definitely shouldn't happen in this position.
Not with 20 seconds left on the clock. It really shouldn't. Plopsky and Jaquinho on the lower bomb side. What a shot from Plopsky. Opens up the door, opens up the skull. And with the bomb on the ground, Yorimiata kill will not matter. He only wants to stay alive. A boon that might well be granted should Isaac fail on his quest. The hunt is on, but not very on.
Supposed to go more aggressively for that because this is the last round. They would have been buying anyway, and all these guys. Yeah, that AWP was worth killing. It was worth throwing 2 bodies at that. Still,
they found playability. Can they find comfort?
Big green collected. Maybe with the AWP starts, he's just sitting back at the moment, holding a deeper line. Another smoke caught by a molly, so I believe that's Plopsky dispatching those mollies. Yeah. And tell his teammates, it is not outside, stay inner, stay with numbers.
Yorimiata is just hoping to be able to find a kill onto the CT vent player. Isaac's got 1, Malo 9, what a whiff over there, that is critical. They still have 1 up top. Isaac's position earlier on was revealed though. Jaquinho's got a very doable 1 versus 2 as far as the HP is concerned, but at the end of the day, you're still numbers disadvantage. Dijon is exploring out here. Dijon more like Dora. And he didn't have a map to help him out. Yorimiata. The position's good, especially with Jaquinho making this kind of noise. With the door being closed, Yorimiata can focus down. The shot being missed, and he gets double-minded about the Molotov Metizport. Jaquinho just gets given that one.
I was going to say, is it just me, or does that feel too easy?
That is insane.
So why... They know Jaquinho's the ramp player, so why are we walking into the lobby with our knife out? Surely... he's pushed radio or he's coming heaven. That's it. Bizarre. Maybe the hour of the game is playing a factor here, but Sparta, they looked pretty kind of zoned out in a lot of those later rounds, didn't they?
I can't help but agree, unfortunately.
It's a shame because if they let Metizport back into this game, I think the Metizport will just win it. They are the better team.
Thing is, in Russia right now, it is almost midnight. But in Sweden, it's only almost 11. Metizport. Time zone advantage, baby.
Maybe. I mean, Sweden operates on more people operate on a regular schedule.
It's true.
If there's any team where I look at on paper and I think who could play late into the night, it is one of these sort of Sparta teams. 4 a.m. they'd still be going.
Probably got scrims after this one, but Sparta do not want to go into those scrims with their head held low. Faster play, Invisible intercepts it. Invisible, however, traded 1 for 1 and you drop down vents. That looks as good as anything to me. Oh my god, Milo 9. Lopsky didn't really come on with that 1-2 punch in more ways than one. Isaac's found a kill elsewhere. It's 4 versus 2, and the CTs felt like they'd have a fairer shot of things. Yura Miyata can now get onto the bomb and defuse it. The lack of the kid is really going to haunt them here is the only issue, and Isaac, who's still hunting for that one player, is going to be caught off guard completely. Jaquinho's making his way into the bomb site without many bullets. Yura Miyata has absolutely saved them this round.
What a mess of an afterplan for Metizport. What is going on? Why? How we got into a position where that spread out at the end? Nobody can play off each other. Everybody's taking a solo fight.
I'm just surprised Melo 9 doesn't get the kill on Yura Miyata earlier on, considering that his USB barrel was sticking out from secret. He sees him going forward. He's got every advantage.
True. But equally, if he has any help down there on lower, like...
There's like 7 more ways to win that round after you've done
there's like
everything you need.
There's
but
10
this is what
scenarios and 9 of them they win in.
But this is what I meant, Alan. Metizport on Nuke, it's kind of concerning.
It certainly is. Yeah. What do we got here? Walk outside. Popsky. Is actually going to come through the smoke by red. Brief second.
He's feeling confident. Dijon will get 2 over there somehow, and the Deagle takes its sweet time to find the trade. Invisible in behind mate. Okay, it's cool. Jaquinho's just better than him. That's the conclusion. And Jaquinho almost finds Yura Miyata as well. 4 HP. He's lucky to be alive.
So we need to get this bomb. Does Lumi know there's a player in secret? Because he's so committed to this fight when he knows Yura Miyata is low. Huge kill.
That's a great
round
kill.
changing.
Yura Miyata now has to be on the move. Confused doesn't have the weapon for this one. And Lumi, look man, that flashbang could actually do a lot. They are instead trying to operate slowly. Isaac's picked up the bomb. Lumi will be taken down. So Isaac right back down to the B bomb site. Over he goes. The bomb can be planted, and he's hoping that this time, without teammates here, this can be a slightly easier post plant. Molotov at the ready, as well as full head armor. He's got the tools, but can he get the job done?
Yura Miyata is so low. And there's no kit. They'll know very soon that Decon is overwhelmingly likely to be the position. And Isaac fights, gets his man, gets out of dodge just. He has a molly, but I'm not sure he can dispatch it. Is there time?
Yes, there is. Plenty. Not a question in my mind. This bomb has been defused. Maybe it should have been a question, to be fair. Isaac, I'm so surprised he doesn't turn to fight that. But regardless, it's obviously literally down to like 0.1 seconds or whatever that is. It's a great attempt. Good kill from Lumi. If you had to level any criticism, it's the fact that, you know, Dijon gets 2 kills there and outside and in from Garage. But Largely speaking, good stuff from Sparta. Metizport, though, recognize they have an opportunity to buy right back.
I feel the whole map is sort of hinging on these rounds now. If Metizport can win this and snap the money, it is panic time for Sparta. There'll be double eco.
At the same time, if Metizport lose over here, then Sparta are likely getting double digits. So it is risk and reward. And so far in the second half, Sparta have been reaping all that reward. Flash to pop through to see if you can isolate Miata back out towards Hell. He is still going to take the peak. It is many players on the other side. He needs to swing wider. Is about to be given a rude realization that the play has already come up. He's confused, and rightfully so, but he still made the right play. Mail 09. More like Mail 09.
Ops's gun looking. Miata commits to an incredibly passive angle in CT spawn. Not a bad idea. Isaac.
That should be the round.
Yep, that feels like it. Miata here. Even in death, he just buys so much time. 30 seconds to go. A is the only option, and Canvas make sure this is off limits.
Oh.
Double headshot.
Beautiful.
9-6 at a minimum.
I hate the save. I really do hate the save so much. Metizport has absolutely devastated their T side right now. Be it from the pistol round where the bomb plant is questionable, maybe a couple of other places where tradings, what happened and whatnot. It's felt like every single round they'd have the chance to win, but Sparta's been better individually. Miata steps up in the pistol round. Dijon in the anti-force by Confuse over here, and now you've had moments even from Invisible, who's only got 5 kills.
No choice but to eco this for Metizport. A little bit. 4 smokes is quite handy. Still, this level of weaponry disadvantage is hard to imagine an easy way to anywhere on this map.
It has to be a faster play, surely. And maybe the attempt is there, but the attempt is immediately thwarted. Invisible gets aggressive himself into the back hut.
Ram's actually open right now. Oh no, sorry, it's the minimap playing tricks. Miata is ramp, he's not outside.
Yes. And Lumi finds that out as well. 5 versus 2, Sparta are on the verge of dashing any hopes Metizport had to be able to win out on their enemy's map pick, but Jaquinho has somehow found 3 kills. I am just as confused as you are.
I don't understand. How can that happen so fast? This is series changing. If Metizport can convert this round, they were in such a tough position here, but this would hugely swing the economy. Plopsky, silence is invisible. Should be able to get out of dodge. This molly shouldn't silence him. Jaquinho holds off angle, and Plopsky gets the trade. Metizport, despite a very low investment, win the round. And that's going to throw the Spartan finances into haywire.
I would like to submit a formal documented apology to Jaquinho for saying he should not have saved that Galil.
You don't get all the kills with the tech.
It's true, you don't.
Wow.
Never in my years have I been more impressed with Jaquinho, I'll be honest. This has been a couple of very instrumental kills that he's been able to find, even on the CT side while playing ramp. Obviously, that 1v2 towards the very end of things would be one of them. Metizport did feel like they were due a force buy win eventually. It might not have been the round where it was delivered to them, but Sparta will answer back with a full buy of their own. A full buy that may be closer to a force with the MP9 and the 5.7.
Plopsky gives space. Teammates in tow. Double secret for the CT side. And Plopsky collects the first. Seems fairly well poised. Lumi catches Yumiata looking for fight. Plopsky will be very alerted now. There could be a second player.
Gun is out of range for Confus of a hair as well, so it will have to be a difficult fight. Invisible still ready to try and be the surprise, but no surprises for the once upon a time ninja, now turn Metizportee.
This is really good now for Metizport. Their money is destroyed on Sparta. They'll do well, honestly, to try and save these guns.
It'll be difficult.
Hanging around. Thinks better of fighting MP9 at that sort of range.
It would still like to safeguard the M4, realistically speaking, so Soul realizes that and also backs off. Invisible's not thinking about the save, and he might be able to get a kill onto Isaac as well. This is suddenly round back on. Malo 9 has to find the frag. Thank the heavens that he does.
Probably won't be thinking about aggressively hunting this gun. It's all Sparta will have in the next round. Even their buy in 2 rounds' time is not going to be brilliant. So anything they can save is huge. Okay, we've got a map on our hands now. That is for sure.
Yeah. Should realistically be looking at a 9-9, but so one of my favorite updates for Counter-Strike ever has got to be the ragdoll physics being slightly tweaked to make it a bit more cartoony. Very satisfying. Sparta are not going to be satisfied with going for a full save over here, despite their economy
They're pumping quite
being...
a lot into this.
Yeah, despite their economy being in a place where they're not on full loss bonus. You're really putting yourselves at risk.
One potential argument is that Metizport's money themselves is not good. And if they can just get free kills, that will keep them pinned up against the rope going into future gun rounds.
Not a terrible argument. But you do still need to save the off.
Yes, that is a given.
Metizport is expecting shenanigans. And they certainly do seem to have a lot of pistols that want to maybe connect with them. Not in the LinkedIn way. Invisible, in a way, 1-for-1. Plopsky, as he very often has been, is going to be the one to tip skills back in their favor. Soul, with the single kill, has also picked up the AK. Lumi's just watching out for the back lines. Dijon and Soul can still try trading between each other. This is going to be a round with some risk when Euro Miata finds Mail as well. So 3 versus 2, bomb still not planted. Now it's being dialed in. Lumi's watching out for Euro Miata to potentially be coming in through radio, but he's going back up to heaven. All right. Call to save has to be made now for the CT Opera.
Decent damage. Just got very scary for the Metizporters. They didn't know if they had a safe plant for a moment. Okay, so it is 9 apiece. The money is very much being kept honest. Given the Metizporters won a few in a row, you would have expected a bit more economic reserves. Not to be. We go all square.
Their money is really not good. That is a lot of utility being sacrificed. I'm surprised Miata isn't dropping. For
Yeah, he
someone.
should. He should be dropping
Yeah.
to invisible.
Well, he'll be more likely to be able to have an op for later portions of the game, I suppose. That looks more like a miss to me.
Yeah, hard to tell. Either way, I don't think Popsky was expecting there to be a gap. They need to put some more down because right now Sparta know for certain there's nobody down secret or nobody even pressuring outside. She's going to favour letting Lumi clear some angles first. Now the smokes come over. Ollie onto secret. And they are outside with numbers. Some HE here to break these smokes and cause a few issues. DJ actually has a second nade, which is really useful. I'm not sure they can cross with all these players before these smokes are gone.
It'll be very tough. You have to make it really worthwhile. Oh, Lumi misses a chance. Not an easy chance, I will give you that, but still 2 players down below on the B bomb site will be even more difficult. 3 now here. It's Mail for the kill number 1. Is he expecting everyone to be here, though, is the question. The crossfire to even get into the bomb site, it is going to be impossible to win this round over here unless there's a miss shot coming out from Miata, something off the lines. Soul's repositioning. And the CTs are prepared. Like, there's 15 seconds. You have to hit a very well safeguarded site. Miata goes down. Soul as well will fall. Confuse on the spray transfer is the one to deliver. 5 seconds and Isaac only could hunt for kills. Kills that could not be found. Confuse saves the day yet again.
Couldn't piece the round together, could they, Metizport? I was watching the mini-map. Isaac was still top silo when they were lower. And I was watching it thinking, they badly need a player lobby right now. Because if they'd lurked at a lobby, they could have confirmed A was empty. And that would have been an instant call to come up the vent. They don't have the loss bonus. I think Metizport needs to buy. I don't think there's another option here. It's the only option. Okay, this is it. There's a lot of the game riding on this round.
Feels like most of Metasport's T side has been begging for a force buy to work, and this will be no different. I don't know if they have another Drakenio 3K in them. Doesn't feel likely. Miata is just getting so in your face. He's going to be looking to maybe even allow Invisible to push through the squeaky door, but he brings up that shot. Invisible is good for 1. Miata flashed off, but there's still a player up above. Soul can deal with it quickly. It's a great setup on the upper bomb site to receive what was always going to be a shoddy buy. Metizport, I mean, they can kiss goodbye to having a 2-0 over here with the way things are going.
Sparta didn't buy for a second that anybody could be down secret. They saw the smokes. They thought, no chance. They were totally committed to holding A with numbers. Squeaky push in the meanwhile as well. It's a nice kill from Lumi, but it shouldn't make a difference to this round. The bomb is... Where is the bomb? Is the bomb dropped down the vent? No chance. Yeah, Sparta's almost certainly won this map now. Metizport might even... They might even force buy after this. Maybe they'll save. Either way, Sparta will be in an excellent position.
I appreciate the fake audio, I suppose. They are going to force ban.
I wouldn't be so sure, you know.
Nine.
Alico.
We're fighting back 9-12 with one of your players not having money? You can't
Yeah.
even buy flashes here. Like, that's the thing. Normally, in a situation like this, you get flashes or smoke, and you're like, well, maybe we can get a bomb plant, and then Lumi's going to have, you know, just a little bit more. He'll effectively have, you can think of it as 1,400 carried over instead of 850. Like, you get it mathematically, but Lumi needs to get some kills now, and that's a lot of pressure for a guy who, frankly speaking, has not been giving us much.
They need him now as much as ever. Or we will be on the third map in no time.
Sound cue as well, but it won't matter. Sparta now. Considering rotating players back over towards the say bomb side, they should have enough in the two defenders between Dijon and Invisible regardless, and shots through the smoke will not make things easier for Lumi.
Unbelievably slow T side of Metizport. Obviously, this one's without util nades, but feels like they're always just waiting to be queued up. This one's no different. No frags found. Sparta now have money, free map points, probably free buys if they save any guns. This is really tough.
Definitely doesn't feel like one of the rounds that you are putting too much stock into the buy that they have as well, which makes it even worse. Utility after the first wave has been deployed already looks like it's just not there. Dijon's position could not get better. The grenade to assist as well. The trade, sure. 1 for 1, but he spots out 3 players behind that, and you can see the responses to start pushing in from ramp. Invisible's found Isaac. Numbers are falling apart. You're a Miata to have a chance to reface if he wants to look out for Lumi, but it is the bomb that's been left behind on the red box. Never ideal. Miata is watching for that package to start relaying itself over. Metizport, if they're able to find kills on the low bomb side, will at least have the opportunity to have Jaquinho maybe cut off rotations, but it still is reliant on the kills in the first place being found.
I think this round's over. This is so hard now to engineer a scenario where this works out. They've just revealed that it's definitely lower as well. This is basically unwinnable. You've also mollied off your only way up to A. These two guys shouldn't be moving. Canvas can now just commit backside. He's got a rotation coming in from the secret. Does his job. Actually, this Euremiata finds the kill. And Melo9 got to recover this bomb, plant, navigate a Molotov and 2 players in 12 seconds. Not possible.
It's just not happening.
Oh my
Veto,
lord.
Alan.
We're going the distance.
And are we surprised at all?
No.
Mirage decided it's going to be coming up after this one, folks. I mean, that was, I'm going to say, great stuff from Confuse. I think he had a lot of really good rounds. We also had Euremiata being able to step up. Every single player on Sparta stepped up at one point or the other. I'll be honest, man, kind of a bad showing from Metizport.
It was. I mean, Overpass, we saw the best of them, proactive, aggressive. Melo9 and Plopsky look like comfortably the best players on the server, but I think they've even played good maps here on Nuke, but they just collapsed. They were so slow, timid, rotationally on the CT side, making mistakes. Late rounds were questionable. They just looked like a team that wasn't super well versed and not always on the same page. And that's a shame, because we know they can play better CS than that. And they'll need to Mirage, or they really could lose this series.
Well, let's see whether they are going to be able to make it to the playoffs. So is Sparta going to be yet another Russian dark horse to make their way through? Let's find out after a break.
force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Third and final map of this series, last map of the group stage. Winner to playoffs, loser goes home. It's been a marathon day, and Mirage to cap us off. Some carnage here on B. Trades even now slip in the way of that CT side. 2 versus 1 now. Isaac can't even get out of apartments, and that round, very short. Hopefully they all follow suit.
Last time that SPARTA and Metizport went up against each other, Metizport kind of gave them the business that was earlier on in the upper bracket of this qualifier. Metizport were able to 2-0 them. SPARTA that time, though, did pick Mirage, so let's not forget that this is a map that they are particularly comfortable on.
Okay, just a full eco then.
Yeah.
That's out of the D for Plopsky.
Looking over at the scoreboard in the meanwhile from the last game, they did have a particularly poor performance from Uramiata and Solb. Which, look, man, Uramiata still yet to show himself off as a superstar performer on this side, but he's had a lot of good moments. He's definitely not having a downer of a match right now. I can tell you that much.
Very content as far. I just sit back. They understand the money. They know this is a full eco, so why take any risks?
And for Metizport, unfortunately, they feel like they don't even have any risks to take, even if you want to swing out. Dijon picks up 2. Doesn't get any easier than that when you get the bomb in the process as well. 2 players out in towards short and underpass respectively. Lots of bullets fired by Isaac. Not very many connecting.
It's got to be said, these Sparta guys do play with a lot more discipline than many teams of their sort of ranking or their sort of experience level. So credit to them. To get into the gun rounds, AKs across the board. Util, it's not perfect, but certainly from pretty much whatever option they like here, Metizport. Opt for early mid smokes, the standard set, top mid window. They look to go for their default. Ollie, window. She's under window. And now they take their control. So mid claimed. What next?
It does look like they're going to end up trying to target Solb. And Solb, of course, worst performer of the last map. If they think that that was a tendency that can be forced into repetition, you would understand it. He still does have a smoke over here, and in the meanwhile, CTs have a lot of utility. Honestly, 3 smokes left at 1 minute is... it's a tough cookie to crack. A main smoke is going to be up till 30 seconds. That's when it starts to dissipate. Invisible can also go back and smoke off Palace if he wants to, or just use his smoke for the retake. They will have plenty of utility for it. Metizport are going to be hard-pressed. Even at the best of times, Canfus has an incendiary on top of it all.
First kill here is massive. Molly goes back default. Sorry, Valkyrie player can still fight. Canfus here gets traded, so sight largely claimed. Mail is obviously very low. And Invisible's going to come through the smoke. Oh my.
Invisible gets 1. Mail comes in from behind. Job. Oh no, Mail's not actually the one to get a kill. It doesn't really matter all that much, but Isaac, with the information, is able to find the frag. Mail still caught inside the smoke. Will finally go down. CT still with that kit on Soul that is still ready and waiting. Sparta to find round number 3.
Very hectic after plant. Not a lot Mail could have done there. Isaac looks completely kind of flabbergasted right at the end. Not sure where to look. This is getting a little bit scary already. They can half buy here on this T side, but a full investment is out of the question. We speed our way into round number 4. Plenty of util. They can run a full set play if they like on this T side. They're going to throw 3 mid smokes off the rip. Not doing that much with them though. It's a bit disappointing.
Nice to the feet of Mail. And Metizport are in a good position to collapse onto this B short player. Invisible still gets 1 and he's done well for himself, but Lumi's gone and found 2. Second kill's pretty, it really is, but Dijon on the fast rotation is trying to line up too many shots. It's Plopsky
Bomb.
to fight back, and Sparta have bitten off more than they can chew, but you're right, Yorimiata could still try and make this worthwhile. That's another frag for Lumi. He's the one who's gotten them this round pretty much single-handedly.
Yeah, he has. I don't hate the round from Metizport, but it is super telegraphed. The idea is they fake B and then walk up short with the remaining players, but they had to smoke into connector, which obviously makes it a less of a surprise.
A little bit.
Like Canfuzz here has dropped out for a moment. Hopefully nothing too alarming in the tech department. Because we want to keep going. Okay. Well, we're hearing through the grapevine, aren't we? That a restart of the PC is underway. So, unfortunately, we're going to be here a while.
Yeah.
We could break, but I'm not actually sure there's any point. I think we might
Yeah.
just ride it out, let's be honest.
I am wondering. I want to get Dr. Allen in the house. And no, I don't mean the PhD you never completed, Allen. Or started, for that matter, when I think about it. I need you to give me a pre-game diagnosis that, okay, Metizport, here are these 3 things that you have to do over the next 8 rounds on this T side. Give me that breakdown, Alan. Put on your lab coat. Talk to me like you're educated.
Okay. Well, first of all, the elephant in the room is the hour of this game. So
Okay.
actually staying focused and on the ball. The team that can handle this fatigue the most will probably win this game. That is above all important for them. So whatever that is in their regard, be that leadership, kind of focusing the lads, or whatever, certain players being more energetic, these sort of things can make quite a big difference. Using pauses well before key rounds and really forcing players to talk through what they're going to do rather than just going through the motions. So that would probably be the first thing, or the main thing that I would focus on beyond just the Counter-Strike. I think otherwise, I would honestly run a T-side around Plopsky and Mail. I'd let them, especially on a map like a Mirage. If they think they have gaps, just let them take them.
You heard it here first, folks. Need an extra dose of Popsky and Mail. And I don't hate the call.
Taking a while, this PC reboot.
You'd think they'd have SSDs by now. You know what, actually? I did recently... So my wife has a Mac, right? And she uses it predominantly for like video editing and stuff. And Macs are infamously bad for the amount of storage they have. So I had to go get her a working drive. I've never had one of these before. But I got her a 2 TB SSD with like a gigabit transfer speed, so it's pretty fast and whatnot. Dude, these things are like half the size of my hand now.
Is this an external one?
It's an external SSD,
Yeah.
which it just stays plugged in, right? So you can just work and edit off of that
understand.
directly. It is crazy how small they make them now.
Yeah, well, the M.2 ones, the ones that come on the stick,
Wait,
it's like a
the
little
what?
like bendy, probably 2 by 5 centimeters. Those can go to terabytes now. They're unbelievable.
Insane.
It's it's also even during our lifetimes, obviously back in the day, floppy disks, hard drives, anything over a gig was incredible.
Dude, I have floppy disks that I still have in my house from
They're in
games that we
megabytes,
bought
floppy disks.
initially.
Floppy disks are like 10
Yeah,
meg or something.
Yeah. I mean the better ones were 10 megs, yeah. Crazy stuff, man.
It is, yeah. It's also is it Moore's law, the one where
Yes,
they double every year?
Yes. Something like that,
It's
yeah.
slowed down, and they're getting to the point where they're starting to reach limits, kind of actual physical limits of what you can manufacture, and this sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, Propsky's reached his physical limits in the round. That's kind of early. Shot through the smoke, and who's to blame? Yorimiata is kind of a bad name, I'll be honest.
Bit of a mouthful.
Yorimiata. 5 syllables. Not very many players who can boast the same.
Very slow from Metizport. They haven't really done anything here to make the CTs uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Gonna do
Confuso
now.
feels like he can continue to jiggle this one out forever. Shadow spotted, incendiary deployed, and now Yorimiata will focus down in towards short. The flashbang is dodged, in fact, by him, and as well, Mail is looking to move forward. It is confused to be taken down. Still, scaling out of the site is going to be permitted through the Molotov. Yorimiata has pushed it. Flash is good. Bomb can be planted, but Invisible coming in from short finds Lumi jumping up and down. Only one that he finds. Yorimiata is the one who now spurs his retake on. Mail 9 will drop down, play in from middle, op to cover, Sorb to defuse, head spotted, scalp removed.
Bars.
Thanks, man.
Big round from Mr. Yura. Looking good. Metizport really taking their time. Sparta chose to play such a passive setup that they did actually allow that connector space, but yeah, plot looked fairly good. This man here with the big green doing his job. And Metizport do have enough to invest again, but they've looked less than convincing so far in a lot of these rounds. This one's back to more of a standard default. The bomb, though, is a ramp, which presumably indicates they want to split this site quite soon. I don't see why else you'd bring it here.
Well, this time of kills in middle will go the way of Plopsky. Isaac finding another one, and as they start to push forward, CTs will be relying on Confused to be able to put up some more shenanigans. Isaac has realized the threat, but he doesn't realize it's more than just the one. They've got the bomb, they've got control, and they've got CTs nestled away in a way the way they can play off of each other very nicely. That smoke actually does not help them one bit.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit sloppy from Metizport because they had a huge advantage there. And how is the bomb getting dropped before teammates are ready to collapse on the site? That is a big shame. This round is CT sided for sure right now. They've got 3 here, can cover all the major avenues. Ollie is for top Valk. Canfas has to relocate. The teammate holding his Palace swing.
mean, Plopsky is eventually just going to be taken down by the CT players, and that's what it feels like. Chiquinho takes a lot of damage. Lumi's the first one to fall, and Confused has been given space back into Palace. This round should be over. 10 seconds, basically, on the clock. Bomb starts to make its way through. Chiquinho cannot trace out Solb either. Solb will get the better of him, and Confused, who's committing in to try and deny the bomb, is unable to do so. Plopsky a chance in hell, but he might as well be a snowball melting away. Glock on his hand, the grenade to finish off. Solb will be able to dodge the nade, but he can't dodge the bullets. Reload as Plopsky continues fighting. Confused still out in the open, is trying to get the better of him. He's been able to stay alive for so long, and he'll live for just a while longer. Kit recovered, round recovered. Metizport, how many rounds are we going to see them in an advantage which they end up losing? Be it Nuke, be it Mirage, this is not a good sign.
It's just chaos. Yeah. And I did warn you. This map will be won by the team that can hold their stuff together the best at this point. And Metizport looking chaotic, to put it mildly. They should buy. They should buy. There's quite a good chance here to get off a heavy reset on Sparta, and they need to take it. It's not a big deal if you have to play this around with 2 Galils. They just burnt 2 tacks for 1 round.
There was a lot to say.
Is there?
Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. How much time do we have left? 12 seconds. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
They're actually going to half buy. I would have gone all in myself. But this isn't too bad. See if we can get Plopsky out into a good position with that AK.
You have to somewhat hope that he doesn't get domed down in middle. Miata has gotten the better of him at least once. Well, Chiquinho at the very least is able to start off strong. John has taken up a position that Confused has largely been occupying. It's still a position that should be expected. The T-side's got about another 8 seconds or so to try and go in that A to open up the smoke, and Confused being taken down. John next of all, good stuff from Metizport as they will be able to take over that A-bomb site.
Got that site taking barely any damage, like 50 or something between the lot. Didn't get much better than that. These Sparta guys, they need to save more than anything right now. I'm pretty stunned they're even considering looking for fights right now. Because this is all they're going to have in the following round, these guns.
Luckily, gonna have to save around it, but then when you consider that how bad their loss bonus is, maybe even force buy is warranted. Yeah.
Well, this is Counter-Strike. People often look a little bit too much at the round score. Economy is where this game is really played, and it's just been destroyed. Metizport will be back in uneven terms before you know it.
You'd hope so. Let's not forget that they did just win a force by themselves, Alan. And you do have enough money to be able to drop a farmers from Miata. This would not be a terrible buy to be, you know, finagling together.
It's certainly better here to buy than save.
Maybe worth the timeout just in case it's not. Just in case.
Taking a long time for them to actually figure out this buy. Visible will yet to invest. There we go. Let's say if they choose to use your Miata and Solve aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly for the AWP, I feel like you definitely want him in a position where he could have a higher impact.
Yeah. Even if it's just something straightforward like, hey, let's take control of apartments or palace. We'll be asked this time over. Your Miata is far forward. Timing's not bad, even if Mail has been able to move past it. Invisible will be moving in for the fight. Your Miata will be forced away, but dropping down might be giving up the jig. They might have an idea that this was the move.
Cool here is just a stack 4A. I believe. Your Miata is not showing much intent of actually getting back onto B.
Solve's demise should just guarantee it. Metizport have the round, they just don't know it yet. They're worried about a flank to come in through a spawn just in case, but yeah. And these players are just going to be able to hunt out a few of the remaining CTs. Your Miata, in an attempt to save, is back in spawn.
Popsy's going looking. Easy call for the remaining Metizport players to just hit B. They know where the AWP was. And smoke on market window anyway, so even if there was a rotation, it wouldn't have been too much effect. Popsky might get a chance here. Nope. These guns should be saved. But it'll still be another eco to follow, so Metizport clambering their way back into Mirage.
Yes, they are. 5-4, the projected scoreline. The one thing I will say about Miata is I haven't actually seen anything where I'm like, hey, yeah, maybe he can take control for a round from the CT side, starting things off. He's had a few decent late and mid-round moments, but I'm not looking at him as like, yeah, this is going to be the guy who jumps out a window, goes for the first fight, he asks for 3 flashes behind his back to back off, and another fight, and yeah, that's how he gets it done.
Economic damage here matters here. Metasport's money is starting to blossom pretty good. But I need to get something done with these saves. Try to get aggressive and bring your Miata here into play.
AK is entirely recoverable, and there is, a chance for Dijon to find more there if he just stays next to or inside a main.
Just need Euro to get into a good position. This round is on.
Oh, this is not bad. Icicle spotted. Not bad at all. They might be able to call the stack over towards the A side. No, this is a wrong read. They think it's a lurker over here on A. And that it's going to be a B hit. Or they're looking for the mid lurker or something like it. Miata has gotten back to a decent position, but the problem is he will probably be smoked off. The one smoke they have, however, actually the few smokes they have, however, are going out towards a right side wall. So Miata needs to hit these shots. Plopsky legged up. Dijon, all the more reason to believe that he can get something down of air. 38 seconds on the clock. The flank is almost activated. Confused coming in from behind. A cheek grenade goes deep, and Plopsky while he's waiting for it. Dijon's taken one away. They're never going to be checking up for their back, and that's where Confused comes in for 2. Might be a game of economy, but it is more than anything else a game of positioning, and Sparta completely outpositioned Metizport right there.
In round 10, and they just, well, we played 9 rounds, they burnt 3 pauses. That is not a good sign. Metizport finally getting punished in this series for playing so slow. That is the risk. The risk is that you just lose the entire map and get completely enveloped. It's such a good timing on A if they were 10 seconds earlier. But nope. Took their time too much. Good information plays from Sparta. And this is the result. 6-3 for them. certainly look primed to get some more. Let's see. What do they present this round? Where's Yura playing? Only a window as of late. And no, he's going to go towards B actually for the start.
Actually, it'd be short play. I do quite like that one. Apartments is generally a little bit more risky, and Metizport might have been hoping that he tries something like it. Playing in for the aggressive or semi-aggressive line on short. But some at risk of being swung by multiple people, but that's where he can hopefully rely on Dijon to cover him off.
Slow crawl here through mid. Very contact heavy, and if they don't swap out of that into more util, this Orb on short is going to get some opportunities. Yura connects, falls back. Deep line. Dijon in the meanwhile gets another, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a possibility anymore with the way Dijon is positioned. He's found kill number 2, Solb yet to reveal. Head spotted, but Mail fights back twice over. If only he had the bomb or any of his teammates were alive, this would still be a round that was containing possibilities. Instead, Dijon, who has been very much the opener and the closer of this case, is going to put it away.
I just don't think there's the time for Mail to spend moments looking around. He needed to get to this bomb instantly. And the way these two CTs can play off each other should make this impossible. Dijon gets the spot. Sees his teammates peek from window. There you go. Perfect 1-2 punch. And what has been a very flat map for Metizport just continues. Can't string anything together.
Could very well be Sparta just reaching out for 9 with the way things are going. It's only really one gun round that'll separate them from that prospect. The force play should not be terribly difficult to deal with, although they have lost to one before. Dijon, you'll have to see that early aggression just to make sure there's no one coming up from middle, but has to be careful if it's going to be a fast play from Metizport out towards A. That could still catch them off guard. Legs and body spotted and eliminated. Confused. Back at the A bomb site is staying alive, but not for long enough for the flashes to actually activate. Peeks out a bit too early, and with that, the T's have bomb control on the site. Dijon trying to disrupt, but it's Invisible, who's a real disruptor. No, he's not. Mail actually catches him out. Keeps the game and the round intact, and that second kill, rather third for the round, is going to be what gives Sparta round number 8.
Yeah, it's all well and good, but that round really felt on for a few seconds. And it's not like economic damage as we head into round 12 is the biggest deal. I guess the bomb plant ensures full bore investment in this round for Metizport. But they were in a good spot there when... Was it Invisible that came through the bench? The came through bench through the jungle smoke, because that was too much. And his teammates bailed him out in the 2v3 in the end. Leave with a tech pause. Feels like all 10 are on the server, so we're not quite sure what this is.
Hopefully all 10 stay on the server as well, Alan. Let's touch wood. What's the least amount of sleep you've gotten, Alan, before you've gone training for your High Rocks thing?
Give me a minute. The least amount of sleep before I've actually like a full bore training session.
Yes. High Rocks, for context to everyone who's watching while Alan thinks about this, is obviously a sort of obstacle course race extreme fitness thing. It's very cool, and Alan is a very cool man in it.
It wouldn't it wouldn't be less than 5. I've already moved my session tomorrow to midday, anticipating what was happening here. But no, you if we're talking an intense session, you wouldn't survive it if you weren't on decent amount of sleep. Probably 5 hours would be the minimum, and even then, I'd consider cancelling it.
Yeah. I'm considering cancelling my session in the morning. I won't lie to you. I made the mistake of thinking, yeah, we should have probably been done about like what 2 hours ago at most.
4 hours ago, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I can do like an early morning like extreme battle training session. Yeah. That sounds reasonable. I can wake up at 8:45, be at the courts by 9:30, you know? It is currently 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just like weights at the gym.
No,
I haven't done it.
It's
No,
actually
I'm talking about myself. I don't train like that very often these days, but certainly in the past I have been a few times on not much sleep, and it's not gone well.
Well, it is the last round of the half, and right now it isn't training for either one of these teams. It is real action, and it is not going well for Metizport. Sparta could not be happier, however. The theory you have posited, Sparta maybe being the team likely to have a real endurance in situations like this, that theory does seem like it's working.
They played their series earlier. Their series earlier started 11 hours ago now.
Okay.
And they would have been on maybe 2 hours before that, so 13, 14, 15 hours.
Yeah, walk in the park. That's what they're making it look like with the scoreline where it is. 8 on the board, fighting for 9. Yura not in the most effective position we've seen him so far, but with the bomb site defended by Solb, it is still a good spot to be. Yura Miata picks up another kill, and he's making me regret everything I just said about his position. Who's watching out for Drakenio? He's so incredibly well prepared.
It's low-key such a good half. It's just a half where they were way cleaner. They were much better in the after plants. A lot of opening kills. Yura really spooled up into that half. And it wasn't just on the AWPs. I mean, his rifling was fabulous. Canfuz had his big moments on A. He's 10-5. So, across the board, Sparta just feel like the team that's much more present in the moment right now.
And I don't know what you do here, Metizport over here, Alan. I know
Right.
one round at a time, one round at a time, one round at a time, right? It's what we've said again and again and again, but at some point you stop thinking that. You stop being able to focus on that.
It's the job of the leadership to keep them honed.
True,
I
but
certainly agree that it's very hard in this position at this hour not to just feel completely deflated.
yeah.
Sparta, on the other hand, they might be energized. They might be thinking we're minutes from closing this out.
That manic energy you get before the crash. Is there going to be enough? Dijon, my goodness, he is a fish in water. And not one of those small ones. We're not talking about a guppy or a goldfish. We're looking at a whole beluga whale.
Is a whale a fish?
Respectfully, screw you, Alan.
I'm right, aren't I? They're mammals. You hate me right now. What is the biggest fish? Is it a shark?
It should be the great white, realistically. The whale shark, which sounds like it's cheating.
Yeah, that's just cheating. That's just fancy dress.
the basking shark and whale shark are the largest fish. The whale shark, the known maximum mass has been 21.5 tons. The basking shark, known maximum mass has been 16 tons.
16 ton, 20 ton. Some beefy boys.
Yeah. Takes a lot to keep them fed.
Yeah, I must have to. Hard work for a shark to get that much food.
It must be. That's why Detron's going to be going out and getting so many kills. He's been basking as a shark.
You know, I went diving in Egypt at a reef called Shark Reef, which is infamous for being one of the best places in the world to see sharks.
Well, right now I'm seeing sharks on this B-bomb site. There's 5 year speeds that are swimming around and hoping they find some divers, but Solb is equipped. This is less of an Alan Hender, more of an Aquaman. Sorry, Alan. Had to do you like that.
I don't think you did. I don't think you did.
Well. I still
Anyway.
got the skill.
Anyway, to finish my story, I didn't see any sharks. Despite being at Shark Reef. I saw a big tuna that looked like a shark. But my dive instructor corrected me when we got back. It's very disappointing.
How do you confuse a tuna for a shark?
Because it were deeper. When you get deeper, there's less light. So
Right.
the further
How deep did
away,
you go?
you can just see the outline.
How
It was
deep did
it
you
was
go?
pretty fucking big.
Fair enough.
Probably 2 meters long, that tuna.
Well, I've only gone snorkeling. I don't think I could do diving. Diving seems like it would be making me scared.
You need to be you need to be a very confident swimmer to be to be a diver.
I'm okay, but like, I'm not diving good.
The most important thing with diving is staying calm.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And knowing that you can like bail yourself out of problems because you're just such a strong swimmer is really helpful when you're learning.
That sounds like Metizport might need some diving experience over here.
Yeah, they're certainly sinking.
Yeah. And they are running out of light. And unfortunately for them, those tunas wearing helmets, I don't think they're tunas.
No, they're whale sharks.
Oh no, I was just going to
Apparently.
call them Spartans actually. Fair enough.
It's true, we haven't wielded, enough ancient Greek Hellenic history into this one.
And here I thought you'd be the specialist for it. Why do you think you've been put on this match, Alan?
Exactly. They work the stuff out in advance.
Yeah.
The games are even rigged to make sure that I'm
Actually,
here
no,
for the storylines.
we just didn't know being hired until just like, the second Sparta gets in position, then everyone just hits Alan up like, yo, we need you.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I get the textbooks out,
Exactly.
the maps. Peloponnesian War.
The reason why we have to have like such long technical timeouts is because Alan's actually texting his dad to be like, hey, can you tell me some, can you like drop some Cyprian lore for me?
Wrong side of the family.
Well, see, your dad had to acclimatize, so he's more likely to know. Your mom just took it for granted, right? So there you go.
Maybe.
One's a student, one's a convert, the other is born into it.
All right, round 15. Metizport. This is kind of the game, isn't it? Got to win this.
We've said that a few times, unfortunately. Hasn't always gone well for them. John, dangerous man so far on Mirage. His terrors are likely going to continue to spread amongst the Swedish lands. This is a good position for the CTs to be in, though realistically Metizport are in solid two-step for this A main push that's going to be coming over, but they're going to be missing the timing. Cantu, speaking of timing, will be missing his own. Jaquinho somehow got 2. That is unreal.
They've also missed the window smoke, so they're not scared of mid at all. Other CT side, do they clear Lumi? No. Decent trade, but another dink found in the meanwhile. Dijon here has got to find an instant kill on somebody to make this doable. He rounds himself onto the site, but rightfully so, Metizport not presenting any easy duels.
Bombs can be planted over here. Molotov is late, but at least it guarantees the 1v3. Dijon spotted and eliminated very swiftly. Metizport, find bare minimum.
That looked really scary on the ramp push. I'm also surprised Metizport actually pushed ramp, because their window player should have been telling them the window smoke had missed. They can't split B. They'd be so scared to get up into connector. That almost feels like the worst timing to push A.
Well, it was the best. Canfu's had his knife out. So, what do you know, Alan?
Good question. Not enough about Spartans. Unfortunately, all the shape of big fish. The distance.
An absolute failure to broadcast you are.
Key components.
Mirage hoping to be able to find some impact over here on the C side as well. CT was not too bad for him, but Invisible is playing bodyguard. Keeps Mail away. His instructions were to wound, not to kill, though, so Mail will be able to live with 11 HP.
Tells me unreasonably that the bomb is in spawn. That should really be in mid right now. It means these guys can't actually commit.
I don't disagree with you.
Their only option now to split B, because Canvas had to come off with the bomb from A. Do have ladder.
They're not in a terrible position to take it with
Dijon's in window.
Yeah. He can stop rotations, and with how deep these A main players are, it's either going to have to be through apartments or really late. You basically need 2 kills to just win this round outright. Sparta can even trade 2 for 2 if they want to, but those are very hard kills to find. You've got Plopsky and Isaac in a fantastic position. Bait setup will be sussed out. Molotov to force Plopsky backwards. Invisible moves in from short. He's found the first kill, but Lumi responds. And now Dijon's trying to activate. The bomb's on the ground, though. And there's very few ways of being able to get it back. Lumi put away. Dijon still hunting for those rotations. Will not be able to find them. Invisible is doing it all on his own. Mail is low from earlier on, but that bomb is too far off. You cannot collect it. Metizport. Once again, we'll have to thank Plopsky. He's only had the best map so far, but that was a critical double.
Certainly was. Would like to see Sparta go a little bit earlier, throw their nades, and then let the player in window make his move. Had all the right pieces, they didn't quite kind of click together at the right moments. And actually, Sparta's opted for a full-blown force. I'm not sure I can get behind this.
I'm sure I can't. Four in the middle as well after going for the full force buy is a bold call. An attempt to isolate Plopsky could be fruitful. Aid from Male 09 is not terrible, but you do lose out your player for it. I don't know if Invisible quite registered the tip of the foot that he did manage to spot out on the man on top of ticket. Lumi will be hoping to deny anyone from moving back across from ladder into middle. But you now need Canfus to be activating his position. There's no one else in Sparta who can really do anything outside of him.
It will be an A split. It's just a question of what exactly do Sparta respect. Metizport have had to give so much here. Gonna go free B. If I'm Sparta, ramp is not an unusual position right now. They know they have Palace. They'll get no contact from site or jungle. I don't think Jaquinho is going to get more than one here. I don't think they're going to leave this completely disrespected.
I mean, they are at least nading it. Jaquinho won't be able to stop the plant from going down. And in the meanwhile, let's not forget, Invisible is still in a great position to be able to keep an eye out for jungle rotates. So they're going to know everyone's coming in through CT and main. Solb is waiting for Jaquinho to go give the swing. Jaquinho wants to combine his positions from the CT players, but Solb is going to just take him down and stay hidden away. Metizport the round is done. They have to save. There's no chances here whatsoever.
Huns could be on soon. Pistol armor, I think you might as well. This shot, they're all stuck in CT.
Incendiary is good. Males getting that kill does mean that they should all be able to save. Man, I can't believe Lumi rotates away back towards that B bomb site. Maybe just a stack that they were hoping for.
I think if they knew the buy, they wouldn't have rotated that much. They might have thought it was a stronger force buy than it really was. If that was a rifle round, I do think it was a good rotation. Jaquinho had so much space, he didn't really hear anything. But with the context, yeah. It wasn't horrible, but certainly left them heavily exposed to anything but anything towards A was going to be a problem.
You can see how much more scared Metizport are of refacing back in the middle now that in that last round they lose out Plopsky's life and whatnot. Lumi's the only one who's even playing for much of a deeper contact. And that will mean information will be hard to come by. Mail will have to make a decision. Do you push him through the smoke and try and fight for more while the Molotov and the grenade in front of you are maybe dissuading, but Solb still trades. That's a good kill for him to find in the fire phasing that he's trying to go for, but Jaquinho is left alone. Molly at his feet and he is extinguished it, but staying alive will be incredibly difficult. Hio flashes to try and help, but Invisibles dodged them and now he just fights back. Lumi trades 3 versus 3. Plopsky, great kill to find as the bomb will be dropped in the middle of Sandwich as well. Yura will be found by I6 rotation back to CT, and Metizport are still going to be in it for at least a little while longer. Deep nade onto Lumi. But Solb can't really descend in time. He had to take the fight. Isaac ready and waiting.
Yeah, it's a good round in isolation. Obviously, plenty more work to do. Ores thrown in by Sparta, and this because their money's a mess. If I'm them, I'm saving. If if this is the first half, yeah, go for it, buy. Be aggressive, break the money, but you're on map point, series point, playoffs point. You don't need to take any risks, yet they will. Util surely is going to be lacking in this buy. They've actually got a bit more than I expected, but that's because they've sacked off decent weaponry. And what is the move?
It's got to be a B hit. I mean, I don't mean to be a rush, but it really has to just be, hey, let's hope that the AWP isn't here and we can cause a split.
Rush?
Maybe a 3 versus 2.
No, it's going to be a pop. It's going to be an early pop.
Yeah. It's very well positioned for Metizport to receive it, as long as Mail stays. But Dijon's doing a good job of convincing them otherwise. That's a juicy nade. They've been squeezed, and my goodness, the syrup looks good. Isaac's still only good for the kill, but Plopsky is hoping for a multi-invisible. What a shot, head clean off, and maybe that's the call with the flashbang being missed. Lumi at least can cut off the rotate from Dijon, who's hoping to do the same to them. Bomb not planted, Mills through the smoke, and Invisible is doing it all. Solo on the T side, but Jaquinho's the only one who can take advantage of that health. The bomb not planted. They are expecting a man to be coming in from short. The smoke to try and give Invisible some more space, but Lumi's able to find him pushing in. Look at Uramiata. He's gone into the smoke. Jaquinho's got no idea where he is. He's worried. He certainly is. But the timing's not worked for him. And there's an AWP on the other side. At least that's what he thought. But Lumi's just taken down. They take the duel. They take the playoff. Sparta will end Metizport and their misery.
Of course, it's Uramiata at the end. An impossible 1v2 with no HP. Wow. It kind of finishes in wild fashion. What a series from Sparta when they looked so dismal, honestly, on that first map. Just spooled up and up and up. And yeah, they held their nerve and stayed calm a lot better than Metizport there on Mirage.
Yeah, Metizport really looked kind of shoddy in a few places in the playoffs. Even in the match against Sinners, we saw them having struggles in the late round. Always have had good early round calls, though, but, you know, advantages that were being slipped up, and unfortunately that just means that the Thunderpick World Championship is not going to have a spot for them the way things are going. Still, maybe short chances in the future. For now, though, it is Sparta moving on to the playoffs, and we will be having them join in another roster of 7. In the meanwhile, though, for all of you guys who've stuck through with us all this far, thank you. You're the reason why we do this. Not all of you, but at least some of you, at the very least. We're going to be setting it off and see you guys soon in the playoffs for the rest of the European qualifiers. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Acabou a ração? Cobace já. Comprou? Chegou. Seu pedido entregue em até 1 hora. Compre pelo site ou app e receba rapidinho.
Dediquei anos da minha vida ao Ironman, mas nenhuma medalha me preparou para o que eu vou viver agora. A maior aventura da minha vida.
Bora nadar?
E a dica aí para mim como futuro pai?
É muita paciência e respeito ao processo. Ele vai fazer tudo no tempo dele, você tá lá para auxiliar.
Dia dos Pais Track and Field. A maior aventura da vida.
Hoje, a literatura também pulsa no TikTok.
Os livros nos apresentam os nossos outros e, consequentemente, a nós mesmos.
Toda vez que eu quero descobrir novos livros ou quais os autores mais comentados do momento, eu busco no BookTok.
São mais de 60 milhões de conteúdos sobre livros, um ótimo lugar para fazer novas descobertas.
Abre aí o TikTok, busca por BookTok e boa leitura.
No TikTok, livros não terminam na última página.
Livros salvam vidas. Livros mudam histórias.
O sonho da minha esposa era comprar uma casa. A gente ia levar décadas para pagar. Eu achava tempo demais. Mas ela me provou o contrário. Quando você está vivendo onde você ama, com quem você ama, nenhum tempo é demais. E eu te pergunto, vale a pena adiar esse sonho?
Compre a casa dos seus sonhos com o 5º andar.
Eu sou um não óbvio. Alguns fingem não me ver, mas eu continuo aqui. No olhar de quem pergunta, no passo de quem ousa, na alegria de quem vive, num gesto quase invisível, mas que muda tudo. E aí, de onde você está sentado, consegue me ver? Samsung Vision AI. Veja além do óbvio.
Hoje, a literatura também pulsa no TikTok.
Eu acho que a coisa mais importante que eu faço por mim nessa vida é ler.
Te deixa mais curioso, mais criativo, mais aberto para o mundo.
Isso sempre me leva a pensar como a literatura pode nos transportar, assim, ao menos a gente sair do lugar, né? E sabe onde que eu descobri isso? No TikTok.
No TikTok, bebê. Você sabia que no TikTok tem uma comunidade gigante que só fala sobre livros?
O TikTok é o lugar onde eu descubro novos livros e pode ser o seu também.
No TikTok, os livros não terminam na última página.
dediquei anos da minha vida ao Ironman, mas nenhuma medalha me preparou para o que eu vou viver
E
agora.
aí, futuro papai?
A maior aventura da minha vida.
Chegou o novo Eclipse Cross 2026. Um SUV com essência de esportivo para você relembrar sua essência.